Light Emerging. Barbara Ann Brennan. Part 4. Creating a Healing Plan. Until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there is one elementary truth, the ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans, that the moment one definitely commits oneself, then Providence moves, too. All sorts of things occur to help one that would never otherwise have occurred. The whole stream of events issues from the decision, raising in one's favor all manner of unforeseen incidents and meetings and material assistance, which no man could have dreamt would have come his way. I have learned a deep respect for one of Goethe's couplets, "Whatever you can do, or dream you can, begin it." Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. W. H. Murray, The Scottish Himalayan Expedition. Introduction. Creating your personal healing plan. As I continued my practice and teaching and gained more experience with people, it became obvious to me that each person needed to have a specific personal healing plan based on his or her needs to improve total life quality, not on a general treatment procedure to cure a disease. Of course, healing the physical body or a psychological illness is of great importance, but this new broader perspective is essential. The healing plan is focused on healing the person, not curing the disease. The more the healing plan is focused in this way, the deeper and more profound the healing becomes. It seems that there is no limit to health. Once an individual starts on a comprehensive healing plan, healing becomes a lifelong process of growth and learning. It becomes a great adventure that takes one to ever deeper and fuller experiences of life. As we create a healing plan, we must remember that spiritual truths formulate the background and purpose of our life in our physical bodies as well as on all our auric levels. If there is disorder in a particular level of our field, undoubtedly we are not fulfilling our spiritual purpose in that level. We are not getting what we need to create our life. Therefore, when we enter into the healing of any level of the auric field, we must ask if that level is serving its purpose. We begin to formulate questions like these: are our physical bodies serving their purpose to help us discern our divine individuality through action? Are our second levels providing us with the experience of our individual feelings and love for ourselves? Is level 3 of our auric field providing us with the ability to focus our conscious awareness, to differentiate and integrate our perceptions, so that we have clarity and a sense of appropriateness as individuals? Are we, through level 4, making loving I-thou connections that fulfill our needs? Are we experiencing our connectedness to all beings? In creating healing plans for our daily lives, we must start with our most basic needs, those that integrate the physical and the spiritual aspects of our being. In this section I will show you how to create a healing plan for each of the 4 lower levels of your auric field, each of which represents a different aspect of your human life and your human needs. The first level of your healing plan will focus on the personal care of your physical body and its template, the first level of your auric field. One of the biggest changes you will experience in your healing process will be your sensitivity to the life energy fields all around you that flow through you. We will look at your environment in terms of the energy it provides for you. We will begin in Chapter 9 by focusing on the vastness of this environment and then focus down to the smaller scale of the many life energy fields in which you are continually immersed. 9. The energies of the earth as foundation to life. Different locations on the earth have different combinations of energy. The entire energy field of any particular location is very complicated. It consists of the energies of local geological configurations, including the energies of the combinations of all the organic and inorganic substances that make up the composition of the earth, such as mineral deposits, the energies of all the flora and fauna that exist there now and have ever existed there, the energies of the various societies of human beings and their activities in that location from time immemorial, and the energies of the human beings and their activities that exist there. now. In addition, every location on Earth is also influenced by the energies from the solar system, as well as interstellar and intergalactic energies. These energies penetrate into, go through, or accumulate differently in different Earth locations. The magnetic field of the Earth plays a partial role in this configuration, as it directs certain bands of cosmic energies into certain locations on the Earth. Hyoen says that in the future we will have maps of these energy fields and that people will choose the locations of their homes and towns by them, somewhat like the geomancers of China. Through their very complicated system of divination, geomancers choose the building site and the location and orientation of houses on the building site. They also choose the location of important holy cities, such as the Forbidden City. Geomancers design both the exterior and interior of houses, as well as furnishings to control energy flow through the house. Much of their knowledge comes from traditional beliefs as well as the knowledge of energy flow, so it doesn't make much sense to Westerners without a lot of study. Hyoen says in the future we will even choose the location to birth new nations according to the energy field maps of the Earth as well as other planets. He suggests that there are places that are much more healthy for individuals to inhabit than others. Of course, there are general guidelines for this that we will put forth in this chapter, but he also reminds us that it varies with the individual. For example, some people just naturally feel better near the ocean or another large body of water, while others feel better in the mountains or in a desert. These propensities are directly related to the combinations of energies that make up our human energy field. Each of us is different because the energies that make up each person's auric field are different, plus each of us is being permeated by the deeper essence of the core star in a different way. Usually people know where they belong geographically and express it in statements like "I'm a mountain person" or "I just have to live by a large body of water." Some choose the area to live by climate or weather. The weather. Our preference for certain types of weather is directly related to the types of energies making up our auric field. Our preferences vary according to what is compatible with the energies in our auric field and how we like our energies to flow. Some of us prefer a change of season. Some prefer constant warmth and clarity in the desert without rain. Some of us prefer wet weather. Electrical storms, pre-rain ozone, and rain all charge and help clear the auric field. The increased negative ions in the air excite and charge the auric field, causing energy to flow faster through it. Some of us like this. Some of us are afraid of the increase in flow through our field. The sun charges the atmosphere with prana or argon energy. To see this energy, defocus your eyes and gaze softly at the sky. Tiny dots of light appear and move in curved trajectories. If you observe the movement of the whole field of dots, you will see that the whole field of dots pulses together. These dots can be bright or dull. When it is sunny, they are bright and move briskly about. This high-energy argon makes you feel very good. It charges your field and gives you lots of energy. When it is cloudy, the small dots of light are not as bright, nor do they move as fast. Sometimes, after long cloudy periods, they look as if part of them is very dark or black. The longer the weather has been cloudy, the darker and slower the argon, the less it charges your field, and the grumpier you get. In sunny mountainous regions, the argon is very light, bright, and highly charged. The most strongly charged argon I have personally seen is in the Swiss Alps in the wintertime. There is a lot of snow, lots of sunlight, and fresh air. The argon there is not only the most highly charged, it was also the thickest I've ever seen, with more dots per cubic foot. No wonder people go there for vacation to get rejuvenated. Part of the problem of depression caused by light deprivation in the winter in the regions of higher latitudes is due to the steadily decreasing charge of the argon in the atmosphere. This is why many people in the northern part of the United States go skiing in the sunny mountains or south to the sea for a winter vacation to get recharged. Sometimes it may take a week or so to rebuild the charge. It is important, of course, not to overexpose yourself to the sun. Always use sunscreen. Start with a very high sunblock, and then slowly work your way down as you get acclimated. Once you are recharged, all you really need is about 20 minutes or so of sunlight a day to maintain a good charge. How much longer anyone can stay in the sun without experiencing the negative effects of exhaustion, sunstroke, burn, and skin disease depends on the individual's sensitivity. An overdose of sun strong enough to cause sunburn on our physical body burns the first level of the auric field as well. The sun's rays penetrate through this energy field, causing it to break and splinter into small fragments like shattered glass. It is no wonder that repeated overdoses of the sun's radiation causes cancer. Sunblock just screens out the harmful rays. It doesn't stop the sun from charging your auric field. The sea charges the energy in the air also. The damp salt air charges the auric field and helps clear it of vibratory frequencies that are too low to sustain life. Walking along an ocean beach causes the auric field to expand. Sometimes the field doubles in size and extends out over the water. On southern beaches year-round and on northern beaches in the summer, swimmers and sunbathers get a triple charge. The sun charges the auric field directly, the salt air charges and clears it, and a 20-minute swim in the salt water deeply clears old stagnated mucus that may have accumulated through the dark winter months. Several days of these activities are great for the health of your auric field. Nature, the sea, forests, streams, lakes, deserts, mountains, and wildlife. It is impossible for us to even imagine what it must have been like for the Native Americans before Europeans disrupted the balance of nature in this country. People lived as integrated members of nature, a privilege we have deprived ourselves of. We have become more and more disconnected from the earth, and it shows everywhere on the planet as disease and natural disasters. When nature is not disrupted, it stays in balance with the broad-scale whole earth energies. The energies of nature charge the auric field and put it into balance with its surroundings. In undisturbed, natural settings, we find our natural synchronicity with the planet's energies. When we are in balance with our surroundings, which are, in turn, in balance with the whole earth, we are a natural part of everything. What we eat from our surroundings will be nurturing to us because our energy fields are balanced and poised for assimilation. Spending several hours every week in an unspoiled setting re-establishes a balance between your auric field and earth energies. This is necessary for full health. Calm lakes have a great soothing effect on us by relaxing the tension or hyper-incoherent pulsations in our field caused by the stress of modern living. The auric pulsations from fast-flowing streams enhance the auric field, causing it to pulse faster in a coherent, healthy way. The auric energy near the bottom of a waterfall is tremendous. Broken tree branches caught in the energy stay alive much longer than they would without such energy. The trees in a pine forest pulsate at a rate very similar to a human's auric field. Sitting in such a forest or simply leaning against the trunk of a pine tree in your backyard will recharge your field when you need it. Do this as long as you like. You might even get into contact with the consciousness of the tree while you are at it. Mountains help us feel the power of the mineral kingdom of the earth and to ground into that power so that we can then stretch to great airy heights of our consciousness. The clear air of a bright desert invites us to expand our field out to great distances and feel larger and, for some, even more capable than we were before. By spending time with wild animals in nature, we absorb their energies, which automatically brings us to a gut, not mental, understanding of our ability to synchronize with the natural world all around us. The ability to synchronize with natural and therefore planetary energy gives us access to great wisdom and teaches us to trust our basic human natures. The energy of nature brings us to a greater understanding of life in all forms. Each species carries great wisdom, different from the wisdom of all other species. We can learn a great deal from the animals, not only from their behavior but also from the integrity with which they live. Healers commonly use healing tools they fashion from the bodies of animals found in the woods or road kills. Each of these bodies is considered to be a gift from the Great Spirit. Each is treated with honor and respect. The objects are made in ceremony in order to maintain the wisdom of the species from which they came. Such an object is used in the healing process to provide a direct holographic link to the wisdom of the species. Our flower gardens and yards help us connect to the earth in ways that perhaps make up for our lost heritage of the wild. Here we have an interface between humans and nature, a blending of nature's will and human will. All manner of wondrous plants fill our senses with the splendor that nature brings in our own backyard, greenhouse, or living room. Plants supply different varieties and frequencies of energies in the energy field all around us that nurtures our field. House plants, especially, keep the energy of a home charged, clear, and healthy. The more contact we have with these plants, the greater the energy exchange that nurtures both the plants and us. Organic gardens help us connect to the earth energies and provide food that is energy balanced to our needs. The more we work in the earth, the more connected and nurtured by earth energies we are. And, of course, we also get the added benefit of the organic food that we produce. Population density. In the late 70s and early 80s, over a period of about 6 years, I had the privilege of going to Holland once a year to help run intensive transformation groups. In the private sessions I gave during this time, I noticed a very curious thing. The clients, usually Dutch or from other European countries, would slide their chairs closer to mine as we sat facing each other to work. Without thinking about it, I would slide my chair back a little. During the session, clients would then slide up closer, and back I would go again. Usually by the end of the session, my chair would be squeezed up against the wall. I felt very uncomfortable about this. I had never experienced it in America. Embarrassed about the whole thing, I began setting up the room ahead of time to try to give myself more space. But inevitably by the end of each session, I would be squeezed up against the wall. Under these conditions, I found it very hard to think and to separate myself from the client. I began thinking that something was really wrong with me. Perhaps I was just less friendly than these people. I tried to force myself to adjust to the new boundaries, but I could not. I began walking around the room to get some space. It only worked for a minute or two, then the client would follow me to get closer. Finally I realized that the problem was that my aura extended out about 1 to 2 feet farther than theirs did. They were trying to make normal contact with me the same as they would with other Europeans. As I began observing the field interactions, I realized that these people, especially the Dutch, who had been squeezed up against the sea, had adjusted their auric dimensions to live with each other in smaller spaces than those I was used to. Several years later, I noticed a large difference between the auras of Americans on the East Coast and those on the West. In general, people in the New York area have fields that do not extend out as far as those of the people who live in Southern California. I surmise that a person who lives in bigger spaces with fewer people will have an auric field that extends out from the body farther than someone who lives in smaller spaces with more people. In general, the auras of people in crowded cities are smaller than those of people in the country. The auras of people in highly populated countries are smaller than those of people in countries with sparser populations. In addition to this, there is a difference in the boundaries that people create with each other with their auric fields. The people in the New York area who attend my training classes tend to have strong boundaries to keep separate from each other. It is almost as if their auras bounce off of each other at the 7th level, like two rubber balls bouncing off each other. In Southern California, I observed that people who attended my training classes like to let their auric fields simply diffuse through each other without interfering. They seem to let levels 4 through 7 interpenetrate in the same space, yet not really touch. Thus, people from California, even though they have larger auric fields, will want to stand closer together in order to communicate than will be comfortable to New Yorkers. The New Yorker may experience the communication as somewhat airy or not quite all there. The Californian, at the same time, may experience the East Coaster as harsh and rigid. Of course, there are other major factors in these differences. The main one is that we like to interact with people by intermingling the levels of our fields with which we are most comfortable. Each of us develops some levels of our auric field more than others, depending on our family and societal upbringing. Different societies focus on specific values. These values focus development on different aspects of human experience. For example, if truth is held as the highest value, then the third level of the field will get a lot of attention. If love is considered to be of highest value, then most likely the fourth level of the field will get developed more in that society. Of course, the development depends on just how each society expresses its values. If spiritual values of divine love or divine will are considered of the highest, as they are in some religious societies, then the auric fields of the people in that society will reflect that value by being more highly developed. The sixth or fifth levels of the field will be most developed. People of that society would then tend to intermingle their auric fields on those levels when communicating. Europeans tend to be highly sophisticated, with highly developed first and third levels, and they like to engage at the third level. New Yorkers like the second, third, and fourth levels, but they don't like to intermingle and prefer to have their fields couple in ways that create tension. The tension serves to let the people distinguish differences. Californians like the second and fourth levels and like to intermingle diffuse energies without a lot of engagement or coupling. Perhaps these Californians are looking for sameness with no tension. All these conclusions are based on people who have attended my training classes. Perhaps they represent only a certain proportion of the above-mentioned populations. Cities. Large cities are places of high energy with a great variety of energy types. Hyoen says that large cities and civilizations form over places on the earth where vast amounts of life energies from outer space accumulate. These energies are a source of knowledge. He says that we unconsciously gravitate to these areas. Here, each of us is inspired to create, resulting in the rise of a civilization that materializes the knowledge in the accumulated energies of the place. The birthplaces of mathematics and language were once centered on such vortices of energy. The people who gravitated there became channels through which these forms of knowledge were brought into the world. Hyoen goes on to say, thus, as you might imagine, those vast centers of learning that now exist upon the earth are locations of such energy vortices of knowledge. One of the reasons that centers of civilizations move about upon the face of the earth is that each is sourcing a particular knowledge held in the energy fields that is prominent in a given period of history. This is one of the less known and more important factors in the progress of civilization. The world tends to focus on the prominent civilization and thereby does not interfere with the place that will be the source of the next rising civilization. As cities bring creativity, invention, and knowledge, they produce a lot of waste material on both the physical and the auric levels. In cities, we learn how to live with each other in high energy. This high energy tends to knock loose negative blocks of energy that need to be cleaned out. Unfortunately, one of the major results of this process is that large cities not only accumulate vast quantities of the energy of higher knowledge, they also accumulate vast quantities of negative or Dor energies. Dor, a term coined by Wilhelm Reich, stands for dead argon energy. Dor energy vibrates well below the frequency needed for life and can be detrimental to health and well-being. When densely accumulated, Dor can be dangerous, even life-threatening. It causes illness to erupt in the weakest part of the body and energy field. In many large cities, these door energies permeate everything and penetrate deep into the earth. They affect everyone who lives in such a place, and many need to leave regularly to maintain their health. For example, I had a healing and teaching practice in New York City for about 15 years. In order to ground down into good earth energies and tap into them for healing, it was necessary to go down through about 40 yards of accumulated negative energy that looked like dark grayish-black goo. This goo exists throughout the entire base soil and rock of New York. There are, of course, places where it is not so dark or thick. But in general, it underlies all activity in this great city. Beneath the dark goo are normal clear earth energies that have not yet been affected by the polluted energies. The mass and depth of door seems to increase every year. Ghostbusters 2 was not far off. I also noticed that the environmental pollution in the air of New York City increased terribly each year. With each succeeding year, I could see the increase of negative effects in the patients who lived there. Every year I saw people's immune systems wearing down more from the tremendous environmental pollution. The primary effect I saw was in the brain. According to my auric observations, the many different brain cells we have produce very minute quantities of various substances that are necessary for healthy brain and body function. These substances seem to act like triggers to control the functioning of the organ systems of the body. What I noticed over the years I practiced in New York City was a steadily increasing imbalance in the secretion of these substances. It seemed that a very small change in quantity and timing of the production of these substances made very large disruptions in the normal functioning of body processes. Even though I was able to rebalance the disturbed life energies in the brain, the patient would then return to a polluted environmental life energy field that would then again disturb healthy brain function. Everyone seemed to be completely oblivious to what was going on. I then began noticing the general state of the elderly people who lived in New York City. Years of exposure to environmental pollution had taken its toll on them. They were much less energized and their fields much more unbalanced than the elderly people I saw who lived in the rural areas. I realized that the longer these people were exposed to door, the less sensitive they became. It's kind of like putting a frog in water and slowly heating it up. He doesn't notice the water getting hotter and eventually dies. On the other hand, he would jump out if you put him into hot water. Choosing a place to live. We all have a wish of where we would live if only we could. Many people wish they could live where they grew up because they fondly remember the landscapes of their youth. They long for the feelings, sights, sounds, textures, and fragrances of the flora and fauna in the areas of the earth where they grew up because they were more sensitive to their natural surroundings during childhood. These remembered experiences usually reproduce the mind-body connection we had in childhood and lost during the maturation process. This connection re-establishes a healthy, balanced auric field state of relaxation that brings about healing. On the other hand, other people, with perhaps more disturbed, difficult childhoods, prefer to relocate in an entirely different climate and landscape. They find new horizons more conducive to healing than the old. Our preference of where to live is directly related to our life energy field configuration that we call normal. We are comfortable with a particular set of different types of energy from our environment, the sea, the woods, or the mountains. And we choose the places we live accordingly. We are also used to a range of energy and power running through us. What is normal for one person can be very low or very high energy for another. We are used to a specific degree of openness, with the particular way we hold our boundaries. We also choose our living places to help us feel normal. Normal, you'll recall, is actually a particular habitual imbalance that we carry in our field. We tend to like environments that support the status quo. Usually we don't like too much change in our lives. We don't like anyone or anything to rock the boat on our normal energy levels. A lot of the time, we choose our living environments accordingly. It helps our holistic living if we make this choice conscious. If we really need to move on to a new environment to create the kind of change we would like in our lives, but are procrastinating, it may be a good idea to consider moving to a whole new area of the country. It sure worked for Karen, the woman, you'll recall, who moved cross-country after her surgery. The ancient art of Feng Shui. Feng Shui is the ancient Chinese art of designing and creating a harmonious environment. Feng Shui, pronounced Feng Shui, is based on the belief that energy patterns are generated and affected by everything we do, build, or create. It teaches that our destinies and our lives are interwoven with the workings between the universal energy field and our human energy field. Feng Shui uses the placement of buildings and objects as a means of managing and harmonizing the energies in our environment with our personal energies. For example, where your front door is placed and what it faces are very important. If it faces a wall, the wall will block the natural flow of earth energies into your home. Always having to move around the wall to enter your house will take more of your energy and disturb your natural flow. Always facing a wall when you approach your home blocks the natural flow of energy that you connect to your home when you approach it. This will interfere with your relationship to your home and may make you feel weak, defeated, and blocked in your life because you must struggle to get to your place of comfort. This may then create more struggle in your life. According to Feng Shui, it is important to know the energetic influences of landscape, the position and flow of water with respect to your home, the stars, colors, the weather, animals, shapes, designs, and the like. Feng Shui uses many different kinds of things to help set up a controlled energy flow in the places we spend our time. For example, it uses mirrors to reflect energy. Putting a mirror on the wall opposite your front door reflects any negative incoming energies. It uses sound to change the energy or to direct positive energy into your home for health, well-being, and prosperity. Feng Shui can help you pick the place to build your house or OCE. It tells you where to position it with respect to the landscape, roads, and neighbors. It tells you where to put your driveway. Several books on Feng Shui are listed in the bibliography. To a Westerner, many of the specific rules and principles that it teaches may not make any sense. This is partly because of the cultural differences in worldview and partly because it is a very old tradition. In what has been handed down, superstition may be completely mixed in with what actually works. But if you are interested in getting very specific about how you are affected by your home or OCE environment, pick up a book on Feng Shui and check it out. I suggest that you use all the information in this chapter to review where you live. This country offers a vast array of choices of types of places to live, and it is possible to move to a place of your choice and find work there if you wish to. If you do wish to live in a city to take part in the high energy available to you there, be sure to take trips into the country regularly. Plus, clean your energy field regularly with the techniques described in the section on grooming your energy field in Chapter 10. Some good questions to ask yourself about where you live: which type of landscape do you choose? If you do not live in the kind of landscape you wish, what can you do to get to spend some time there on occasion? Which area of the country offers you the type of boundaries you prefer, with the population density you prefer? Where do the kinds of people you like to interact with live? Have you always wanted to move somewhere, and never have? What unfulfilled need do you think this move would fill? Can you fill this need where you live now? Is the need really something else? Is staying where you are now avoiding something you are afraid to face? If so, find out what that is, so that you can consciously choose to stay or move on if you wish. The energies of spaces and objects that surround and nurture your field. Living spaces. The energy of the space you live in has a big effect on your auric field. All spaces have energy. The energy of a space depends on its shape, its colors, the materials it is built out of, and the energy of the creators of the space. Spaces accumulate the energy of people who use the space, the energy of what they do in the space, and the energy with which they do it. All these energies build up in a room, whether they are healthy or unhealthy. The more a space is used with the same energy, by the same people for a particular purpose, the more that space gets charged with the energy of that purpose. I'm sure you have noticed the energy difference between a bus or train station and a cathedral or temple. For example, if you've been in New York City, compare the energy in places like the Port Authority Terminal and Grand Central Station to the energy in St. Patrick's and St. John the Divine Cathedrals and the Temple Emmanuel. The energies in the stations are harsh, chaotic, jagged, and usually full of dark polluted clouds. It is not pleasant to be there very long. It even feels dangerous, not just because of crime but because of the tremendous amount of accumulated negative energies there that it is possible to pick up in your auric field. The energies of the cathedrals and temples, on the other hand, are clear and of higher vibrations. The higher spiritual nature of the energy in these spaces positively affects anyone who enters. Energies accumulated during religious services also contain the energies of the beliefs of the people who worship there. People who hold similar beliefs will feel supported when they are in such spaces because they are in an energy field of beliefs similar to their own. But the same energies may feel intimidating or stifling to someone who does not hold the same beliefs. Spaces used for silent meditation or simple communion with God, such as Quaker meeting houses, have wonderful clean energy of very high vibration. The clearest meditation space I have seen is the sanctuary in the spiritual community in Scotland called Findhorn. Findhorn is noted for its human nature interface. Here the community comes to hold silent meditation several times per day. Over the years a wonderful clean and clear energy has built up, synchronic with the energies of nature. The temperature and humidity regulation in a space also affect your energy. Forced air heating systems lower the humidity in the space to that of desert air. It is difficult to humidify it in a healthy way. This dry air makes the auric field a bit brittle and vulnerable to invasion. Hot water baseboard heat is the best because it doesn't dry out the air so much. Gas furnaces sometimes leak and cause a lot of damage before the leak is detected. If you have a gas furnace or stove, have it checked regularly or get a gas detector installed. Aluminum has a vibration rate way below that needed to support human life. I wouldn't have it in my kitchen or my house. Aluminum siding on houses or trailers decreases the life energy vibration rate inside the house or trailer. It drains the energy of the people inside. Wood is very compatible with life energy vibrations and is healthy to live inside. Concrete has a neutral effect on the auric field. Some large apartment buildings have steel structures that interfere with the normal expansion of the auric field. If the rooms of an apartment are large with high ceilings, the steel probably won't affect it much. Large windows bring lots of light that charges the air for better health. Objects you live with. Objects also carry energy. They contain the energy of the materials they are made of, the energy that was placed in them by their creator, consciously or unconsciously, and the energy all their owners have placed in them. If the objects are antiques, they carry the energy of all the places they have been kept. The objects that you place in a room bring all these energies to add to the energy symphony of the room. Crystals placed in specific locations within a home for the purpose of holding the energy of the home are very useful and do a terrific job. A friend of mine has several large crystals in each room placed in ceremony for this purpose. Every time I've visited, the energy in this home feels wonderful. Healers place natural crystals in their healing rooms to bring added healing energy to the room, to keep their rooms free from door, to help keep grounded to the earth, and to enhance the room's beauty. They clean these crystals daily by placing them in direct sunlight and by soaking them in a bath of 4 tablespoons of sea salt to 1 quart of water for about 20 minutes. Different types of crystals have different vibrations, and individual ones vibrate differently, even if they are composed of the same minerals. It is important to test each crystal to make sure it will do the job for which you have placed it. One simple test is to place the crystal where you would like it and leave it there for a few days. If you still like its energy, then leave it as long as you like it there. If you don't like it, move it to another location, and leave it a few days again. If that is not the spot, repeat the procedure. You may end up putting it outside. What is important is what you like. You live with it. Artwork has an extraordinary effect on the auric field. This effect varies a great deal with each individual, but we can make some generalizations about its effect. Some pieces, such as Van Gogh's Starry Night, open the field into deep personal contemplation about the journey of life, its agony, and its ecstasy. Beautiful impressionistic scenes, such as Monet's Water Lilies, charge the 6th level of our energy field and produce an experience of serenity. Rembrandt walks us into the longing for the light and enhances the core star light within. The excellence in any work of art inspires us to do our best by bringing our field into more coherency. An appropriate frame is one that vibrates on the same frequency as the painting. The painting on its own has a certain visual integrity. An inappropriate frame masks the visual potential of the artist's intent. An appropriate frame is one that equals the intensity of the painting when it is frameless at a minimum and ideally adds to the painting's essence. Thomas Cole, the famous 19th century American painter, stated, "The frame is the soul of the painting." Hang your art to create appropriate moods according to what you want to be doing in the space you will see it in. Sound in your environment. Sound has been used for centuries for healing by healers and medicine people of all traditions and cultures. The ancient tradition of chanting, popular again in this country since the 60s, changes the auric field so that we are brought into altered states of consciousness. Many contemporary healers use toning to alter the auric field of their clients to improve their health. I have seen that sound has a very strong and direct effect on the auric field. During my 15 years of practice as a healer in New York City, I used it for many different purposes. Using my voice, I toned directly into the physical bodies and auric fields of my clients. I recorded these sounds for each client so that they could play the tape of healing sounds specific to their bodies and fields once or twice a day. The client would simply play the tape while lying comfortably on a bed, or meditate to the tape. As the client improved, I would update the toning tape with a new set of sounds. In this way, the client was able to improve much faster through self-healing at home. I used different tones and tone combinations for different purposes, such as loosening energy blocks, charging areas of the body, clearing specific energy lines of the auric field, enhancing tissue growth, stopping bleeding, moving fluids, herding parasites out of the body, exploding the eggs of parasites with their resonant frequencies, exploding microorganisms with their resonant frequencies, and spinning and charging chakras. By toning the correct sound into a deformed chakra, the chakra takes the shape it ought to have. Using HSP, I have done this regularly with clients in my practice. The effect is very powerful. Because my vision is so accurate, I am able to find the appropriate sound simply by watching the chakra respond to the variety of tones that I make. When I hit the right tone, the chakra simply stands up and spins correctly. It only takes a few seconds once it has taken the correct shape and spin on the first level of the field to become the correct color on the second level of the field. It is amazing how fast it works. When I continue to tone into the chakra for a few minutes, the chakra becomes stabilized. The tones I use are a combination of many frequencies with overtones. We have not done a frequency analysis on these tones to find out just what frequencies are involved, as that would take sophisticated equipment that we do not have at this time. I have recorded these tones many times on different people. They are usually the same. Another interesting thing about this type of toning is the immediate effect it has on a patient's ability to picture a particular color in his or her mind. Most people can do this quite readily. But if the client has a chakra that is not functioning properly, it will not be able to take in the color associated with it. And the client will not be able to picture the color in his or her mind. For example, if the third chakra is not functioning and all the others are, the client will be able to picture all the colors associated with all the other chakras except for yellow, which is associated with the third chakra. Toning into the third chakra will put it back into shape. As soon as the chakra stands up and spins right and turns the correct color, the client is then able to picture the color. Sound affects not only the first level of the auric field that shapes the chakra, but also the second level of the field where the chakras are the rainbow colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and white. I have affected on all levels of the field by toning techniques. The number of levels affected at once is dependent on the number of overtones the healer is able to produce at once. For myself, I noticed that as soon as I try to get in the overtones to affect the higher levels of the field for a particular chakra, I begin to lose the lower frequencies and have less effect on the lower levels of the field. To remedy this problem, I simply go through it twice. I do the higher levels of the field for each chakra with a higher set of toning pitches after I have gone through the chakras. 2 types of chakra toning tapes are available from the Barbara Brennan School of Healing. The first is the chakra tones produced verbally, as described above. The second is chakra tones produced mechanically. A growing field of inquiry shows that sound is directly related to the creation of forms in nature. This field is called cymatics. In his book Cymatics, the late Dr. Hans Jiening, of Basel, Switzerland, showed through experimentation that sound is directly related to form. When he placed fine grains of sand or lycopodium powder upon a metal plate and then sent a steady unbroken sound frequency through the plate, the fine grains of sand or powder would form into specific patterns. When he changed the sound, he got a different pattern. Repeat the first sound, and he got the original pattern back again. As long as he continued the same sound, the same pattern would hold. As soon as the sound stopped, the pattern would stop holding and the grains would slowly redistribute themselves according to gravity. Dr. Guy Manners, a doctor of osteopathy who has his own clinic in Bretforden, Worcestershire, England, continued this work with Jiening to try to create 3-dimensional forms from sound. To do this, they began to use more than one frequency at a time. 2, 3, and 4 frequencies combined did not create a 3-dimensional image. But as soon as they tried 5 sound frequencies simultaneously, the small particles on the metal plate took a 3-dimensional form. Dr. Manners spent 20 years researching this phenomenon and found the tone combinations that are appropriate for each organ. He then made a machine called the cymatics instrument to produce these sounds to be used in clinical practice. At this point, they are in use all over the world. I visited Dr. Manners at the Bretforden Hall Clinic and observed these machines at work. They clearly had a strong effect on restructuring the auric field into its correct, healthy form. This effect should in turn decrease the time required for healing. By now, you can see that whatever the sound around us, it directly affects our auric field, whether it is music, tracey noise, factory noise, or the unspoiled sounds of nature. We are only beginning to understand the broad-scale effects of sound on our health and well-being. Even though we don't understand it all, it is important to acknowledge this very strong effect and to regulate our sound environment accordingly. If you live in a large city, take all the precautions you can to control the sound pollution coming at you. You may be able to sleep through city noise, but it is still affecting your field. I suggest that, if possible, you put in triple pane windows and thick, sound dampening drapes on your windows. Try to control the noise in your OCE as much as you can. If you have a private OCE, soundproof it so that noise from the rest of the OCE or outside does not enter. If you work in a large room with a lot of noise, soundproof your immediate area to dampen the sound there. And shield your ears if possible. Music plays a very important role in health and healing. Many healers use music to help calm the auric field or bring it to high vibrational heights to help the client go into a healing state. The wide variety of music offers us a wide variety of effects. Some music is very soothing, some charges the field. Some music directly enhances altered states, and other music awakens the rational mind. There is a lot of new age music out now that charges and opens each chakra in sequence as it is played. Some is wonderful for meditation. In the trainings given by the Barbara Brennan School of Healing, we use music all the time to bring students to different states of consciousness for healing. For example, drum music is very good for grounding down to connect with earth energies and to open the first and second chakras. Popular rock music opens our sexuality and gets the body and the auric field moving in a lively fast pace that increases the energy flowing through the field. Love songs open the fourth chakra to help us connect with each other. The many types of meditation music done on synthesizers are great to lift our spirituality. Any instrument can take us through all the levels of human experience if the musician knows how to do it. At the Brennan School we regularly use harp music to take us into the experience of the essence of the core. A regular diet of music helps us remain healthy. The type of music you choose will be directly related to the types of energies that compose your energy field and what type of personal learning you are doing at any particular moment. Give yourself free range to choose which music you like, and to use it any way you want. This is a whole world of nourishment that is open to you. Don't deprive yourself of it. If you find you have old judgments about a certain kind of music, perhaps you ought to try it sometime and experience what it does to your field. You may be avoiding something. Or you may be finished with the phase of personal development that particular music represents. If your spouse loves music you hate, confine the music to one particular room, so that you have the choice to listen or not. Perhaps you need 2 different listening areas, so that each of you can play what you want. Perhaps one of you loves silence. Find which time of day you want it, and make some agreements in your household that can help everyone get their needs met. If you need to, put doors between more of the rooms in your house. Or ask your spouse to wear headphones. If you have teenagers who play loud music, try to confine that music to their room with soundproofing materials, or ask them to use headphones also. It is better to protect yourself from this music or noise rather than try to get them to change. They may need the music for their transition into adulthood. In the process of human development, when we enter into puberty, energies we have not experienced before, at least not in this lifetime, begin to unfold within our auric fields. New intellectual and spiritual energies of higher frequencies begin to flow through the entire field. There are new energies both in the heart chakra and in the sexual chakras. Integrating these new energies into our field is a real struggle. We are not only separating ourselves more from our parents, we are also learning to connect to others in ways we never have before. We find ourselves rather vulnerable to this auric unfoldment, as we move from being children wanting our parents to take care of us one day to rejecting our parents and being in puppy love with someone we hardly know the next. As teenagers, we used rock music to help us through the transition. It helped us separate from our parents by building a wall of sound between us and them. Rock music stirs up the energies in the auric field that are being released and developed during puberty. It charges our will to live, the first chakra, and our sexuality, our second chakra. It helps us begin to disconnect our dependency from our parents and connect to our peers, the third chakra. And of course, the romantic music opens the heart chakra. It connects us with love to those going through the same experiences. It frees us from parental dominance, while reorienting our dependency toward our peer group. In order to fill the many needs we will have as adults, we must cultivate the essential skills of connection to and cooperation with peers. If these skills have not been established before puberty, we are now given a final push before adulthood to do so. No matter how much we as parents can't stand the noise now, at one time it was also the symbol of our movement into the outer world. Energize your space with color. Everything we just said about sound, we can also say about color. Both are created through a vibrational wave, and thus both have a wave structure and a frequency of vibration. Sound and colored light are very different. Sound is a longitudinal compression wave that travels through a material substance like the air or the wall of your house. Longitudinal means that it travels along the same path as its wave motion. The sounds that we hear do not exist in outer space or in a vacuum. They must have that material substance to be transmitted. Colored light, on the other hand, is an electromagnetic wave that vibrates perpendicular to its path of movement. It can travel through outer space or a vacuum. Both are ultimately manifestations of higher frequencies that exist beyond the physical world. Both are manifestations of the divine. Color is essential to health. We need all the colors in our auric fields. If we are clear, we are attracted to the colors we need. For example, red colors stir up our emotions, while blue cools and calms our emotions. This chart can be used when you are choosing colors to decorate your home, office, or healing room. Once you clearly determine the purpose for each living space, you can choose a color that supports that purpose. Since every disease is associated with the dysfunction of certain chakras, and the dysfunctioning chakra needs to be nourished with the color it is lacking, color can be used for the treatment of different diseases. For example, a person who has an underactive thyroid needs the color blue. If the thyroid is overactive, they have too much blue and probably need green, which is a color that does general balancing of the field. Multiple sclerosis patients need red and orange because the first and second chakras are most affected. All cancer patients need gold, since all cancer has a torn open aura on the 7th level, which is gold. Cancer patients also need the color of the chakra in the area that the cancer is located in the body. For example, liver or pancreatic cancer patients need yellow and peach, the colors of the third chakra on the 2nd and 4th levels of the field respectively. I have heard that painting the rooms of hyperactive children blue helps calm them down. Some mental hospitals paint their walls blue to help calm their patients. I would guess that someday hospitals will be painted the color that will help patients stay in a healing state of mind. Grass green and rose will help any patient to charge and balance the heart chakra at the 2nd and 4th levels of the auric field. The heart chakra is central to all healing because all healing energy must pass through the center of the heart chakra on its way to the body of the receiver. We might also make large panels of colored glass backed by full spectrum halogen lighting that could be moved around from room to room as needed for healing. Each large panel could be made of the color of each chakra, so that the auric field could simply drink in the color. The chakra tones could be played so that any dysfunctioning chakra could take its healthy cone-shaped form that stands up and spins clockwise to receive the color. The general effect of colors. Red increases your connection to the earth and gives strength to basic life force urges such as the will to live in the physical world. Charges, protects, shields. Good for all organs in the first chakra area. Maroon brings passion and will together. Rose brings strong active love for others, helps you love. Very healing for heart and lung problems. Pink Brings soft, yielding love for others. Peach. Brings a soft, yielding, expanding light spirit. Orange. Charges your sexual energy and enhances the immune system. Good for all organs in the second chakra region. Increases your ambition. Yellow. Gives more mental clarity, a sense of appropriateness. Good for all organs in the third chakra region. Clears the mind. Green. Brings balance and a feeling of fullness. I'm okay, you're okay, and the world is okay. Good for all organs connected to the fourth chakra, like the heart and lungs. Blue. Brings peace, truth, and quiet order. Helps you speak the truth, increases sensitivity, strengthens the inner teacher. Good for all organs in the fifth chakra area, like the thyroid. Used to cauterize wounds and spiritual surgery. Dark blue. Brings a strong sense of purpose. Indigo. Opens spiritual perception, brings the feeling of ecstasy. Helps you connect to the deeper mystery of spiritual life. Good for any organ near the sixth chakra. Purple. Helps you integrate and move into spirituality, brings a sense of royalty. Helps increase a sense of leadership and respect. Lavender. Brings a light-hearted attitude toward life. Clears and purges invading microorganisms, brings a feeling of lightness. White. Helps you connect to your purity and expands your field. Brings spiritual expansion and connection to others on the spiritual level, gives outward flow of energy. Reduces pain. Good for the brain. Gold. Enhances the higher mind, understanding the perfect pattern, brings a sense of great power. Helps you connect to God and to the spiritual strength in you. Strengthens any part of the body. Silver. Very strong purging of microorganisms, used directly after lavender in cleaning out debris. Helps you move faster and communicate better. Used to cauterize wounds and spiritual surgery. Platinum. Clears and purges invading microorganisms, even stronger than silver light. Brown. Enhances a rich connection to the earth and grounding. Black. Helps you draw within and stay centered. Brings complete peace. If you use it well, it will help you enter into deep internal creative forces. Brings you into the void, the source of teeming unmanifest life, waiting to be born into manifestation. Brings you into grace. Good to help deal with death. Good to heal bones. You could very well associate any color with a painful personal experience. In this case, the color would be associated with the experience and have a different effect on you. We love certain colors and hate others. Our relationship to color is also an expression of what is happening in our energy fields. If our first and second chakras, red and orange, are undercharged, meaning that we have dampened our physical will to live energy and our sensuality, we may want to keep it that way. In this case, we may need red in our field for our emotional and physical health. But at the same time, we may avoid increasing those colors because of our personal experience of them. We will refuse to wear reds and oranges because they increase those energies. When those energies are increased in our fields, they also bring forth any emotional issues we may have with those aspects of our lives with which they are associated. Living with sense that makes sense. We seldom perceive things in a neutral fashion. Various sights and sounds make us happy, sad, or angry. Certain odors can make some individuals positively ecstatic. There is also a two-way connection between these emotional aspects of perception on the one hand and thoughts and memories on the other. Appropriate aromas can conjure up images of meals and wines consumed in the past, and the odor of various incenses can return us to the high spiritual experience we once had in a spiritual ceremony in which they were used. The fragrance of perfumes can carry us into pleasant memories of being with someone we loved who wore that perfume. Natural body fragrances can bring us into the erotic memory of lovemaking. When we enter into these positive emotional states, our auric field takes on the configuration of that positive state, and healing takes place. Such is the power of aromatic healing. Our sense of smell was one of the first senses to develop as we evolved. Our sense of smell is registered by the olfactory system, which feeds into the midbrain area near the limbic system. As a result, the olfactory system has always been related to the limbic system. The limbic system is directly connected to our emotion-laden responses, what we might call animal instincts. These drive related activities, feeding, defense, and sexual behaviors, are central to the preservation of individuals and the species of all human beings in all the animal kingdom. For example, dogs use the smell of fear to help them survive. Do you know the smell of fear? Some human beings do. When a dog smells fear, he responds in several different ways, depending on who is afraid. If it is his pack, he will become alert and cautious, searching for the source of the danger. If it is an enemy that he is concentrating on, he will take advantage of his adversary's fear and probably attack. Do you react to the smell of fear? How? The aromas that surround us make a great deal of difference in our lives. I'll bet you know the fragrance of your loved one. I'll bet that fragrance immediately affects your mood. The use of fragrance is as old as we are. Incense is burned in sanctuaries to help the congregation to enter into a holy state of mind. Men and women use fragrant perfumes to attract and turn on the person they desire to meet. Flowers attract the birds and bees with fragrance. If you wish to set a particular ambience in your home, use fragrance in addition to lighting and other effects. Which scents do you like? What different moods do they put you in? Do you use different scents for different things? If not, try it. You will be surprised by the power of the sense of smell. Since aromas act directly and very rapidly to affect physiological responses, when used properly they can help us create very fast healing responses. Aromatherapy has been used for healing for centuries. It was developed by the ancient Egyptians and used extensively in India and China. Our Native American medicine people have used it since their ancient past. It is becoming more popular now in America. You can purchase aromatic essential oils and aromatic plant essences for about any purpose you can think of. There are aromatics to calm you down and to perk you up, to relax muscles or energize you, to turn you on, or to turn you off. There are aromatics to take you into different states of being. There are different aromatics to energize and balance each chakra. And if they are made properly, they all work. It has been known for centuries that oil placed upon the skin helps the healing energy enter. But according to my HSB vision, more than that is going on, and more than the limbic system response mentioned above. It appears to me that some of the aromatics used in healing are actual auric essences that go directly into the auric field, providing it with the energy it needs, much as homeopathic remedies do. Muscles relax at the mere touch of a calming nutrient laid upon them. There certainly wasn't time for the oil to be absorbed into the skin or muscle. I can see the colored energies of the aromatic entering the field. In fact, a corridor for energy flow begins to open at the moment one reaches for the bottle containing the essence. So I suggest that you explore this area on your own, not only for healing, but also for setting the appropriate ambience in your home, OCE, or healing room. Be sure to use natural fragrances that are derived from natural substances. Don't use synthetics, they do not work. Creating an energy-wise space. There are several things you can do to keep the energy in your living space clean. Make sure it gets plenty of sunlight. It will charge the life energy in the room and not allow dead argon energy to accumulate. If low vibratory energy does start accumulating in the space, you can remove it by smudging the room by burning sweetgrass or sage. Or burn a combination of 1 capful of pure grain alcohol to 1/4 cup Epsom salts. I recommend that you keep plenty of plants in the room so that a fresh exchange of energy between plants and people is constant. Open the windows whenever possible for fresh air. Cleanliness and order in the space will keep the energy clear as well. Order is very important to maintain good positive energy in a space. Find a place for everything, so that order is easy to keep. Disorder creates a psychic drag on your system and sucks your energy. Disorder is an expression of inner chaos. It speaks to you about your unfinished inner business. If you tend to collect things that you won't use or don't really like much, you had better check out why, because it is sure to be affecting many other areas of your life. Order is a divine principle. Order functions to hold a space for us in which to do our life's work. Order creates a safe space in which the creative force within us can come forth. One patient who came to me because of a pain in her hip was not able to clean her apartment of all her old things, many of which had been left to her by her late mother. I gave as much healing as I could, but I continually received guidance that she needed to clean up her apartment to cure her hip. The hip pain was related to her not being able to let go of old leftover problems she had with her mother. She carried unrealistic guilt about this. When she finally let go of the unreal guilt and cleaned her apartment, her hip started to get better. It was amazing to watch. Every time she threw out another box of stuff, her hip got better. Many building materials used in houses are toxic to us. Fluorescent lights beat against your auric field, causing it to become incoherent. They produce dead argon energy that can make you sick. Just turn them off, put a piece of tape over the switch, and get some incandescent floor or table lamps. We are constantly adding pollutants to the air from our furnaces and gas appliances. Whenever people have their apartments exterminated, they breathe in some of the poison. Even the chemicals used to sterilize public places, like the toilets on a bus, are unhealthy to breathe. Even when toxins in the air are easy to detect, we still expect our bodies not to react when we breathe them. We slough it off, as if it were somebody else's problem. There is not only a great deal of air pollution in all our cities now, but a great deal of electromagnetic energy permeating everyone's living space. It is something that is very hard to detect naturally. Dr. Robert Becker's book, The Body Electric, describes his studies showing the effects of these radiations on the body. Dr. Becker presents studies that show there is a higher incidence of autoimmune diseases like leukemia and other forms of cancer in people whose homes are near high-tension power lines. We are waking up to the fact that we must do a lot to stop waste and pollution in our lives. The best place to start is at home. Recycle everything you can. It really isn't that hard. It is getting more organized every year. In fact, there is a great job market now in the new recycling industry. Here are some things you can do about pollution in your personal spaces. Live far away from high-tension wires. Use a good humidifying system in your home, something that evaporates water into the air. Don't use ultrasonic humidifiers that throw fine particles into the air, on which diseases are carried. Get a negative ion generator. Filter the air with a home air filter. Filter your water with a good 3-stage water filter. Use it for the whole house. Most home supply stores carry them now. To prevent winter light deficiency, add extra full spectrum lights, preferably halogen. Or get a special light box of 2500 lux. Use it for an hour a day. Remove or turn off fluorescent lights. If you have gas appliances, get a gas leak detector. Creating a healing space. It is very important to take care of your immediate environmental needs during an illness. Remember, you will be in a healing room, not a sick room. The more you surround yourself with the things that remind you of who you truly are, the more pleasant will be your time of illness. Make sure the room you are in is full of life, pleasure, and joy. Cover every detail of your physical needs, not only in the physical setting but in terms of light in the room, music, food, and favorite objects around you. Here is a list of things to have in your healing room, something to express all aspects of yourself, plenty of light. If it doesn't hurt your eyes, colored glass pictures hung in the windows, crystals hung in the windows that make rainbows from sunlight, your favorite pictures or wall hangings, plants and flowers, bright colored cloth of your favorite color, your favorite objects, your favorite music, within easy reach, things that you like to eat that are within your diet limitations, soft things to touch or hold if you get lonely, fragrances that please you, photos of your friends, fresh air. Be sure the energy of your living space expresses who you are. The energy composite of your living space is very important to your health and well-being. When choosing your furnishings in your living space, remember, they all contribute to its energy makeup. The size of a shape is important to your auric field. I don't like low ceilings because I can feel my auric field running through them. They make me feel squeezed in. I also like large rooms for the same reason. Use all the information in the preceding sections to help you answer the questions below about your living space. Some good questions to ask yourself about your living space are: is it comfortable and cozy for you? Do you like the amount of light it has? Are the colors right for you? Do you need plants? Does your space express all aspects of yourself? What do you need to add to include all of them? How does your space express your health? How does it express your illness? What do your closets say about your inner psyche? Does it clearly say who you are, or is it representing the part of you that needs attention, care, and love? Is it arranged the way you like it, or has something bothered you for years that you have not fixed or changed? Do you have things that you don't need or want and won't let go of? What other areas of your life does this affect? What else won't you let go of? What fear underlies this hanging on? How does your living space affect your relationships? Does the energy of your space express who you are? The same holds true for your working space, whether or not you own your business. Some good questions to ask yourself about your workspace are: what is the energy of your workspace like? How do your desk or tools or equipment feel and look? How does your work area feel and look? Is it in order? How does it express who you are? Does it serve you well? What else do you need to help you do your work? Does the energy of your workspace express who you are? 10. Your physical body as spiritual habitat. From the spiritual perspective, our bodies are vehicles with which to do a task. As we make the psychological adjustment to see our bodies as vehicles with which to accomplish one task in physical reality, taking care of our bodies in a new way becomes very important. Not only do we want to make them healthy, we want to keep them very clean and clear so that we can live in the highest possible balance with nature and with the highest possible sensitivity to higher sense perception. What we at one time may have called healthy may not look so healthy anymore. For example, eating heavy meats, sugars, and stimulants like coffee dulls our senses. What we wear enhances or slows down the flow of energy through our bodies. Hygiene becomes very important to keep our energy fields unpolluted. Looking at these areas and more improves not only your health but also your sensitivity to your energy field and all the energy fields around you. Personal hygiene for the physical body. Remember, your skin is the largest excretory organ of your body, so it is important to keep it in full working order. Be sure to use natural and non-toxic soaps or skin cleansers that are pH balanced for your skin. The skin has a natural acid mantle that helps prevent infection. If you use soaps that are too alkaline, you will remove the protective monday and leave yourself open for invasion. We all naturally lose the top layer of our skin as the old cells die off and are replaced with new ones. A shower brush helps remove these old cells. If you use skin moisturizing cream or lotion, be sure it is natural and pH balanced. The same goes for your makeup. Don't use shampoos or hair rinses that leave heavy residues on your hair. Make sure they are natural and non-toxic as well. Be sure to brush your teeth twice a day and floss once a day. Use natural toothpaste, or a combination of 1 part salt to 8 parts baking soda. Change your toothbrush every 2 weeks, or sterilize the one you have. There are also teeth cleaning devices on the market that remove plaque. Find out which one your dentist recommends and get it. They work very well for me. If you are too ill to do these things for yourself, or if you haven't used natural products before, get someone to help you. Grooming your energy field. Your energy field needs grooming just as your physical body does. As you know, dark stagnated energy accumulates in the auric field when it is not functioning properly. This happens when you hold on to negative feelings, when you have been under a great deal of stress, when you are exhausted and run down, and sometimes when you have been exposed to the heavy negative energies of others. Dark cloud-like masses accumulate in the 2nd level of the field, and heavy gooey mucus accumulates in the 4th level. You will know that you have accumulated dark clouds or heavy mucus in your field because you can feel it in different ways. You may have pain in the area where it is accumulated, like a low-level muscle ache or a headache. You may feel logy, tired, irritable, or sick. You may even feel that you weigh more than normal or are toxic or polluted. You may feel as if you were getting a cold or the flu. All of these things are signals to clean your field as soon as possible so that you will not get sick. Here are several ways to clear the dark clouds or mucus out of your field. Baths. One of the best ways I know to clear the field is to take a bath in sea salt and baking soda. You can use as much as 1 pound of each in a tub of water. This is a strong solution, so it tends to deplete your energy. But if you have picked up a lot of negative energy or have accumulated a lot of low vibratory energy from an illness, it is a good idea to try it this strong. Be sure that the water is not too hot. You will not be able to take the water as hot as you usually do without the salt and soda. If you have trouble with low blood pressure, be very careful, because in some cases people have been known to faint in this bath, and you don't want to take a chance with that. If you get dizzy, get out of the tub, and try it with cooler water. Soak for 20 minutes in the tub. Then lie in direct sunlight for 10 to 20 minutes to recharge your field. Use sunscreen. You will be surprised at how much cleaner and clearer you feel after such a bath. Other baths on the market today can clear the field. Check your local health food store for the ones they carry, and experiment with some of them. There are baths to pep you up, to help you sleep, and to help remove the lactic acid from sore muscles after exertion. It is always nice to accompany your bath with music and candlelight. If you do this, you can go into a deep healing state and do some visualizations during your bath. Smudging. You can also clear your field by smudging. Use a sage stick, sweetgrass, cedar, or any combination of these from your local health food store. Simply let the smoke from the stick diffuse through your auric field. It will take the door out of your field. Be sure you do this outdoors or with a door or window open. Some incenses also clear the field. Experiment with your favorite ones. Crystals. Hold a clean, clear quartz crystal in your hand, find the low vibratory energy in your field, and direct it into the crystal. Do this with your intention. This will only work if you are able to keep your mind completely clear of anything else while you do it. The minute your mind and your intention go to something else, the clearing stops and the negative energy goes back into your field. If you are an experienced meditator and can find the low vibratory energy in your field, you should be able to do this. Clean the crystal after you are finished. There are several ways to clean crystals. The easiest is to simply put them outside in the sunlight for a day or so. If you live near the ocean, you can bury them in the sand under the salt water for an afternoon or a day. Be careful, you may lose them doing it this way. You can soak them overnight in a solution of 1/4 teaspoon sea salt to 1 pint spring water. I have found all of the above methods work very well. I have heard that some people simply put them in dry sea salt for a day or so. I once observed Marcel Vogel clear them with a blast of energy from his third eye and a swipe of a well-energized hand. That, however, takes practice. Auric brush. Another good way to groom your auric field is with the simple auric brush. It is like brushing your hair, but now you will brush your aura. Do it with a partner. One person stands with legs spread to shoulder width, arms at the sides, with eyes closed. The other begins at the front of the body. With fingers spread wide, reach up as far above the head of your partner as you can. Imagine that your fingers grow 6 inches longer than they are. Begin now to use the elongated fingers of both hands as a brush. Make long continuous strokes from above the head down through the body, all the way to the ground. As you reach the ground, bell out the bottom of the field. Notice that your imaginary elongated fingers actually reach through the physical body. Make one long stroke down the body without stopping. Do not break your stroke. If you do, start over at the top of the head to prevent energy pile up. Now take a step around the body, and do the same thing so that you stroke right next to the last stroke. Continue all around the body, covering the entire body till you reach the place where you started. Make sure you do not leave areas undone. Now it's your turn to be stroked with the auric brush. This has a wonderful calming and grounding effect. Enjoy. Clothing and jewelry. Ever looked in your closet and there is nothing to wear, yet there are lots of clothes there? You may need a color that is not there. Your energy field responds to the colors you wear. Usually, you will want to wear the color that you lack or the one you feel harmonious with that day. For example, if you need more physical energy, you may need red that day. However, anger makes the energy field dark red. If you are feeling angry and do not want to get angry at work, you'd better not wear red to work. It may help charge your anger. On the other hand, red will help protect your field by warding off negative energy. It also will help keep you from absorbing negative energy. Whatever color you or others around you wear affects your mood. In general, the colors listed in figure 9-2, see this page, are effective in clothing as well. If you are ill and in your pajamas without much choice of color, you may still want someone to pull some of your favorite things out of the closet so that you can see them and absorb their color. You could try to get different colored pajamas. Or pick the color you need according to the chart, and get a friend to buy a yard or so of cotton cloth that color. Drape it on your bed. Colored light bulbs or a large green spotlight help a great deal. Flowers are also great to add color to cheer up your surroundings. A healer friend of mine told me that her MS patient improved after she started wearing red socks to energize her legs. The client was sure the red socks had a lot to do with it. Wear natural fibers. They have a strong positive effect on the energy field, enhancing and sustaining it. Cottons, silks, and wools are best. Fabrics that are mixtures are also fine. Be sure there is more of the natural fiber than the synthetic. It is best to avoid fabrics made from petroleum byproducts, especially if you think you might be sensitive to them. These are acrylics, polyesters, and nylon. These synthetic fabrics interfere with the natural energy flow of the human energy field. Nylon stockings strongly interfere with the energy flow up and down the legs and are, in my opinion, related to many modern female illnesses. I recommend that you wear them only when you really have to. Find silk stockings somewhere if you can. If you wear jewelry or crystals, make sure they are within the healthy vibrational range of your field. To test this, hold them firmly in the palm of your hand and feel the effect they have on your hand. Does their energy feel heavy or light? Sharp or soft? Does it pierce into your field, or gently soothe the outside of your field? Does it rev you up or calm you down? Does it charge you with the types of energies that you need, or does it pull energy from you because its vibrations are too slow for you? Find out where it feels more comfortable by feeling your energy as you place it on different places on your body. Are you comfortable with it? Perhaps you need a particular color in your auric field. Ask yourself, for what purpose are you wearing this crystal? Does it do the job? Ask your guidance what you are to do with this crystal. Repeat this procedure with all your crystals and all your jewelry. It is possible to get sick from wearing objects that belong to other people whose energies are not compatible with yours. To prevent this from happening, if you are given or inherit an old piece of jewelry, soak it for a week in salt water. Use 4 tablespoons of sea salt to 1 quart of spring water. If possible, leave the bath with the object in it in the sun. The life energy in the food you eat. All of the food that you eat is filled with life energy. Different foods carry different energy combinations. This means that when you eat food, you imbibe the energy in the food. If this energy is what your auric field needs, it will help your body and your health. If the energy in the food you eat is not what your field needs, then it will interfere with your health. We need a lot of additional research to clarify how the life energy in our food affects us. The 2 major investigators I know of who have investigated life energy in our food are the famous Michio Kushi, who developed macrobiotics, and Dr. Hazel Parcells, a naturopathic physician in Albuquerque, New Mexico, who studied the life energy in organically grown foods as compared to the life energy in foods that have been grown with pesticides. Macrobiotics essentially divides foods by their energy into 2 basic groups, those that contain yin, or female, energy, and those that contain yang, or male, energy. All foods can be designated on a line depicting a degree of either yin or yang, with neutral in the middle. According to macrobiotics, we need a certain combination of types of foods based on the energy that they carry. This combination varies with who we are, the season of the year, and the location we live in. Macrobiotics is very popular in this country now. I have seen many people get well from it. Other people have not done so well on it because their bodies could not adjust to it. It was a drastic change in their lifelong diet, or it simply wasn't what their bodies needed at the time. Dr. Hazel Parcells is a longtime healer who is 103 at the time of this writing and still practicing her art. She pioneered in the field of measuring the life energies in foods to determine if they had life-supporting or life-enhancing energy rates. Energy rates means frequency of pulsations. She devised a method to measure life energy rates in food with a pendulum. If any food measures below the life-supporting or enhancing rate, she advises not to eat it. If eaten, it simply takes energy out of the system. According to Parcells, there are 2 major things that decrease the life energy rates in food. The first is pollution from such things as pesticides and acid rain. In order for food to be healthy, it must maintain an auric pulse rate that is at least as high as the human energy field pulse rate. Fresh, naturally grown foods always have higher energy than those that are polluted with pesticides. Organic food contains the life energy vibratory patterns we need for our health. Organic food is healthy not only because it maintains the normal energy pattern of the produce but because it maintains an intensity and vibration rate high enough to sustain life. It also contains more natural nutrients such as vitamins and minerals. Doctors Patrick and Gail Crystal Flanagan of Flagstaff, Arizona, have been observing the effect of nutrients on the blood through a high-powered dark field microscope for many years. They have found that organic raw fruits and vegetables as well as their juices quickly affect the blood in a positive way. Raw fruits and vegetables provide trace minerals and live enzymes that are powerful blood catalysts. The fluid within the cells of organic fruits and vegetables has a high zeta potential or negative electrical charge. The zeta potential is the force that maintains the discreteness of the billions of circulating cells that nourish the human organism. Our blood cells are kept in circulation by it. If the zeta potential is low, toxins cannot be suspended for elimination, nutrients cannot be suspended for transportation to the cells, and the entire system becomes clogged. The Flanagans have found that poisons and pollutants tend to destroy the zeta potential in the foods we eat, thereby making them very hard to utilize for the body's nutritional needs. Saturated fats and animal fats found in milk, dairy products, potato chips, processed foods and meats tend to cause blood clumping and stickiness. This interferes with the mobility and ability of the blood to transport nutrients to the cells. It also stops the body from eliminating toxins. Certain positively charged ions like the aluminum ion are extremely destructive to the balance of the biological colloidal system. This is why we should not use aluminum pots and pans for cooking. We should carefully avoid aluminum-containing products such as antacids, baking powders, and deodorants. Pesticides not only decrease the vibrational rate of produce to below that which sustains life, they disfigure the energy field pattern of the produce, thereby changing its nature. The more pesticides in foods, the more the energy field of the food is distorted and weakened. Parcels has ways of removing the negative energy effects of poisons left in whole foods such as vegetables, fruits, and eggs. The formula may seem absurd because it is so simple, but it restores the original pattern and intensity of the life energy field of the produce. It works for vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and whole raw eggs. It does not work for any food that no longer has its energy field intact, such as meat, poultry, processed foods, milled grains, or dairy. Simply fill your sink with cool water. Add a cap full of Clorox. It must be plain Clorox, without anything added to it, not new and improved with special scents or anything. Put all the garden produce and eggs that you bring home from the grocery store to soak in the sink for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, rinse everything in cool water, and you are finished. Simply store in the refrigerator as usual. Dr. Parcells states that the second major way food loses its energy is by spoiling. As foods spoil, they lose their frequency rate and vibrate at a frequency lower than life. If you eat these foods, they will simply decrease the rate of vibration of your field. Your field will have to make up for the decreased frequency by drawing energy from another source, such as the digestive organs, or discard it as waste energy. It is better not to eat them. Be sure your food is fresh. Overcooking food also decreases the life energy in it. So it is great to have lightly steamed vegetables rather than fully cooked ones. There are other things that affect the energy in foods. For example, when animals are slaughtered in terror, their auras have the energy configuration of terror. The aura of terror, which is grayish-white with sharp points, is then taken into the persons who eat it. They then must clear the energy of terror out of their field. From my perspective, this is one of the reasons why rabbis do a ceremony before slaughtering cattle for kosher meat. To keep the energy in meat clean and synchronized with earth energies, Native American people took only the meat they needed to eat. They did it in reverence and gratitude. They would ask permission in ceremony to receive the nourishment from the animals about to be hunted and killed. By doing this, they were holographically maintaining the fourth level connection to the animals, whom they saw as equal inhabitants of the earth. In the ceremony there is acknowledgement that one day the person would also be consumed to nourish other forms of life and thereby maintain the great cycle of life-eating life to remain alive. This was a way of staying within the divine pattern of God's will. Synthetic vitamins and minerals do not have the normal energy field of natural vitamins and minerals that your energy field needs. Therefore, taking synthetic vitamins and minerals will not necessarily fulfill your energy field needs. Medicines are not made with the energy field in mind. Many of them cause strong negative effects in the field, such as decreasing or changing the normal vibration levels needed to maintain health. Homeopathic remedies, on the other hand, are energy medicine and work directly through the field to the physical body. The higher the potency, the higher the auric level they affect your eating habits and your aura. Be sure to eat when you are hungry. When a field does not receive all the types of energy it needs, or when there is no food available, the energy field gets very depleted. The longer hunger goes on, the more depleted the field gets. The field will get depleted in the areas of the field where the particular energies are lacking and where it is already weak. One of the hardest things about healing back problems is preventing rangery. Rangeries always occur when the client is hungry. I asked clients with back problems to carry little snack bags of fresh nuts and raisins with them to work. Every time they were late for a meal, they could eat to keep up their blood sugar level. They did not ranger themselves then. Their blood sugar level was apparently affecting the strength of their muscles and also their physical awareness as to what was okay and what was not okay to do. Overeating, on the other hand, can cause the vibrations of a field to decrease, and the person to go into depression. The aura of overeating looks dark and slimy. It is full of toxins. When you do not drink when you need to, your energy field begins to contract. After a long time of thirst, it begins to get brittle. If your thirst continues and dehydration sets in, your auric field will begin to splinter. Pay attention to your food when you eat it, and make it look appealing. Give yourself enough time to eat. Chew your food well. It is extremely important not to have a stressful meeting while you eat. Stress immediately affects the third chakra by closing it down or tightening it. The third chakra brings the life energies to your digestive organs. Remember, the food is going to nourish your cells and become you once it is inside your body. Before you begin to eat, do a little meditation with your hands placed over your food to give it energy and synchronize with it. Visualize it nourishing you. Give thanks for it. Then, as you eat, follow your food all the way through your digestive system and into your cells. It will help you appreciate it. General guidelines for good food to eat. Everyone needs a diet that is especially suited to him or her. This diet will change with the seasons and over time. If you are having any digestive problems such as intestinal gas, please get yourself checked out for what you may be allergic to or what digestive organs are not functioning properly. Exhaustion, dizziness, inability to think clearly, and even spinal misalignment can all be related to food allergies. Bloating after meals is very common for people of middle age in this country and often is related to the inability of the body to digest carbohydrates and polysaccharides. Many diseases such as Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, diverticulitis, celiac disease, cystic fibrosis, and chronic diarrhea have been cured or alleviated through a low-carbohydrate, or specific carbohydrate diet. If you are in good health, probably your diet is working for you. I hesitate to recommend any specific diet because everyone's needs are so individual. However, here are some good general guidelines for healthy ways to eat. Eat only organic food. Its energy field is stronger, and it has a vibration rate high enough to sustain and enhance life. If you can't get it, use Dr. Parcells's cleaning methods to restore the original energy patterns. Choose unprocessed foods. If you buy packaged food, be sure to read the label to check what may have been added in processing. Drink only fresh spring water, bottled in glass, or get a very good water filtration system. What to eat? Your diet should consist mostly of whole grains, salad, and fresh organic vegetables in season. That means more root vegetables in the winter to synchronize you with winter earth energies. You can also eat fresh fish, organic lean meats like turkey or chicken breast, and some other meats like lamb, depending on your body's needs. Be sure to use cold-pressed polyunsaturated oils on your salad. Some studies have shown that certain oils, like cod liver oil and linseed oil, reduce the cholesterol in the blood. They are also high in vitamin A. You may want to add them to your diet. Steam or roast your food whenever possible. Or eat it raw. Choose fresh whole grains over bread and pasta. Whole grains retain life energy much longer than flour. Mixing grains, corn, and beans to get complete protein is good. Dried beans need to be cooked slowly and well so that they are easier to digest. Many people have trouble digesting soybeans. If you get gas from eating beans, it means you have not digested the food completely. Cut them out of your diet till you are stronger. Try tofu. It is partially digested for you. Buy only fresh nuts and keep them in the refrigerator. When they go rancid, they are very hard to digest, and it is best not to eat them. Remember, nuts are high in oils, so be sure they are okay for you. Don't eat too many. What not to eat? Cut out all foods that have preservatives or other chemical additives because their vibrational rate is not life-supporting. Keep your diet low in foods that have fat, cholesterol, sugar, salt, and dairy, low in acidic foods like tomatoes, and low in foods that have stimulants like coffee and chocolate. Dairy foods and sometimes wheat tend to produce mucus in the system. I suggest that you limit your dairy intake to very little or none. There are lots of non-fat, lactose-reduced dairy products on the market today. You may want to try them. Many people have negative reactions to nightshades, such as eggplant and green peppers. Do not eat bottom fish like sole or fluke, or the kinds that have been polluted. Each year, different fish in different areas of the world seas get polluted in different ways. To keep informed as to what is clean enough to eat, ask your local health food store people or check with the FDA. Read the labels on any packaged food. You get to find out what it is that you are buying. Do this especially in the health food stores on items that say they are protein snacks. Most of them really aren't. They are a new age way of denying our intake of sweets. Most of that stuff is really just new age junk food. Watch your distribution of calorie intake. Get one of the many little books that are on the market that show the amount of calories and cholesterol and the different types of fat in different foods. Use it as a guideline to choose the foods you will eat. There are also some good books that give diets that balance specific ratios of protein, fruit, vegetables, carbohydrates, and fat. They even give specific meal plans and recipes. Read the labels of the food you buy to determine the grams of protein, carbohydrates, fat, and cholesterol. If the label doesn't tell you what you need to know, you may not want to purchase the product. Many labels are very misleading just to make a sale. Food combinations. It is easier for your body to digest certain combinations of food. Hard to digest food will stay in the system and dump toxins into your body. Mucus in the digestive tract is composed of long strings of undigested protein. If you follow simple guidelines in mixing food according to the digestive process, your body will more easily digest them. Grains and vegetables go together well. In general, we could say starches and vegetables go together well. So do proteins and vegetables, like meat and vegetables or nuts and vegetables. Oil and leafy greens or oil and acid or subacid fruits digest okay together. But oil with sweet fruits like bananas or dates does not. Remember, oil slows digestion. Things that are hard to digest together are protein and starch, meat and potatoes, oil and starch, or fruit and starch. Eat melon alone, and wait a couple of hours before eating anything else. Any fruit makes a great snack. Fruit is best eaten alone, as are fruit juices. If you have juice in the morning, drink it as soon as you get up. Wait a half to 1 hour, then have breakfast. Drinking the waters of life. Water is very important to our health. Water is the carrier of all nutrients to the cells, including oxygen. We cannot even breathe without water. The human brain is composed of over 90% water, and the body is at least 70% water. Even bones are 60% water. Since our bodies are composed of mostly water, the type of water we drink has a profound influence on our well-being. There are several places on Earth that have special water where people live to be 100 or more. The Flanagans have found that this special water is full of natural colloidal mineral clusters that are suspended by an electrical charge or zeta potential. This alters the surface tension of the water and makes it a more efficient solvent and wetting agent. It is the solvent nature of water that enables it to perform its functions in the living system. Certain minerals in this special water actually alter the structure of the water so that it closely resembles that found in the cells of living fruits and vegetables. Aluminum salts are used to precipitate or coagulate organic colloids out of many municipal water supply systems. Free aluminum ions are sometimes found in city tap water. These aluminum ions neutralize the zeta potential in the water, and make it very unhealthy to drink because it will decrease our blood's capability to carry nutrients to the cells and toxins away from the cells. Therefore it is important to drink fresh spring water, or water that has been distilled or run through a reverse osmosis system. Vitamins and minerals. Take only natural vitamins and minerals. They carry natural earth energy. Many people have strong negative reactions to some of the vitamins they take because they are sensitive to the binders with which vitamins are made. If your diet is good, you may not need them. Be aware of the stress changes on your body as you go through your normal schedule. There are times when you need them and times when you don't. If you do eat foods that have been grown on weak soil, you may need vitamins to make up for the deficiencies in your food. If you are working in the healthcare field and have a lot of personal contact with ill people, you need to supplement your diet with vitamins and minerals. Be sure to get a good multi-mineral or vitamin natural product, and be sure to take extra amounts of calcium, potassium, magnesium, and vitamin C. Take liquid calcium so that it gets digested in the stomach rather than in the lower intestines. Never take vitamin C without taking vitamins A and E. Again, the amount depends upon your body. The algae on the market today is a very good source of minerals and vitamins. The Flanagans have found that all natural raw vegetarian foods contain more than twice as much magnesium as calcium. In addition, they contain at least 5 times as much potassium as sodium. The sodium or potassium balance controls blood mobility through electrical charge balance, while the magnesium or calcium balance affects the output of hormones that control the mobility of these ions in and out of the bones and soft tissues. These hormones can directly affect blood balance. The Flanagans state that excess magnesium helps to move calcium away from soft tissue and into the bones where it belongs. When calcium is in excess to magnesium, hormones are released that move calcium away from bones and into soft tissue where the excess calcium ions destroy cells. For years I have observed this in the bodies of my clients. I was so pleased to see it verified scientifically that I wanted to mention it. It is important to absorb nutrients over time in order for them to be effective. Therefore, do not take all of your vitamins at once, rather spread them out, so that your blood levels can be maintained at a healthy level throughout the day. Creating your special diet. If you have a serious illness, an important part of your healing plan must include planning your diet. Which diet is right for you depends on what your problem is and what treatment modalities you have chosen. Some physicians and healers have not been thoroughly trained in dietary healing. If yours are not, get someone who specializes in diet to work on your healing team. Be sure that they know something about the energy in food and food balancing as well as its physical nutrition. Work openly with your physician, your healer, and your other healthcare professionals. Some healthcare professionals may vary your diet week to week or month to month, depending upon your progress. The foods you eat must not only nourish you in specific ways according to your condition, they must also be easy for your system to digest. Most likely it will be important to regulate your protein, fat, and carbohydrate intake, as well as salt, sweets, and stimulants. You may have to have everything cooked to aid in your digestion. Remember, no matter what the diet is, you still should be able to find ways to choose the things you like to eat. Macrobiotics is well known today. As I said earlier, I have found it very helpful for many of the people who follow it. Others were not helped. Some of the basic principles of food balancing in macrobiotics are very important. I have seen macrobiotic diets clear the energy field very nicely. If you are having any kind of radiation treatments, consider going macrobiotic. According to Michio and Avellini Kushi, macrobiotics is very effective in curing radiation sickness. In his book Macrobiotic Diet, Michio Kushi states, at the time of the atomic bombing of Nagasaki in 1945, Tatsuichiro Akizuki, MD, was director of the Department of Internal Medicine at St. Francis Hospital in Nagasaki. Most patients in the hospital, located 1 mile from the center of the blast, survived the initial effects of the bomb, but soon after came down with symptoms of radiation sickness from the radioactivity that had been released. Dr. Akizuki fed his staff and patients a strict macrobiotic diet of brown rice, miso, and tamari soy sauce soup, wakame and other sea vegetables, Hokkaido pumpkin, and sea salt, and prohibited the consumption of sugar and sweets. As a result, he saved everyone in his hospital, while many other survivors in the city perished from radiation sickness. Other healing diets, such as the Pritikin diet and Dr. Ann Wigmore's diets, have helped people who are ill. I have seen many people helped a great deal with a high-protein diet set out for them by biochemists. The Fit for Life diet, which includes a lot of fruit in the morning, helped many people lose weight, feel lighter and healthier, and be more energized. But others, who had candida, yeast infections, got worse because of the high fructose in that diet. See the bibliography for books about these diets. Be open to exploring, but pay attention to how the diet is working for you. Some healthcare professionals recommend special fasts, cleansing diets, or special purges like enemas, colonics, or liver flushes to clear the system. These are effective when used with care and consideration of your body and its tolerances. If you want to fast, get some guidance on what kind of fast is best for you. Don't do it without learning how, because you could hurt yourself. While enemas and colonics provide fast clearing of the body's toxins, they also wash away your natural digestive fluids, which you will need to replace. If you take too many of them, you can get weaker. Do not just get a few colonics on your own. If you do colonics, you need one healthcare professional in charge of your overall program. It is best that the part of the colonic apparatus that is inserted into you has never been used before. If not, buy that part for yourself only to use. I have seen some patients greatly helped by colonics and others weakened from taking too many. If you are allergic to coffee, don't take a coffee enema. Use pure water instead. Coffee could send your body into convulsions. If you're not allergic to coffee, you may on the other hand feel very cleansed and get a high from it. Once you have the specifics of what is best for you to eat, you can then utilize the general guidelines for good food to eat above to choose the foods that can make up that diet. Energy exercises for all your bodies. Studies show that if you exercise, you not only reduce your aging rate, you can reverse it. It is never too late to start. Recently in Time magazine there was a picture of an 80-year-old grandmother who took up karate and became a black belt within 2 or so years. The American Heart Association recommends at least a good 20 minutes of aerobic type exercise, a minimum of 3 times a week. You can work up to 5 times per week if you like. By aerobic, they mean any activity that works large muscle groups to continuously maintain an elevated heart rate of 60 to 65% maximum heart rate for 15 minutes or longer. Your maximum heart rate is the absolute capability of your heart to beat. Of course, you don't want to exercise at that rate since it would severely strain your heart, perhaps to the point of death. You can determine your maximum heart rate by subtracting your age from 220. This includes aerobic workout or dancing, walking, biking, swimming, rowing, jumping rope, and cross-country skiing. Aerobic exercise keeps your circulatory system strong and usually does not build muscles or help you lose much weight. You start to lose weight only after the 20-minute period is up. Therefore, you have to keep going longer. To build muscle you need to exercise in other ways. Find out how from your local health club. The best way to lose weight is to exercise and to eat well, as described in the section on food. Studies have shown that it is much better to exercise and eat than to severely limit your food intake to lose weight. Yoga is very good for the body, as well as for all the levels of the auric field, when done with a good instructor. It helps establish a strong body-mind connection and brings large amounts of smooth-flowing energy to your system. Some of the postures are designed to balance and charge acupuncture meridians. You will need to supplement it with the aerobic workout for your heart. Regular swimming, dance, and aerobic exercises charge the first level of the field quite well, provided that all parts of the body are given attention. Exercise machines, such as the Nautilus, will increase the strength of the muscles of the first level of the field, and somewhat that of the organs, but not as well as faster movement exercises. For levels 1 through 3 of your auric field, the energy bodies associated with the material world, Tai Chi and Qi Gong, give balance and charge and strength to the field on the first through the third levels. If done correctly according to individual needs, they can strengthen all parts of the body and bring about health. Tai Chi and Qi Gong are wonderful for increasing your energy, your body-mind connection, and your grounding. I think such soft martial arts are the best types of body-mind trainings there are, provided the instructors are well trained. Tai Chi and Qi Gong can strengthen more levels, depending how well the mind-body interface is focused. They can strengthen the higher levels if practiced with meditation. All of these exercises are done with specific breathing techniques that charge and balance the auric field. Exercise, energy exchange. The following energy exchange exercise does great things for the fourth level of the field. These exercises are done with a partner. Put on some music you like, and stand face to face with a partner. Begin by putting your palms up together with your partner's palms, close but not touching. Now move to the music, keeping your palms synchronized. Notice how easy it becomes after some practice. When it becomes easy, try closing your eyes. Continue moving to the music. You may be surprised at how easy it is to synchronize with another's energy. Once you are synchronized, open your eyes again. Now bring some of your focus to yourself. How are you doing this? What are you doing with your energy field to make this possible? Search for particular feelings in your field so that you will know how to recreate this state of communion again. Enjoy this exercise with another partner. How is it different? How is it the same? Continue as long as you like. Try the same exercise without music. How do you like it this way? Once you have become used to the state of communion, you can apply it in other situations. If someone calls for help, try it. If you are about to get into an argument with someone, try it. Breathing and exercise. Through breath control we can regulate and direct the flow of energy through our body and auric field. Any good exercise includes breath regulation. Healers breathe strongly and deeply to increase their energy and power for healing. Many people in our culture do not breathe deeply and use only the upper chest breathing. This keeps the energy field weaker than it could be. Deep diaphragmatic breathing is automatic in children, but we begin to cut our breath down as we block our feelings. Holding our breath or dampening our breathing is the best way to stop feelings and anesthetize ourselves. The lungs are associated with freedom. If we dampen our breathing or let the chest collapse, we feel sadness. Our shallow breathing in this culture is related to our feelings of being trapped in a world we cannot control and feel very unsafe and unfulfilled in. Breathing fully and deeply with our diaphragms helps us feel the power to regain our freedom and works to release the spirit of fear in which we are all held in this nuclear age. Here is a simple breathing exercise. Stand with your knees bent, legs at shoulder width, so that your knees come over your feet, or sit upright in a chair with only the lower part of your back supported. Relax. With your right index finger, hold your left nostril closed. Take a deep breath in through your right nostril. Hold it, close your right nostril with your right thumb. Now breathe out the left nostril. Then breathe in the left nostril. Hold your breath. Close your left nostril with your right index finger. Release your right nostril and breathe out. Repeat this breathing while pulling your diaphragm down so that your lower abdomen thrusts out on your breast. Fill your whole chest with air. Now you can add a simple mantra if you choose for each in and out breath: freedom, power, health. When you get used to the feeling of deep breathing, you can do it through both nostrils anytime. Hopefully, it will become a healthy habit. In martial arts, the direction of strength and power is always the direction of the energy flow. A sharp outburst of energy directed at an opponent is always accompanied by a large forced out breath and a loud cry. Martial arts, in which two people interact with each other's energy fields, will charge and strengthen the fourth level of the auric field, the level of relationship. However, the best physical exercise I can think of to enhance the fourth level of your auric field is to dance. Dance is always done in relationship, if not to another person, then to the music itself. The fifth, sixth, and seventh levels of the field are the energy bodies associated with the spiritual world. These levels of the field are charged, balanced, and strengthened by doing special exercises such as Kundalini Yoga and Kriya Yoga that combine yoga positions with the breath of fire. It is best to learn these from a good instructor. Breath of fire is a type of fast pant breath that uses the diaphragm as a pump. It gives a very powerful charge to the aura, very quickly. The last breath is taken deeply and held, then slowly let go. By doing this in different yoga positions, the exerciser first charges the field, then directs the energy to exactly where it is needed. We all need exercise, even when ill. One patient of mine who was mostly bedridden for years from a spinal injury could walk only short distances with a walker or with help. She got tired of that and hired a person who walked dogs to walk her. At first it was a very short distance. Now it is several times around the block. This improved her health so much that she no longer needs a wheelchair. Whatever your condition is, be sure to get whatever kind of exercise you can do. It is very important. If you are too ill to do much, do a little. Carl Simonton, MD, in his book The Healing Journey, recommends a range of motion exercises in bed. I highly recommend these. Choose your type of exercise. If possible, find someone who knows about exercise and get them to design some just for you in your condition. There are forms of Tai Chi and Qigong that are designed specifically for healing. They are designed to open each acupuncture meridian. If possible, have a good Tai Chi instructor come to your house to work specifically with you. A little walk will do you a world of good. If it's warm, get outside into the sunlight and get a breath of fresh air. As you recover, you will be able to walk farther. Eventually you can work up to a good 1/2 to 1 hour brisk walk. Sleep and rest. When you are tired, your auric field shrinks and is dull. Its colors are washed out. It's otherwise normally beautiful, bright 6th level rays of light stream out in all directions, sag and droop. The longer you go without rest, the more dilapidated your field looks. The sooner you get rest when you are tired, the quicker the aura regains its normal fullness, brilliance, luster, and shape. Some people need a good 9 to 10 hours rest, some need 8, some less. Generally, we need less rest as we get older. Some people need the rest all in one shot, others need it more often in smaller amounts. Some people are night owls, some are morning people. When and how much rest you need is highly individual. It's a good idea to listen to what your body wants and to try to follow it. During the 15 or so years I had a healing practice, I struggled with this problem. I found that I became extremely tired between 1:30 and 2:45 p.m. It was very difficult to give healings during that time. I realized that it simply wasn't working for me, so I changed my schedule. Since I am a morning person, I began early. I gave 4 healings between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. Then I ate from 1 o'clock to 1:30, slept from 1:30 to 2:45, and gave healings between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock or 6 p.m. It took me only a couple of minutes to fall asleep at 1:30. Each time I would see myself going into a white light. Like clockwork I would wake up at 2:45 and be ready for a new day. It was like having 2 days in one and really worked for me. There are no rules for how you ought to sleep, other than rest when you are tired and according to your body rhythms. Experiment with what works for you, and try it for a while. You will be surprised at how much more energy you have. Don't keep your rest schedule rigid over a long period of time, because it will change. Just go with your flow that keeps your aura bright and charged. How you use your time. How you spend your time on a daily and weekly basis is very important to your physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual well-being. Remember, each level of your auric field corresponds to specific aspects of your life. The only way to keep your field healthy and charged is by giving time and focus to each aspect. You probably won't be able to give equal time to all aspects of your life. But be sure to give at least several hours a week to all aspects. Things included in your time activities budget are time for yourself alone, your mate, your family and friends, your work and social life, and your relaxation. If you tend to spend more time in one of these to the detriment of the others, schedule the forgotten activities on your calendar. If you are a workaholic type, be sure to schedule alone times and times with your spouse as thoroughly as you schedule your work time. Give adequate time to developing each aspect of your life in order to develop each aspect of your auric field. Let's go over them again. To keep your physical body and first level of the field in good condition, spend time doing physical activities and exercises and eat well. To keep your second level healthy is to love yourself. Spend time giving yourself loving caring and doing whatever you feel like doing. You need time for yourself, at least 1 hour a day or 1 day a week that is devoted to you and whatever you want to do. That means that you are taking care of yourself that day, not other people. Play your favorite games or music. Be with your favorite people or be alone, your choice. Do things that you haven't given yourself time to do. To keep your third level healthy, spend time using your mind. Read books, problem solve, create new ideas. Your fourth level can be kept healthy by maintaining a good working intimate relationship and supportive friendships. The higher three levels of your field can be kept healthy by following spiritual practices that are right for you, such as meditation, prayer, working with divine will, and deep contemplation. When you are ill, you can still maintain activities in all 7 aspects of your life. Of course, they will be different from what you may consider to be normal. In fact, you are more likely to have more time to devote to the spiritual aspects of your life. This helps a great deal in your healing. In illness, some of the biggest changes in your time activity budget will be in your work and your relationships. The time you once spent at your work or taking care of your family is now spent taking care of yourself. This may seem very strange at first if you aren't used to it. It may be especially hard if you have spent a great deal of your life doing your work and if work is one of the major ways you have felt good about yourself. You may have used your work to define who you are. Suddenly, you no longer have that part of your life in an active way. This will be very threatening at first. Be sure to give these threatening feelings time and space. Meditate on it yourself, and discuss it with friends. Tell them exactly how you are threatened, and they will be able to help you. Remember, no matter how important your work, it is not more important than you are. As you learn to let go of that self-definition for the time your illness requires, you will find deeper areas of yourself that were pushed away in your busy life, and that you may have not met for a long time. Your first order of business is to take care of yourself. Try it for a while, you might just find out that you like it. Whatever your work skills are, they will also come in handy now, because you can take what you have learned in the work area of your life and apply it to your new project, healing yourself. For example, if you have been a manager, you will be able to use your organizational skills to organize your healing team and your healing plan. On the other hand, it may be good for you to just let go and let someone else do it. You will find your life rhythms changing during an illness. When you are healthy, your life rhythms will flow in ways you consider to be natural for you. For example, you probably wake up at a regular time most days and get sleepy at another, say, in the middle of the day. You may go to bed early, or maybe you are a night owl. You probably get hungry at regular times during the day and eat certain sized meals that you drink are natural and healthy. You probably prefer to do exercises at a certain time of day and not at another time. Don't get alarmed when all this changes. Don't try to force yourself to keep the old rhythm or to go back to it. That is not healthy. You are moving into different healthy rhythm cycles. Your appetite will change. Your sleeping hours will change. You may even get to sleep when you always wanted to but had to work. You may have more energy when other people are dozing off, or vice versa. The healthy rhythm for you now is the one your body chooses. Now is the time to simply go with your body's new healing rhythms. Eventually they will settle into what you label as normal. You just need a little adjustment. Your rhythms may not ever revert back to what you called healthy and normal before you got ill. That's okay. You will probably like the new ones better. Some good questions to ask yourself about taking care of your physical body and your auric field are, do I need to improve any of my personal hygiene habits? What is the best kind of exercise for me now? What is the best diet for me now? What clothing and jewelry best suit me now? What colors do I need to wear now, considering my moods and my state of health? Is my diet right for me? Do I consider the life energy in the foods I choose? Is my time budget the best for me? 11. Healing yourself with love by letting go of perfectionism. You are your primary healer. One of the most powerful paths of self-healing is to enter into a positive emotional relationship with yourself. Most of us need a lot of work in this area. We simply will not accept ourselves the way we are. For example, a guilt feeling is nothing but the rejection of the state in which we find ourselves in the moment, indicating that we are unwilling to accept ourselves as we are now. That is, if we feel guilty for something we have done or not done, then either we are procrastinating doing something to rectify it, we are still processing it, or we have made the choice to punish ourselves with guilt because our actions did not express our integrity. It is easier to feel guilty for something than to do what we must to keep our integrity. We fear whatever it is we must do. It is easier to feel guilty than to face our fear. Our guilt covers our fear, but it leads to self-rejection. We choose self-rejection over fear. The most epidemic health problem we have is self-hatred. I understand that this may sound outrageous, especially to someone who has not felt self-hatred or who is in denial. But whenever you get to know anyone more deeply, you find a kernel of self-hatred inside them that runs very deep. Rather than calling it self-hatred, we use the term low self-esteem. Inside each person is a constant struggle for self-esteem that covers the self-hatred. The struggle for self-esteem rarely stops. Everyone tries to be special in some way to prove their self-worth. It may not be conscious, but it shows in behavior, both underachieving and overachieving. There are those who try harder and those who don't even bother. We are in a vicious cycle. We try, or blatantly don't try, to prove we are worthy by a set of standards we laid out for ourselves in childhood. Yet when we do attain the goals laid out in those standards, we simply disregard them and pursue different ones. We base our self-worth on what we expect of ourselves. We demand an impossible perfection from ourselves. Then we judge and reject ourselves when we do not achieve that perfection. We demand a never-ending list of accomplishments from ourselves. As we achieve each one, we ignore and devalue it. We immediately focus on the next hurdle to surmount. We don't allow time for the accomplishment to sink in or to congratulate ourselves for what we have done or for what we have become through our effort and struggle. We do not give ourselves the gifts that we have achieved or have given to others. Just ask healers to compare the number of their self-healings to the number of healings given to others. Ask musicians if they can listen to and enjoy their own music without being judgmental. No wonder there are people who don't even try to achieve anything. They see the folly in the whole game, so they refuse to play. Unfortunately, they kill their creativity, spirit, life energy, and sometimes their bodies in the process. There are two levels of causes under all this striving or non-striving. One is the level of psychological cause. The other is the deeper, spiritual cause. The cause of self-hatred on the psychological level. On the psychological level, the cause of self-hatred is self-betrayal, which begins for us in early childhood. Since we were small children, we have disliked ourselves when we couldn't do what we thought we ought to be able to do, whether it was something we initiated or something that was requested of us by a parent, teacher, or some other authority. Remember, we were small children. We had very little sense of what is possible. What we do know is that, like all children, we were born with unconditional love for those around us. We want all those around us to be happy and loving. We expect unconditional love from those around us. Unfortunately, things rarely work out that way. Here's what happens instead. When we see other people in our lives, almost all of them bigger than we are, expressing their negative feelings, it scares us. Many adults overpower us when they are angry or when we express our negative feelings. This happens even if we have a really good reason for negative feelings that are truly expressing our response to a bad situation. As small children, this overpowering feels life-threatening, so we suppress our justified response to a life situation. In addition to the suppression of justified negative reactions, we have no way of dealing with the fact that people in our family aren't always loving to each other and that they express fear and hatred. So we do the logical, to a child, thing. We try to make the hurts go away and everything all better. We deny our own feelings, and betray ourselves in the process. Of course, to take care of everyone in this way is an impossible task. But that doesn't stop us. The more we try to smooth things over and deny negative feelings in ourselves and others, the less true to ourselves and our original impulse of unconditional love we're being. The harder we try to make everything right, the more helpless we feel, and the more of an imposter, betraying who we really are, we become. Underneath, we are trying to get the love we expected. The more we try and don't succeed to get the love, the more we become convinced that we are unlovable, and the less we are able to love ourselves. See the development of the mask self, described in Chapter 1. There is another part of this vicious cycle that makes things even worse. As small children, when we do succeed and get praise or help on how to succeed even more, inside we feel something is wrong because we still didn't get the love we wanted. Instead, we got praise. Praise and love are not the same. So we try harder. Each time we go around this vicious cycle, to succeed and get more praise, the sequence proves to us ever more forcefully that there is something wrong with us. Not only that, but when we do succeed in being good and get a reward, even if it is love and recognition, it is the imposter child, not the real child inside, who gets the love. The real child inside is covered by the imposter. Since the imposter gets the goodies, it proves even more that the real child inside is not worthy of love. Every time we as children succeed in being good, somewhere within our psyche we get the message that our real self is not lovable. It is love that we need, and it is love that we can't get. Through this process we never learn how to love ourselves. Rather, we forget who we are. Our true need to be recognized and loved for who the real child inside is, not what the imposter does, never gets met. This painful cycle continues through adulthood. The cause of self-hatred on the spiritual level. The other cause of self-hatred is actually the same as the psychological one, but it can be found in your spiritual life. If you are reading this book, you are probably consciously on a spiritual path of some kind. Being on such a path sometimes makes it even harder to accept the self, because much of your life's effort may be to get clear about yourself, understand, and improve yourself. Therefore, you are probably much more aware of your imperfections and the way you create the negative experiences in your life than you were before you actively began your spiritual work. Again, it is difficult to find imperfections within and accept yourself. There is another aspect of spiritual work that makes the imperfections of physical life difficult to accept. When we do spiritual work, we are constantly moving from one level of consciousness to another. At the higher levels, this work is full of light and bliss. But when we come down into the physical level and try to integrate what we have experienced, it is sometimes even more difficult for us to accept the imperfections of our humanness. It is most difficult to live in a physical, finite reality and to know, at the same time, that our greater reality is infinite. It is most difficult to feel our fear and, on a higher level, know that there is no need for that fear, to feel confusion in our mind and to know, on a higher level of our being, that we are clarity and light. The spiritual teachings themselves can also make it difficult for us to accept and love ourselves. Sometimes they seem paradoxical. It is difficult to be told that we must free ourselves from the prison of our humanness and, at the same time, that we must trust the human condition. It is difficult to be told that the material world is an expression of the divine, in fact is divine, and yet to see the chaos, anger, and hatred here. It is difficult to be told that to become more spiritual, we must spiritualize matter and that the only way to do that is to accept the material world as it is. It is most difficult to accept the basic nature of duality of our physical world, and yet try to move beyond that duality into a state of oneness with it. The way to do this is through self-love and through the acceptance of the universe as it is, of our lives as they are, knowing that always and ever there is a guidance and a protection, and that there is always a higher reason for everything that happens. And when this broad aspect of acceptance is incorporated into your conscious mind, into your conscious living, you will find your progress to be very rapid indeed. The process of healing can seem more difficult from the spiritual perspective because it does not seem rational. We are told by our guidance that we are spiritual beings of light, and yet we feel trapped in a body that may be full of pain and dis-ease. We are told to lovingly accept that pain and disease as it is, to lovingly accept that we created it, and to even lovingly accept how we created it. That means to come out of denial that it is there and is there for a reason, to love and accept ourselves, who created it, and to accept all the thoughts and actions we have done to create it. If that is what we do, it means accepting the further creation of the disease. Even though at first it may seem like it, please note, acceptance does not mean surrender to the disease or the disease process. It means deeply trusting, loving, and accepting our lives and ourselves, no matter what. It means really getting to know the deeper self, communing with it, identifying with it, and finding its divinity. In so doing, we find that the healthy body is an expression of that deeper self. We find that wherever the illness is in the body is where we have not allowed the deeper divine self to express itself. It is where we are confused between the real self and the imposter and have allowed the imposter to reign. It is where we have allowed the vicious cycle of self-hatred to spin. Breaking your vicious cycle of self-hatred. The only way to break out of the vicious cycle that holds self-hatred in place is to identify the imposter within and stop trying to rework yourself to please others. Begin to observe yourself to find out how much you become the imposter, how you manipulate, betray, and reject yourself according to what you think others want from you, and thereby how you lose connection to your true self. I bet it's similar to the way you have done it since childhood. To end your vicious cycle of self-hatred, ask yourself, how do I sell out and do what I assume authorities want? How do I reject myself for such selling out? What kind of self-hatred do I heap upon myself for doing it? Do I reject myself before someone else can? In what situations do I dislike and reject myself more, for instance, losing in competition? What do I do to myself when I lose? Make a list. On one side of the page, write all the things you find wrong with yourself. On the other, write how you feel toward yourself about them. Through self-examination of this sort, you can become aware of your self-judgments and negative feelings about yourself. That is already a big part of the battle. Once they are found, you have the key to go deeper to the heart of the problem. The next step is to allow those feelings. I will use the auric field to illustrate why and how this works. How negative emotions toward yourself affect the second level of your field. Our emotional relationship with ourselves is found in the second level of the auric field. The second level of the auric field carries our positive and negative feelings about ourselves. It is the negative feelings about ourselves that cause lots of problems. The energy and consciousness associated with negative feelings in the second level are of a nature that is contrary to life. To make things worse, we hold this energy consciousness still, not allowing our negative emotions to flow. This lowers the vibrational frequency to a vibration lower than that which supports life and health, causing stagnation in the second level. The stagnation then affects the first level of the field, blocking the life energy flow to the physical body. The way we hold these emotions still is by transferring some of their energy consciousness to the mental level for dissipation. There, the negative energy consciousness is expressed as self-judgment. The self-judgment then suppresses the feelings even more. Let me restate this, speaking simply of energy consciousness transfer. We transfer the negative energy that would normally be expressed in terms of negative emotions up to the third level of the field, where it turns into self-judgments that in turn suppress the negative emotions of the second level even more. This negative feedback loop compresses the second level of the field, reducing its frequency to below what is healthy for life. This then causes an emotional depression in the person. The auric field of such a person looks very narrow on the second level. The normally bright colored clouds of energy that should be flowing along the lines defined by the first level are dark and dirty. Some people who have bright second levels may not at all comprehend the situation and may be very uncomfortable near someone like this. Others will be moved to help them out of their situation. It is relatively easy to clear the second level of the field. Technically, it is a matter of transferring the energy consciousness back down into the second level and getting it to move by charging it. The moving energy will bring emotional experience that will take the person deeper into themselves, to the root of the problem, and finally into the essence of self in the core. A healer can do this by working with the second level of the field to clear it and by encouraging the client to express feelings. You can do it on your own, once you know the process. First, you become conscious of your self-judgments and understand that they cover pain. But understanding is not enough. You must let down and feel. Let your energy consciousness back down into the second level in order to feel. Feeling it is necessary, because feeling it returns the flow of energy to the second level of the field, which is stagnated. The flow of energy then clears the stagnation and recharges the field in a healthy way. Practice changing judgments coming from the third level of the field, like I'm no good because, or I should have done, into feelings on the second level like I hurt or even I hate myself. Let the feelings flow, no matter what they are. It really works. Immediately, the stagnant clouds of the second level of the auric field begin to move and start clearing. Through the clearing and movement, the second level charges. Soon I hate myself turns into I hurt, which turns into I love myself, I'm sorry I treat myself this way, and so on. Emotional expression returns the field to its natural state of flowing, bright colors of the energy consciousness of self-love. A businessman I'll call Jeffrey was unable to break out of his vicious cycle of perfectionism until he began to express his feelings of pain. Jeffrey had been pushed by his family since birth to become well known in his field and financially successful. As an adult, he felt he could never do enough. No matter what his accomplishments, he simply could not find satisfaction within himself. Each success brought him less pleasure. He felt empty inside. Jeffrey's auric field showed a great deal of rigidity in the third level, as well as stagnation in the second. His third level was compressing the second. He was unaware of feelings and rarely expressed them. The emptiness brought him to my healing table. As he sank into the emptiness, his second level began to charge and move. It turned from bright amber yellow to bright red as he first expressed his self-judgments and then self-hatred. By reading and working with the field as he expressed himself, I guided him to stay on track. Soon the self-hatred melted into pain. Here for the first time, he began to feel the pain of the inner child who had been put under the stress of trying to be perfect. At times he moved into self-judgment to stop the pain. When this happened, the flow of energy in the second level of the auric field would stop and give way to activity in the third level, primarily on the back of his body where chakra activity is an expression of will, that is, the will to make the pain stop. I described what it looked like and helped him direct his consciousness and energy flow back to the front of the body and to the second level of the field. As he did this, an automatic natural flow of energy consciousness up the front of the body would release feelings again. As he learned to redirect this flow of energy through his body, it became easier to return to the feelings. As this ebb and flow of expression continued, the feelings from the self-rejection of the present gave way to the pain from past self-rejection. Jeffrey realized he had been carrying it since childhood. He had tried so hard to do what his parents wanted, and he was still trying, whether or not he really wanted to. He felt himself the imposter, doing anything to get his parents' love. He got the message of what he was supposed to do to be good, and in some way or other, he was still doing it today in the business world. Thus he reached the source of his vicious cycle. He found it in the young child's conclusion that he must strive for perfection to attain his parents' love. Suddenly he had another view of his whole life. At first it was very discouraging. It seemed that everything he had ever done to succeed was for the wrong reason, to buy love. Once again, he tried to take himself out of feeling that pain by going into more self-judgments. As I encouraged him to stay with that pain, he fell deeply into the reality of the inner child. The need in this inner child for love was very real indeed. He loved this inner child with all his heart. He felt and recognized the essence of this child and the essence of his core. He had finally come home. Jeffrey's life had changed. From then on, he could see himself and every other human being in a different way. He would never be able to avoid his feelings as much as he had before. He would never be able to sustain his self-judgments as they were. He would catch himself striving for perfection, slow down, and ask his inner child what it wanted. He would let a few great deals pass by and choose being instead of overdoing. The flow of energy through Jeffrey's second level continued to build over time. With continued work, his second level took on a normal state of bright flowing colors. His third level also became brighter, more flexible, and more balanced front to back. His first level became stronger and more charged. As a result, his physical body felt younger and more energized. These changes moved up into the fourth level of his field, and his relationships with others took on deeper meaning. It is through this process of emotional expression that we learn just how much we have brutalized our inner child with our self-judgments. We have not allowed it to have its free range of emotional expression toward itself, which it needs to live within us in a healthy way. And as we have done it to ourselves, so we have done it to others. Once we stop doing it to ourselves, we stop doing it to others. When we accept our own limitations, the needs of our inner child and its imperfections, we accept them in others. As we begin to accept ourselves the way we are and get to know the inner child, we see that we have made the assumption that the inner child should grow up. There are parts of the child that need to grow up, but primarily the inner child's spirit needs to be released into freedom. Rather, it needs to live fully within us. Our inner child fills our personality with a sense of wonder and joy of life. It gives us simple pleasure that can never be matched by adult activities. The inner child holds the keys to our real self, for it is part of it. Our inner child is a doorway to the essence of our core. If you spend more time with your inner child, you will find out who your real self is. It is composed of many parts from all the life experiences you have had. Getting to know your inner child. A good way to get to know your inner child is to play. It turns out that playing is also a great way to find out your needs, especially the ones you left behind you in your childhood. Playing will automatically bring them out. Once they are activated, some of them will mature into your true adult needs. Play is also a great way to find out that your needs are good and that what you are is valuable and unique. Playing is a great way to express positive feelings about yourself. It charges the second level of the auric field and makes it fluid. To do this, I suggest that you find a chunk of time each day, perhaps an hour or so, to just do what you want to do and nothing that you don't want to do. Schedule the time as if it were a business appointment. Fill your desire, no matter how young the part of you is that wants it. For example, wear what you want to wear, no matter how outrageous it may seem. Eat what you want to, go where you want, play the music that you want. If you don't like it, Stop immediately, but only because you are not having fun, not because some voice tells you you are not doing the right thing. See how fast you can change what you are doing according to what you want in the moment. Let go and enjoy yourself. Remember, that is what you did as a child. You will be surprised at the results. After you get used to having regular playtime, you will notice that there is a connection between the inner child's needs and the adult's. Children's play has always expressed the deep teleological yearnings human beings carry. As the psyche matures, those yearnings are expressed in mature adult ways. Activities that begin in the child's realm may mature into adult activities. Or they may remain as they are. Allow them to be whatever they are. Do not place demands on your play. When my daughter was young, we used to play together regularly. One of my favorite things was putting Celia to bed at night. I got to play the role of a naughty duck, using a hand puppet. Ducka never really wanted Celia to go to sleep and would jump under the covers with her, be silent for a few minutes, and then suddenly throw off the covers. Or Ducka would constantly ask her if she was asleep yet. It was great fun. We also painted together fairly regularly. Celia was always painting moons and stars. One time, I couldn't figure out what to paint, so I painted an aura. Then I painted another one. Soon I had a whole bunch of them. Years later, a professional artist redid them for Hands of Light. Play activates and releases the child's fantasy. Fantasy in the mature psyche becomes creative visualization. When I first published Hands of Light, Dorian, one of my healing class students from Colorado, gave me a beautiful white bear who became known as Buddha Bear. Everyone agreed that if I was going into the world to teach, I would definitely need a bear. They were right. Buddha Bear has been a great help to my inner child ever since. In the beginning, he even traveled with me. In recent channelings, Hyoen has suggested that once we give our child self space to be, we must also give our child space to grow into maturity, and to be integrated into our whole being. Self-love exercises. It is also good to practice direct self-love. Here are some wonderful exercises to learn to love yourself. If you have problems generating love feelings with the first exercise, the next one might help. Try them all, and pick the ones you like. Spend some of your time each day actively loving yourself. You can do this by scheduling 15 minutes each morning and evening. Another option is to schedule it for 1 minute on the hour every hour. These exercises may not be as easy to do as they sound. Usually as soon as we begin concentrating on ourselves, we begin analyzing, accessing, placing shoulds, judging, and wreaking all manner of internal nasty behavior upon ourselves. This is not self-love. If you find yourself being negative, gently stop being negative and return to the positive. It is not selfish to love yourself. Rather, think of yourself as a cup that can be filled. When your cup runneth over, the love spills out to those around you. You must love yourself in order to give love to others. Remember that all the negative things you do to yourself, you also do to others, perhaps unconsciously, and all the good things you do to yourself, you also do to others. Filling the body and the self with love, you may first wish to start with only a part of your body, as it is easier. Choose a part of your body that needs help, or that you dislike, reject, or are ashamed of. Simply concentrate on that part of your body and direct love into it. Fill it with energy, talk to it kindly. If you are in pain in any part of your body, give it extra love. Instead of trying to get away from it, which we all do when we are in pain, enter into that part of your body with your consciousness. Occupy that part of your body with conscious awareness and loving kindness. Now do the same for your whole self. Simply concentrate on yourself, and direct love to yourself, as you do to those you love. If you like to use colors, first use green, then rose, then gold and white. Fill your whole body with these colors. Initiate the love feelings with something that is easy. Concentrate on the thing or person, such as a rose, animal, or child, that is easiest for you to love. Enter into a state of love with it, and give it your love. For example, if it is a rose, look at and appreciate its beauty. Feel its texture. Enjoy its fragrance. Feel your connection to it. Feel how much you love and enjoy it. After you have generated strong feelings of love within yourself, transfer those feelings of love toward yourself. Do the same thing with yourself as you did with the rose. Look directly at your body. Don't use a mirror. Appreciate your body. Look at your favorite part of the body, then at each other part of it. Touch it. Feel its texture. Feel yourself inside it. Stroke it gently. Smell the different parts of your body. Feel how much pleasure your body has given you. Love your body. Speak kindly to it. Practice this daily until it becomes easy. It will. The following exercise is a bit more difficult, but very effective. Do it in stages, and you will become a master in the art of loving yourself. Begin with a short time, and work your way up to 10 minutes. Loving the person in the mirror, sit in front of a mirror, and look into your eyes and love yourself. During this time, do not allow yourself to judge or hurt yourself. As you may know, most people look into the mirror and immediately see all the things that they think are wrong and judge them. If you find yourself doing this, immediately change the self-judgment into a loving thought and action to the self. Again, speak kindly to yourself. Look deeply into your eyes, and see the spirit, the longing, the love, and the life struggle there. Notice how beautiful your eyes are. Note the positive aspects of your hair and facial features. See how they are an expression of your spirit. Look for the child inside. See its joy, its wonderment, and its love. Now look for all the other aspects of this person. See what the person likes to do. See how these favorite pastimes have helped to shape this person into what you are today. See the knowledge of which you are caretaker. What has this person come to earth for? What are the deep longings of this person in the mirror? How can you help this person fulfill their longing? Love this person, and all that you are. After succeeding with this one, you are ready to go to the fourth exercise. Loving the person and body in the mirror, stand before a full-length mirror nude. Love and accept every part of yourself and your body. Concentrate on each part of your body as you did before. Fuse your conscious awareness into it. Or imagine a tiny self just like yourself. Enter into that part of your body, and simply be there. Stroke the part of your body you are concentrating on and looking at it. Love it. Love the person in that part of the body. When your negative self-judgments arise, speak them out loud and feel your emotional response to them. This is what you do to yourself every time you make such a judgment. Now replace the negative judgment with a positive statement about the area of your body. Then fill it with simple loving kindness. Cover your entire body in this way. First, allow the negative to be spoken out loud so that you can become fully conscious of it and the feelings that it creates. Then replace it with the positive. Remember, concentrate on the body part first and then on the person in that part of the body. As you do, check out how you have treated each part of your body and yourself about that part of your body. Have you been kind and appreciative? Or have you treated your body and yourself like a tyrant, demanding perfection and performance and disregarding the messages it has sent to you? You will find that there are parts of your body and yourself that you continually reject, probably many times a day. Heal this negative process in you by becoming aware of it and giving extra love to those parts of your body and yourself. Replace all the negative statements you find toward your body and yourself with positive ones. Loving the parts of your body that are ill or deformed. After you have covered every part of your body, bring your attention back to the parts that are ill or damaged. Give more loving attention here, accepting them exactly as they are, filling them with unconditional love and your core essence. Bring that part of your body back into the nation that is you. A key to doing this and to loving part of your body that you may feel has betrayed you is to find out what purpose in your life that part has served. I guarantee you that part of your body is teaching you a lesson or has taken some form or responsibility that you were not able to do. It has helped you survive. It has helped you tolerate some life experiences you could not tolerate without it. For example, tumors sometimes carry the energy consciousness of filling a cavity or hole in a person's life. They fill people up when they feel empty. Weak legs help people sit down when they can no longer stand up for themselves. Misalignments in the back and neck help people control their anger because they dampen the amount of red energy that can roar up the spine in rage. When these types of problems put people in bed for a few weeks, it is because they need peace, quiet, and rest. Once you have accepted this alienated part back into yourself and are at one with it, you can also give it a positive visualization. Tell it how it will get better. Be specific. If you have a tumor, and it has served the purpose of filling you up, tell the tumor you no longer need it to fill you up. Tell it that it can dissolve and integrate with the rest of your body. Tell the rest of the body around it to accept its integration back into the whole. Or if you have a broken bone that is having trouble healing, visualize it knitting together and growing normally, a most natural thing for it to do. If you have a chronic misalignment, visualize the muscles relaxing and getting strong in ways that hold the bones in place and clearing the fear or negative feelings associated with the physical problem. A person I call Bob continually rejected his neck. He had a rather large neck and a double chin. This rejection went on for years. He had several neck injuries and also developed a hypothyroid. His neck was continually going out of alignment, causing a lot of pain and sometimes even mental confusion. Bob began with the mirror, and then later worked with himself as he lay in bed just before going to sleep at night. As Bob began to heal his neck, he concentrated on loving all parts of his neck, including his double chin. Each evening when going to bed, he would put his fingers on his neck where it was weak or in pain and speak lovingly to it. He let the energy from his fingers run into his neck. As he opened up the energy blocks in his neck, he discovered many voices of fear and complaining there. In the second level of the field were all the things that he had not let himself say to others. Instead, when his block was activated, he would continually repeat the things he couldn't say to others to himself. In this way, he tried to find an acceptable way to say what he needed to say without evoking his fear, which was also held in the same place in his neck. It didn't work. It simply made the blocks in his neck stronger. From the auric field perspective, he was continually taking energy from the fourth level, the I-thou interaction level, that was in the things he wanted to say to others, and moving it down into the second level, saying them to himself. He was thereby clogging the second level. During the healing process, Bob had to bring the energy back up to the fourth level and release it by shouting out what he had not allowed himself to say. In this way, he released the voices stuck in his throat. This, of course, also brought him into fear, which was released by feeling it. Some of the fear was from very early childhood, when he had not been allowed to talk back to his parents. Under it all was an inability to ask for his needs. The throat chakra is related to speaking the truth. In Bob's case, it was to speak the truth of his needs. He realized that the only way he could get his needs met in childhood was to beg and beg for them. Then after a long wait, some of them would be met. Bob realized that his enlarged thyroid was related to filling the hole of hunger in his neck, which was there from having had to wait so long to be fed. As his healing process continued over several months, he was able to speak the truth of his needs, the energy blocks in his throat cleared, and his neck got stronger. Then he discovered an interesting aspect he had never thought of. On several occasions he found himself in certain situations where he suddenly got extremely angry at someone. As his anger began to rise up his spine, he would stop it by squeezing his neck muscles so hard that it would throw his neck out. He then realized that the misalignment in his neck helped him to control his rage. It helped him to keep from hurting people. In other words, he chose to hurt himself rather than the person at whom he was angry. When he realized what a service his misaligned neck had given, he began to appreciate it more. He also developed better ways to control his rage by noticing how he created or got himself into situations that provoked it, by not asking for his needs and not taking care of himself. In each case, had he taken his needs seriously, he would not have been in the situation where that particular rage was provoked. His anger always emerged in situations where others were not respecting his needs. When he began to respect his own needs himself, the situation simply did not arise, or there was no rage to be provoked. Each night, Bob touched his body and told the blocks to clear, the thyroid to shrink to normal size, and the neck to get stronger. The muscles in the neck got stronger. Soon he was able to do neck exercises that he hadn't been able to do for years. His neck quit going out of alignment. Bob took Synthroid for several months, and his thyroid function became normal. He hasn't had any neck injuries for years. As you go through the mirror exercises, they will evoke many feelings. Allow them to flow. Here is some help to do so. Allowing your feelings to flow. Allowing yourself to feel your feelings is perhaps one of the hardest things to do in healing yourself, if you haven't practiced it. Remember, the energy consciousness of the second level is experienced as feelings about yourself. If you want the second level of the field to become balanced, clear, charged, and healthy, you must allow your feelings about yourself to flow. During an illness, your feelings will range from sadness to happiness to serenity to anger to fear to deep terror to weakness to guilt to disgust to demand to self-pity to loneliness to envy to love, and so on. All of these feelings have correlates to energy in the second level of the field, and the more you can just let them flow out of you, the more the field can clear. Part of the healing process is to simply let them flow out because they have been blocked for so long. It worked for Jeffrey and Bob, and it will work for you. I have worked with many people, and I have never found anyone to whom this does not apply. We are all so agile at avoiding the unpleasant emotions we carry. Many of us just haven't realized how blocking the feelings blocks our creative force and actively makes what we fear more possible. On the other hand, facing the feelings and going through them releases us to create what we want in life. Now is the opportunity to get them out. Accept them as they are. They are just feelings to let flow out and cleanse you. Do not be afraid to express negative feelings. People who are ill, who have studied positive visualization, sometimes get the idea that they should not have negative feelings, for fear the feelings or thoughts will become a negative visualization and make their illness worse. Because of this fear, they sometimes go into new levels of denial about their negativity. They may decide only a certain amount of it is allowed. After that's expressed, they go into denial about the rest of it. I have not found the expression of negative thoughts or feelings to cause harm if it is done with certain parameters. The first is that the expression of the negativity must not be habitual. As soon as it becomes habitual, it is no longer cathartic. The other is that it must be done with a conscious positive intent for healing. If you allow all the negative thoughts to come forth into consciousness and the negative feelings to flow with the positive intent to heal yourself, then you will not get stuck in negativity that will harm you. The important point here is clear intention. Express the negative feelings with the intention to release them, let them go, and move on beyond them. This will help heal you. If you go into denial about your negative feelings, they will still be at work in you, making you sick. They will not go away by sugarcoating. The best way to replace the negative for positive growth is to combine the expression of the negative for release and the positive visualization. First clear the negative out of the field, and then, in the space that was emptied, replace it with the positive, bright colors of visualization. What we want is usually the opposite of the very fear we avoid. In other words, there is a direct inverse connection between what we fear and what we want to create. The beautiful poem that follows states it clearly. It was channeled by Eva Brock Pierre Rocco's in Pathwork Guide Lecture 190. Through the gateway. Through the gateway of feeling your weakness, lies your strength. Through the gateway of feeling your pain, lies your pleasure and joy. Through the gateway of feeling your fear, lies your security and safety. Through the gateway of feeling your loneliness, lies your capacity to have fulfillment, love, and companionship. Through the gateway of feeling your hate, lies your capacity to love. Through the gateway of feeling your hopelessness, lies your true and justified hope. Through accepting the lacks of your childhood, lies your fulfillment now. Healing meditations. To help you continue your healing process, here are some meditations to do to heal the second level of the auric field. They are simple and easy to do and are very effective in clearing, balancing, and charging your field. Color breathing meditation. Since the second level of the field contains all colors, a simple way to charge the second level is to do color breathing. You can use any colors you like. I suggest that you try the following ones: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, lavender, and rose. You may wish to add white, silver, gold, and black. Get a sample of each of the colors you want to use, like a piece of cloth, paper, plastic, or glass. You may even use the rainbow colors created by the sun through a leaded glass crystal in your window. Be sure that you follow the instructions carefully. Do not just think about the color, or you will make yellow. By thinking, you activate the third level of your field and draw energy to it. Yellow is the color you make when you think. To keep the energy coming into the second level of the field, you must feel the color. You must become the color. You must be the color. To become a color, you must enter into the feeling state of that color. 1. Hold the color in your hand, feel the color, look at it. 2. Breathe the color in. Fill your whole body with the color. 3. Become the color. 4. Now breathe the color out. 5. Breathe the color in again. This time fill your whole auric field with the color. Imagine that you are the color. 6. Feel what it feels like to be the color. 7. Now breathe the color out. 8. Repeat this several times. 9. Now breathe in the next color. Again fill your body and field with the color. 10. Repeat each color several times before you move on to the next. As you do this, you will notice that different colors have different effects on your mood. Each color is associated with a principle or quality. If you need that attribute in your life, meditating on that color and bringing it into you will help you develop it in your life. Figure 11:1 gives a list of colors and the chakra and body parts they nourish. Color meditations for the chakras. In Chapter 2, I gave a general description of the auric field and its chakras. Remember, the chakras serve as metabolizers of energy to the areas of the body in which they are located. If you are de-energized and weak in any particular area of the body, then it is good to wear that color or to do a little color breathing meditation. Start with the first chakra. Bring your attention to the area of the body where the chakra is located. Imagine the chakra color on that part of your body, both the front and the back. Form the color into a 6-inch diameter disc. If you can visualize in 3 dimensions, turn the disc into a funnel by extending its tip into your body until the small point of the funnel touches your spine. Spin the disc or funnel in a clockwise direction on your body *. Pull the color of the disc or funnel into your body as you breathe in. As you breathe out, the color continues to come into your body. Imagine it flowing into the specific organs in that part of your body. Move on to the next chakra. Repeat several times for each chakra. Be sure to cover all the chakras, starting with the first chakra, then continuing up the body in sequence. As you work your way up, give extra time to the areas of your body that are not well. Self-healing meditation for your specific disease. 2 wonderful books list specific meditations for specific diseases. The first is Healing Visualizations by Dr. Gerald Epstein. It is laid out in such a way that you can look up your particular problem and follow the visualization. He even tells you how often to do it. Another book I recommend is Louise Hay's You Can Heal Your Life. It gives simple mantras to be repeated for each problem you may have. These mantras are related to the belief system you probably have that is associated with your disease. For example, for thyroid problems, the negative statement made by a person is, "When is it my turn?" The positive visualization to change this problem is, "I have all the time in the world for me." Introduction to Uncovering the Healer Within. Fantasy or myth is a very powerful healing tool that lifts us out of the ordinary reality and into a world of symbols that help us experience the broader expanses of life's journey. When we are faced with serious illness or sudden large changes in family structure, we need this help. Within such myths, we can associate ourselves with the power of the gods, rise above the mundane, and accomplish heroic acts. Here is a metaphorical story that will help you tap enormous healing power and may even help answer questions that cannot be answered in terms of everyday reality. In our work with this chapter, we have met the inner child who has been brutalized and wounded. We have played with that child and given it space for the expression of life. Now it is time for direct healing of this child. The wounds and illnesses of the physical body are those of the child. When we begin to walk deeply into these wounds, it may be overwhelming until we meet the healer within. Next to our inner child, we carry the healer within, who is completely capable of handling whatever we come up against in life. The healer within knows our history from the very beginning, knows our incarnational task, and deals with all our problems from that broad, wise perspective. Here is a visualization to meet the healer within you. It is a myth or fantasy for your personal healing. Uncovering the Healer Within. Channeled from Hyoin. Once upon a time, eons ago before time was known as it is today, there was a spark of light in the heart of the divine. That spark in the divine burst forth into millions of stars. Each star had a name that was written in the Word of God. One of those stars is you. As a star, you grew and developed and sang across the heavens to the other stars. In this time before you were born as a human, you knew light, love, and wisdom. Being unborn, of course you had no body, so there was a great deal of freedom. You were completely aware of the essence of your being. You had great freedom to move about the universe at your will. You moved in the direction that you focused in. With your intention, you began creating things. If you had a wish, you automatically created it. You created stone and earth, tree and flower, star and planet, even cloud and wind. Your essence moved easily, changing from one form to another. You experienced being a cloud, a moon, a sun, or a fish, or a cat. You continued to move as your pleasure led you. As you moved from one form to another, creating more forms, you slowly became identified with form, and shadow was born. You got so excited in the creating that memory slipped and you forgot who you were. You were so busy creating, you didn't even notice that you began to think you were form. Shadow grew darker, and pain was born out of forgetting that the true self is essence. The true self is the creator, that which is beyond form. That is how you created shadow and pain. You forgot who you are. You split yourself in two, the part that forgot and the whole that remembers. Within every human being, there is the spark of the divine in every cell of your body. It is the essence of self. Within that true essence of who you are is the healer within you who has all of the creative power of the universe. The healer within you is named according to the Word of God. That is who you truly are. Move your awareness now to your inner essence, your power and light that are completely unique. You are the Word of God made manifest. Move your awareness to the total essence of your being, that is the healer within you. You have felt it your entire life. The golden threads of this power have been woven through the tapestry of your life since before you were born. You knew as a small child, as you know now, what this means. Feel the essence, the power, flowing through you. It is your uniqueness. It is your beauty. It is your love. It is the sweetness that you experienced life to be as a child. Your power lies within the sweetness of who you are. It is within the sweet longings you have protected and shielded from others. You are like a flower unfolding in the sunlight. Feel the power and the nature of your divinity, unlike any other. Now ground that well in your body. That part of you is still free. That part of you can still move freely through space, time, and other realities. Feel yourself in this freedom now. As you are moving through time and space to different types of reality, in the far distance you hear a cry. That cry wells up and becomes more audible, and you say, "Oh, what could that be?" You hear the longing in the cry for help. Then you spot it and you see the beautiful blue and white shimmering planet in the sky. You are drawn closer to that beloved planet by the cries of need. As you get closer, you say, "What can I do to help? How can I answer this cry, this call? How can I help heal the pain that is upon the earth?" Then you have a great idea. You decide to create a physical form by drawing it up out of the earth and drawing the pain with it. You intend to use the physical form to heal the pain. You descended into a tiny physical body. After 9 months or so, you were born into this world as a human being. The longer you remained attached to that body, the dimmer the memory of your original essence became. As a child, and perhaps way before that, you began taking on the pain. During the experience of the pain, you completely forgot who you were. When the pain would leave, you would remember. When the pain would come back, you would forget. The pain that you chose to heal grew inside of your body. Look over your childhood. Find the deepest pain that you have carried in all those years. With that pain, you will find your deepest longing. What is it that you want to be? What is it that you longed to be as a child that you now and then thought you could never be? Did you want to move among the stars? Did you want to heal everyone on earth? Did you want to paint or to create beautiful music? Did you want to make everyone feel safe? What was it that you wanted more than anything? If you could be or could have anything you wished on earth, have any fantasy come true, what is that fantasy? How is the unfulfillment of that related to your very deep pain? Look backward over your life. As you moved through each moment of your life carrying that pain, there is one thread, a repeated cycle on the spiral of life, where that deepest pain from childhood has been repeated over and over and over again in the many different experiences that you have had. If you look at all of those experiences, you will find a common thread among them all. When you find that common thread, then allow yourself to begin feeling that pain. Allow your body to experience this pain. Where has it affected your body? When you feel it in your body, where does your body tense? Explore now throughout your body where that pain has affected your psychic, your spiritual, your mental, your psychological, and your physical being. That thread runs holographically through every portion of your being, and as it runs through your body it hits in particular places that eventually become experienced as physical pain. Find it in your body. If you are sensitive to the auric field, then find it in the auric field. As you find that pain, on whatever level it has manifested most profoundly, perhaps a fear, perhaps a problem with relationship, perhaps in a physical disorder, perhaps in your profession, then ask yourself a question: what has this to do with my deepest longing? How is this particular problem associated with my deepest longing of who I wish to be, what I want to do with my life, where I wish to live? The first job you have is to heal that pain within the body. For it is by the pain in your body and life that you will learn the personal skills that you need to fill your longing, no matter what it is. Find that pain within your body, and put your hands on it, that which you have carried for a lifetime, that darkest belief system that has the most profound forgetting, that one major, deepest pain, be it in your heart, your belly, or in your throat. Put your hand there now, and experience the consciousness there that believes in separation. It is the shadow. It believes it is separate and isolated from everything, isolated and separate with no hope. Find that pain that has been there from the earliest of days, and let that shadow begin to dissolve. Enter into the shadow. Accompany yourself into the dungeon within the self that needs healing. Do not deny the human experience of that real pain from the human perspective. It is not a new pain. It has been there ever since you can remember. It is not the kind of pain that goes away easily, for it is deeply, deeply ingrained. Spend some time with the pain. Then when you are ready, move your conscious awareness to the healer within you. Here is your wisdom. Here is your longing and your light with which you came here to heal the pain that is in your body. Move back to the pain and feel the pain. Then move to the longing and feel the longing. Move back to the pain and then to the longing again. Continue moving from one to the other until you find the association between the two, until you can answer the question, what does this pain in my life mean to me? What is it trying to tell me? What is the message it brings to me? While you are feeling that pain with your hands, from the human perspective, ask the essence of healer that you are what you need to do. What is the deepest cause of this pain? Ask for help to heal this pain. Ask the healer within for help to heal that which you have been unable to heal in yourself up until now. Truly ask, and it shall be answered. Ask very specifically what you can do. What is the cause? What is the belief system? What do you need to do every day? Allow the essence of the healer within you to work through your hands to heal your body. Be a channel to heal the self. Let the light flow through you. After you have received as much information as you can, reach for the highest spiritual reality you know, your higher self or your guides. Reach for the memory of who you are from that highest spiritual reality. You will find that the pain within you is precisely the pain that you were drawn to earth to heal, way back before you were born, when you were that wondrous spiritual being. That is who you truly are. So reach up to that part of the self that has incarnated in order to heal the very pain that you carry within yourself and that you have carried since your birth. For it is precisely the pain you have come to heal, and it is you who have chosen to take on this pain, and in doing so you chose to incarnate with precisely the best combinations of energies and wisdom and love to heal that particular pain. That is what you have come to heal, and you are fully equipped to do so. You have fully equipped yourself to heal it. And that wondrous spiritual being that you were before your birth, when you heard the cries and the longing from the earth and were drawn toward the earth, is the healer within you. You are the person who knows how to heal that pain more than anyone else. That is your healer within. Be the healer within you, and heal that thread of pain that you have carried throughout your whole life. Touch your body in places you feel pain. As you are working, move your consciousness back and forth between the healer within and the inner person who is in pain. As you continue to move back and forth, you begin to understand the relationship between the healer within you and the pain that it has come to heal. You have drawn this pain up from the earth to transform it. Give yourself plenty of time to complete this process. You are integrating the pain within, the longing that you carry within your heart, and the healer within that can heal you. Let the healer within you draw out that pain and return you to wholeness. Move back and forth between the human with the deep pain, and the healer with universal power. Move them closer and closer together as you move back and forth until they merge. Continue the process until you become completely merged. When you feel satisfied that the merging is complete and has stabilized, I would like you to remain silent for at least an hour. Remain silent, sit in meditation, or simply get up and go for a walk in the woods. As time progresses, all of the above will become easier for you. After practicing self-love and allowing feelings to flow, it is a good idea to see how it is changing your life. Do a quick self-check of how well you take care of yourself now by answering the questions given below. Then begin to nourish yourself in those areas of your life. If you are physically unable right now to do it, get someone to help you create a plan to begin after your health returns. To assess your self-care, ask yourself, in what areas are you lovingly nourished, and in which ones are you lacking? How and where in your life have you not been giving yourself the love that you not only need but also deserve? How do you neglect yourself in terms of your own health? What have you been withholding from yourself that is possible to have or do but just seems to get put off? What do you really want from life that you have not yet been able to create? Is there a skill you have always wanted to learn? How can you learn it now, or if not now, after you get well? Clockwise as used here means as if you were outside your body looking at a clock on each chakra place. This holds for the front and back chakras. Another way to determine clockwise is to first curl the fingers of your right hand. Then point the thumb of your right hand into the chakra. The curled fingers point in the direction of chakra spin. Use the right hand for both the front and back of the body. 12. Healing through self-awareness. Energy associated with our mental processes is found on the third level of the auric field. Remember, in the creative process through which we create our whole life, the creative energy from the core moves through the heric level, and then down through each level of the auric field on its way to the physical. In each level, it is infused with the aspect of human life existing on that level. In the third level of the auric field, the creative energy from our core is infused with individual mind. Through the individual mind, we become self-aware. Hyoen says the main job of our minds is to focus conscious awareness. With our focused conscious awareness, we can use our perceptions to differentiate and integrate all the information coming to us. We receive clarity and understanding of ourselves in whatever situation we are in. We then can be appropriate with ourselves and the situation. Differentiation, integration, clarity, and appropriate being are essential to the creative process. When they are not present, our creations turn out to be not what we intended or else incomplete and therefore uncomfortable, embarrassing, or painful. On the third level of the auric field, healing means increasing our conscious awareness of how we create the pleasure and joy or the pain and dis-ease in our lives. On this level, we need rational understanding of ourselves and our bodies. When we are in reality with ourselves, we place real limitations upon ourselves, and we see what our true capabilities are. We do create unreal expectations of ourselves from our fantasy, for we do not create disappointment. In order to be in reality with ourselves, the third level of the auric field must be healthy. When it is healthy, it is bright, lemon yellow, clear, and well structured. It is flexible and yet resilient. When we have a healthy third level, thinking becomes a full life process. We integrate information flowing from the levels of the field below and above the third, in a way that does not rule over our thinking processes. In other words, balanced thinking allows input from our physical sensations and our feelings about ourselves from the lower levels of the field. It allows the input from relationships of the fourth level of the field to help us understand ourselves and, through connection with others, fill our thinking with love. When energy flows freely from the higher, spiritual levels into the third level of divine mind, love, and will, it infuses creative principles, inspiration, and an unfolding model of purpose into our thinking. It makes our thinking holistic. Then we can understand and follow the messengers from our balancing system to reverse any dis-ease process and to create pleasure and joy. By clearing your fears and self-judgments, you will be able to choose a healing team without their interference. If you are afraid that you might have cancer, you may not go get tested. Or on the other hand, you may force yourself to hurry up and get it over with and not take time to choose your team. You may end up going to the most convenient, fastest place rather than the best. If you have self-judgments about being, say, overweight, you may be too embarrassed to go for help, or you may deny that you need help. Overeating doesn't mean that you are bad. It is an emotional defense. There are many medical reasons for being overweight other than overeating. But how rational are we really? One of the biggest problems we all have is our propensity for rationalizations. We convince ourselves that we are acting rationally. In fact, we are using our reason to make up excuses for unhealthy behavior that does not follow our balancing system. What is happening here, from the auric point of view, is that our emotions or will are over-influencing our reason because of unconscious fears. Any imbalance in the third level, or its integration of all information from other levels of our being in the third level, brings about irrationality. When the third level of the field is rigid and inflexible, it turns from lemon yellow to an amber color. It does not allow a healthy flow of information from the other levels of the field, and it becomes isolated. The result of this over-rigidity is narrow-minded thinking, thinking that is cut off from broader aspects of aliveness. It creates set flows of energy that correspond to pigeonhole definitions of life. This type of thinking puts the mind as the primary experiencer of life. It actually becomes very irrational in its over-rationality. This type of mind divides and overcomplicates everything and sees itself as the master. On the other hand, the third level can become very light yellow, too weak, overly flexible, and too influenced by the other levels, especially the emotions. Then we have difficulty in separating out the exaggerated feeling of the moment with the longer-term reality. This results in the type of fantasy in which the individuals imagine themselves and life to be much better or worse than the one they actually are in the present moment. They get the present mixed up with a possible future that they may be able to create through visualization, self-improvement, and a lot of work over a long period of time. Of course, there are many different configurations in different people in which the third level is over-influenced by certain other levels of the field and under-influenced by certain others. It is important for us to find out how and why we become irrational. It is important for us to find out why we rationalize, what our rationalizations are, what their effect is, and what is under our rationalizations. The Little Drunken Monkey's Reasons Why Not. A few years ago, I attended a short course on organizational planning. The speaker told us that in business you either get the results you want or you get reasons why not. There are really only two categories. Our reasons why not are a tricky form of denial that we apply everywhere in our life. They give us excuses, alibis, rationalizations, justifications, or stories to explain why we didn't get the result we wanted. What they never give us is the results we wanted. Our mind is very good at giving us reasons why not and somehow convincing us that our reasons why not are almost as good as the results that we wanted. Reasons why not serve to keep us in denial. With them, we avoid something in ourselves, something we are afraid of. Otherwise, there would be no need for our reasons why not. We would simply say we had no intention of doing it, whatever it happened to be. Eastern mystics call the part of us from which reasons why not come, the little drunken monkey. We all listen to the drunken monkey within our mind when we need a reason why not, especially when we have decided to maintain a diet or a formal set of exercises or pursue a different activity such as studying a new subject. Whatever our commitment, our needy child inside still wants what we want when we want it. That's when we unconsciously call upon the little drunken monkey to give us some good rationalizations to help us get it. The drunken monkey will be glad to tell us all the reasons why eating just one piece of chocolate doesn't really matter. We still claim to be on the diet. We don't admit that in fact we are not really on the diet. Or we got off it for a snack, then got back on it. Actually, although we think we've been dieting for days, we have only been on it perhaps a few hours. Smokers regularly take another cigarette and claim to have stopped smoking. I have even heard people exclaim, "I've stopped smoking. I'm down to only one pack a day." The drunken monkey serves denial. He will be glad to tell you that missing one day of exercises doesn't really matter. Of course, many of us continue to miss even more days of exercise once we break our schedule. The drunken monkey is very careful not to mention that. In fact, if we completely forget to do it for a few months, he won't bother us. When we do remember or are reminded by someone, he will jump into action and supply us with an endless list of reasons why not. Some popular reasons why not: I don't have time. I'm too busy. I don't know how to do it. I'll stop if you stop. Well, you didn't stop, so I'm not going to. He or she made me do or not do it. I'm too weak. I don't care. It won't matter. I'm too dumb. I'm not good enough. I didn't know. I really didn't know there was a rule, or speed limit, or curfew. We usually pick a few favorite reasons why not and use them for everything. Our reasons why not work holographically throughout every aspect of our life. When we use a reason why not in one area, it automatically applies to all other areas in our life. It is habitual. For example, in the area of self-care, we may not have time to do our exercises or to cook, so we just have to eat some junk food. In another area of our life, we may not have time to answer our letters, call people back, reconcile our checkbook, finish a project at work, and so on. Our denial, in the form of reasons why not, of the need to take care of our health also comes in a variety of statements. Say, for example, we haven't been feeling well for a while, and we haven't done anything about it. Our reasons why not may go something like this: there isn't anything wrong with me anyway. If I ignore it, it will just go away. The doctor will hurt me. I will heal myself. But then, we never really take on the job of doing regular self-healing because there is no time. Avoidance or denial keeps us away from our fear. It helps us put off facing our internal tiger. Unfortunately, it also keeps us disconnected from our balancing system and therefore will probably lead to disease. To reconnect to our balancing system, we must face our fear. We must turn and face our internal tiger. Exercise to find the fear that keeps you from following your balancing system. After spending some time learning to recognize that little drunken monkey in your head, let yourself uncover the fear that he helps you deny. This will help you learn to tell the difference between him and messages from your balancing system. Remember, denial is the first stage of healing. It is necessary to move out of denial to go to the next step in the healing process. Here is a good way to do it. In Chapter 10, we went over the areas of daily physical self-care, and made a list of questions to ask yourself about taking care of your physical body and your auric field. Go over that list again, and note the areas with which you have the most difficulties. Now, make a list that has 5 columns, as shown in Figure 12-1. In the first column, put the messages from your balancing system, or the areas of physical self-care, with which you have difficulty. Then ask yourself why you are not able to take care of yourself in this way. The second column is for the desired result that you would achieve if you did take care of yourself in the way you have listed. If you flossed your teeth regularly, for example, you would have healthier teeth and gums. In the third column, put the drunken monkey's reasons why not for each of your listed difficulties. For example, perhaps you don't floss your teeth at night because you are too tired. In the morning, you probably don't have time. The fourth column brings in the holographic truth. If you scan the other areas of your life, you will notice that you habitually apply your favorite excuse to everything else. In this way, it becomes holographic. Now, I understand that it may be that you don't have time to do certain activities because you have to take care of your kids or because of your job. But that is a matter of you choosing to balance your life according to what you want. Obviously, we all have to make choices to have all our needs met. But I'll bet you use the same "I don't have time" with your kids or in your job to avoid certain activities. Perhaps taking care of your kids is your excuse not to take care of yourself. Or perhaps you use your job as an excuse not to give yourself pleasure in other ways that you need. In that case, it is just another reason why not that you are using to avoid something within yourself. So to fill in the fourth column, scan your life. In what other areas do you use this excuse? Observe yourself as you go through the day using your reason why not to avoid facing or doing something in various areas of your life, for example, with your spouse and children. What else do you not have time for or are too tired for? Playing with your kids? Making love? Notice how you use the same excuse for many areas in your life. List all the other areas of your life in which you use your favorite excuse in column 4. As you observe yourself using your excuse throughout other areas of your life, ask yourself, what am I afraid of? Let this question drop inside, and sit for several moments with your feelings. Keep sinking down into your feelings until you feel the fear. What is it that you are afraid to face? Put this fear in the fifth column. Scan all the areas of your life that are affected by this fear. The fear that you avoid facing affects all areas of your life in some way. You will find its strongest effect in the areas that are unfulfilled and that give you trouble. Explore the link between these areas and your fear. Let yourself sink into your feelings about this. Roger, a construction worker, had chronic back pain from an old injury that he never gave a chance to heal. Whenever his back hurt, he ignored it, hoping the pain would go away. He knew that all he had to do was to lie down for a short time and the pain would go away. His reason why not was that he was just too busy. He had to work. He was the sole breadwinner and was proud of it. He continued to ignore the messages of pain coming from his back. The back pain got worse. Finally, one day he tried to lift a heavy suitcase. The next day he couldn't move and had to stay in bed for 2 weeks. His body had given him 2 weeks to simply lie there and feel himself. As he did so, he got in touch with feelings he never knew were there. He felt tremendous fear that if he didn't get up and work, his family would leave him. He feared that he would be criticized for being lazy and lying in bed. He knew the fear was irrational because he really couldn't move, but it came anyway. Then he realized that his parents had always criticized his older brother for being lazy. He remembered a childhood decision he had made to never be like his brother. Rather, he would be macho man. Thus, to face this childhood fear and heal his back, he had to stop being macho man. Roger's 2 weeks in bed let him admit that he didn't have to be macho anymore. The first thing he did was to admit that his back needed to be taken care of. He took time to find out how to heal it. He found some very basic back care stretches and exercises and did them regularly. He went to a healer. For many months he was very careful about what he lifted. Whenever he did physical activity, he would lie down and ice his back for 10 minutes. He ate only when he was hungry because he knew that low blood sugar increases the potential for injury. This healing affected another area of Roger's life, his relationship with his brother. He could now drop his judgments of his brother's supposed laziness and be better friends. The next case deals with a woman I'll call Emily, a physical therapist with lots of private clients. Emily had lumps in her breast but avoided going for a mammogram because cancer wouldn't happen to me because I am on a spiritual path. She said that she didn't trust the doctors. She was, of course, afraid that she had breast cancer. As a result of her avoidance, she carried a constant feeling of fear and unhealthiness. She also carried a vague sense of dishonesty and guilt since she was a healthcare professional. She projected the guilt for her dishonesty onto the doctor with her message of not trusting. When she finally did go, it turned out not to be cancer. Her feelings of fear, unhealthiness, dishonesty, and guilt vanished. As a result, she had a lot more life energy and felt better about herself, especially in her work. Emily was then able to see where else in her life she had been dishonest about herself. She stopped her constant overwork with her clients, which had given her the excuse that, since she was working to help people and was on a spiritual path, cancer wouldn't happen to her. She had actually been using overwork as an excuse to not take care of herself. She discovered that the cysts in her breasts were symbolic of her not nurturing her inner child. When she began nurturing herself, she went on a low-fat diet. Then the cysts in her breasts began to shrink. Note that the breasts nurture the child. When she nurtured her inner child, the disease in her breasts disappeared. So from the broader perspective, the lumps in Emily's breasts were a result of her inability or unwillingness to take care of herself. So was her workaholism, which she used as the excuse not to take care of herself. The resulting fear, feeling of unhealthiness, and guilt were only part of the price she paid on the emotional level. The other part was that she stayed in a profession that was not right for her. Not nurturing her inner child kept her from knowing herself more deeply. When she did give her inner child more time, she changed her profession. She stayed in the healthcare world but saw fewer people privately and was able to help more people through teaching. Exercise to clear the denial under your reasons why not. You can use figure 12:1 again to do the same exercise for any area of your life in which you have difficulty, be it your profession, relationship, or leisure time. The same principle works. In the first column, state your area of difficulty. In the second, describe what you want. Give your reasons why not, then find the other areas affected and the fear avoided. Once you find the fear, face it, and clear it by feeling it, you will no longer need your denial. A woman named Pat has no leisure time for fun. Her reason why not is that she is too busy. Other areas are affected. She has very few intimate relationships and is lonely. Her underlying fears are those of being ostracized and of intimacy. As a young child, she was not allowed to play with the other children in the neighborhood. Pat felt ostracized since she never made friends with them. The same is true now. Once she learns what the fear is under her denial, she can face that fear by purposively and regularly initiating relationships. This will be very scary for her at first, and she will probably feel rejected and ostracized several times in the learning process. But practice makes perfect. A whole new area of her life will open up. She will find the kinds of people she likes and the kinds of interests that she likes to share with others. She will learn a great deal from others. She will begin to have great pleasure from relationships and will find plenty of time for them. Eventually, she will probably even create an intimate relationship. In another example, George wants to paint, but he blocks himself from doing it with the excuse that he is not good enough or is just too lazy. Other areas of his life that are affected are many. He does not consider anything else as important as painting. Therefore, anything else he accomplishes is not really satisfying because it lacks value, even if it is done well. George considers himself lazy in other areas of work. Underneath all this is his fear of failure and criticism and, more important, his fear of his deeper self that will come out during the creative act of painting. In order to succeed in such a creative act, a free flow of energy must be attained. The only way to attain a free flow of energy is to let everything out, including all the negative consciousness that is held in the blocked energy of the auric field. This is why many artists and writers are considered to be eccentric or to have unacceptable behavior. They do not live in the mask self of socially acceptable behavior. It is not possible to be creative and do so. In the movie Amadeus, the composer Salieri was appalled at Mozart's outrageous behavior and couldn't reconcile it with the beauty of Mozart's music. What Salieri didn't understand was that Mozart's way of keeping his creative force flowing was his outrageous behavior. It was Mozart's way of expressing his negative side. Through expressive therapies, we now have better ways to attain free flows of energy, although many artists of the past did not. In therapy, the expression of negative consciousness takes only a few minutes and need not be acted out. In expressive therapies, people can simply yell into a pillow, pound a pillow with their fists, or chop wood while shouting all the awful things they would like to do. Many times the undefended expressions of creative people are considered by society to be outrageous or dangerous behavior. Most of the time such behavior is not at all harmful but just breaks social rules that control people and maintain power over them. Breaking the rules brings fear to people because it initiates the transformation process and the dissolution of the mask, which leads to the uncovering of deep internal pain. What is not understood by many is that healing the uncovered pain leads to their personal fight and power. The pain must be uncovered before it can be healed. It is the same principle as lancing a boil so that the infection can be cleaned out. Unfortunately, most people do not know this and therefore consider mask-dissolving behavior to be dangerous. George is in the process of getting in touch with his denial and expressing the fear and rage beneath it. Once he starts to express the fear and rage, he will be able to begin to paint. As he continues to let go to the creative force within him, not only will his art develop, but each phase of it will bring out more fear and rage. As he clears the fear and rage from his system, it will clear more creative force so that he can paint more. George may even be afraid of success. Because of that, the more he paints, the more he will have to clear to keep the creative energies flowing. He may even be afraid of what he might do with the power if he becomes very successful. Increased power in the world means increased power flowing through the energy field. The stronger the energy or power that flows through the field, the more the deeply and tightly held negative energy in the field is released. The only way to handle power well is to keep clearing the negative energy consciousness that is released from deeper and deeper levels of the field, and the subconscious, as the increased power flows through. This ongoing cycle will continue as long as George continues to clear. His creativity will never end. Of course, the process of clearing the negativity will become easier and quicker with the years and will take on new forms, because as soon as one thing becomes habitual, it is no longer cathartic. If some of his rage is at his mother, expressing it will eventually become habitual. When this happens, he could very well be using it as a defense against what is beneath it. It will then be time to change his expression and go into new areas of his psyche that are perhaps even more frightening and unfamiliar to him. A healer working with George in this process will help him clear his field through healing techniques that are not available to many therapists or body workers. The healer removes blocks that do not come out in the expressive work, charging areas that need to be charged and rebuilding parts of the field that are in distortion. The healer also teaches him how to detect the distortions and blocks produced in his field by denial and defensiveness, and to return his field to normal clear functioning. Thus, his process will become much faster. Each time George goes through a new cycle of painting, it will release creativity in other areas of his life, such as his work and his relationship. He will find his work at a gallery more interesting. He will be surprised and happy to find that his ability to maintain deeper levels of intimacy is also growing. A lot of his denial, and the old fear and rage that were between him and the rest of the world, is gone. If you have never done work releasing negative energy, I suggest that you try it with a healer or a body psychotherapist. It is very effective in getting through this stage of the clearing work. Once you know the technique of releasing negative feelings and thereby the negative energy consciousness held in your field, you will be able to do it on your own when you need it without the help of a therapist. Be sure the windows are closed. It won't hurt anyone, but it will keep the juices flowing. If it is handled well, the energy released will change to great amounts of love very quickly. Exercise to clarify your judgments and their effects. Now let's become clearer about the areas in which you do not love yourself and have self-judgments. This time we will make a 6-column chart, as shown in figure 12-2. Make a list of all your self-judgments that came up when you were doing the self-love exercises before the mirror in chapter 11. Put them in the first column. In the second column, make a list of all the things you would do or be like if these self-judgments were not true. Now imagine yourself doing these things. It will make you feel good. List the good feelings in column 3. Stay with the exercise and sink deeper into your feelings. If you do, your good feelings will diminish and you will eventually feel fear. This may not make any sense to you at first, but stay with it, it will. Inside, you will find your internalized parental voices, voices from other childhood authorities, or your own inner child's voice giving you negative warnings. These voices reflect your negative conclusions about reality, which are called negative images or negative beliefs. They warn you of the dire consequences that may happen if you continue to feel the pleasure of fulfilling your longing. Remember, these voices are from your mask self, and their original purpose was to keep you good and safe, that is, safe according to your child's interpretation of what your parents or others told you would keep you safe. This may not have anything to do with reality. If you still don't feel the fear, stay with it. These voices will eventually frighten you because they constantly remind you of what a dangerous thing life is. They tell you what you have to do to be safe. The catch-22 is you can never do everything they tell you to do. Therefore you are not safe. When you find the fear, list it in the 5th column. As we discussed in chapter 1, your internalized parental voices do keep you safe in a different way. They keep you safe from feeling your wound. Unfortunately, they also keep you safe from your creative energy. If you listen to and follow your internalized negative voices, your creative energy will remain locked in your mask self. If you do not follow these warnings, you will release energies within you that you have not experienced for a long time, perhaps since infancy. You may become like the artists discussed above. You may uncover your wound and have to deal with your deeper rage and pain. but it will free your life. In addition to this, your actions may not take care of other people's masks. You may frighten them and make them angry. I am not advocating acting out your negative feelings or dumping them on someone. But I do mean claiming your independence. It may be right to stop curbing your actions because of what other people think. You may quit your job if it is not right for you, or even leave your marriage if it doesn't nourish you. Figure 12-2 also shows a couple of examples of the negative effects of self-judgments and the rewards of giving them up. Roberta's self-judgment was "I'm too fat." This self-judgment made her feel worse about herself, so she ate more. When she tried to get herself to go on a diet, another voice came up. It said, "You can't make me." She had hit her rebellion. When she worked on this in her sessions, she discovered that in her youth, her parents had tried to get her to go on a diet. It turned out that from her perspective, they tried to make her do a lot of things. Eating was a way of claiming her freedom. The trouble was, as she grew up, she lost the ability to tell the difference between what she wanted to do and what her parents wanted her to do. After spending time getting to know her inner child, Roberta began to be able to distinguish between what she did for herself and what she did out of rebellion. She decided she really did want to lose weight because she believed that she would be free in her body, more outgoing, and less defended. Roberta went on a diet. As she lost weight, she began to feel that she was beautiful, powerful, good, and sexy. Then the healing crisis came. Her internalized parental voices, voices from her mask self, shouted more judgments at her. Who do you think you are? You are arrogant, and others will know you want sex. She became afraid and, in her fear, started to eat again. The voices subsided as she again gained weight. She worked in her therapy sessions about the weight gain and recognized her fear. She went back on the diet and continued facing the fear in her process sessions. Under the fear were deeper fears: fear of attention, fear of her own energy and what she would do with it, and fear of her sexuality. These fears are listed in column 5. Her deeper fears affected other areas of her life where she held down feelings, her sexuality, and her creative force. As she faced her fears, she was able to accept her sensitivity in being with other people, so she was not so afraid of being the focus of attention. She found more pleasure in her sexuality and lost quite a bit of weight. Probably the most dramatic effect was the blossoming forth of her creativity. She became a prolific painter. The second example, Terry, is common among both men and women, so it is written for both. These people have been single for a long time or have been divorced. The first self-judgment is that they will never have a spouse. They fear the right person will never come along. It just is never going to happen to them, and there is nothing they can do about it. They long for a full life with kids and home. They imagine that it will give them a feeling of fulfillment, happiness, and power. No matter how many people do come along, the right one never does. As soon as they begin to get intimate, all the internal parental voices warn of betrayal and loss. It is then that these men and women find something wrong with the person they have met and conclude that that person just wasn't their spouse to be. If these people go to therapy, they will uncover a deep-seated fear of intimacy. Their self-judgment that they will never have a spouse is really a denial of their deep fear of intimacy. Until they face this fear, these individuals never get close enough to anyone in their daily lives to create intimacy. Exercise to find the truth underlying your self-judgments. Now you can see that you use your self-judgments to avoid your fear. Pretty tricky, eh? It's even trickier than you thought. Your judgments are really reasons why not. Now, using figure 12-2, relabel the first and fourth columns reasons why not, and the second desired results. Next time you have self-judgments, become aware that they are only reasons why not clothed in a nasty costume. If you have self-judgments about going to a doctor or healer to get help, they are probably reasons why not to go and get the problem taken care of. Some common reasons why not in the form of self-judgments are, I'm just a hypochondriac. I just can't take a little pain. I'm a coward. I won't bother the doctor with my insignificant little complaints again. These cover a fear of facing the truth of your situation so that you can do something about it. With the help of these exercises, you will be able to stop the negative effects of your fears on your rational processes and move into clarity. Once you have gone out of denial, gone to a physician or healer, and received a diagnosis or disease description, you will need to go through the process again. Remember, this process will be even harder once someone has told you that there is something wrong, no matter what language they use. If you are physically feeling very bad, are disoriented, or do not have much energy, it will be even harder. Get someone close to you to help you. Be sure to use the charts and figures 12:1 and 12:2 to help you choose your healthcare professional team. The charts will help make the practical information very valuable. Once you have the information you need, you will be able to sort out your reasons why not, know what to do, and figure out how to act appropriately to manage your disease. Getting a rational understanding of your illness and your healing path. In Chapter 8, we discussed the importance of knowing what is going on in your body and auric field, as well as knowing the different kinds of treatment modalities available. It is good to do this before you get ill. But if you are already ill when you read this, now is the time to understand the mechanics of your illness and the healing process you will choose to go through. All of these things will help you focus on and give into your healing process. For example, if you hurt your back and know you need 2 weeks in bed, then you will be able to surrender to that schedule. You will be much better able to utilize your time for going deep inside in order to heal yourself of the deeper issue that lies under the back pain. Otherwise, every few days when your back feels better, you may assume you are well and stop resting. That is a good way to re-injure it. Of course, it is important to know that everyone's healing process goes at its own pace. Your physician or healer can only give you general guidelines to help you understand what may be ahead of you. What you go through will be your own experience at your own pace. None of the information you get about what your healing process will be like, and how long it will take, is a promise that this is how it will be. Rather, it is how it usually is. It is very important to not set up rigid expectations of what your experience will be. This could be a setup to get upset when it doesn't turn out to be that way. Rather, the idea is to be able to get a good overview of your probable healing process so that you can adjust your life accordingly. Finding the healthcare professionals available to you. Remember, it is always better to know how to get information about illness and the different kinds of methods to treat it before you get ill. If you don't want to spend time doing this, at least make some connections now with people you know who have access to this information, just in case you need it someday. I suggest that you get a family physician and have a yearly checkup in which you can also check him or her out. Find out which hospitals serve your area. Do a little research on what other treatment methods, like acupuncture, homeopathy, deep tissue work, body psychotherapy, and naturopathy, do and whether they are available in your community. Check all of the healthcare professional possibilities. It is a bit like getting insurance or learning first aid. Appendix B lists possibilities and how to locate them in your area. It also lists what they can do for you. If you become ill, in addition to seeing your physician, I recommend that you get nutritional advice, body work of some kind, like hands-on healing, and some therapeutic work to deal with the psychological aspects of your disease. Therefore, it's good to have at least 4 professional people on your healing team that are willing to work together. Diseases are described in different ways depending upon the discipline used. To help you get a broader understanding of the disease process going on in you, I suggest you read about it in at least 4 major disciplines. The bibliography lists suggested reading about different disciplines that describe disease from different points of view. Now that you know whom to ask, where to find them, and how they look at disease, you can put together the mechanics of your healing plan with your team of healthcare professionals. Here is an ideal list of the 5 major areas in which to get professional help. I realize you may not be able to do all 5, but do as many as you can. 5 major areas of professional help in your healing plan. 1. Get a diagnosis from your physician, MD, ND, 2, or homeopath, with prognosis and recommended treatment. 2. Get a disease description of your body and auric field from your healer, with prognostication and treatment program. 3. Get a nutritional analysis and dietary program. 4. Get a diagnosis of your problem from your other healthcare professional, a structural body worker or an acupuncturist. 5. See a therapist to deal with the emotional issues related to your disease. You may have to interview many candidates for your work. This may be a problem because most healthcare professionals don't have time to devote to such interviews. And you may be too ill to do so. You or someone who is helping you will most likely have to ask their staff. Don't be afraid to. Remember, you are hiring them for a service. This requires that you become as informed as possible about the services that they provide. Again, it is better to pick them out as your regular support system before you get ill. If you didn't do it before, then do the best you can now. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Your friends may be very helpful in this area. They may have had many experiences with physicians that they have never mentioned to you before, so just ask. It may not always work out, because everyone is different and your friends may like particular physician styles more than you do. I've listed some questions below that are not usually asked by patients. Yet if we hired someone to do any other job for us, we would feel free to ask them. Since healing is a relatively new field in this country, people regularly ask me such questions. Asking them helps to set up clearer communications between the client and myself, and helps clarify what I could do for them. I have met some physicians and healthcare professionals who are willing to answer questions like these. And if clients are willing to keep asking, more healers will accept it. You are not insulting anyone by asking such questions. Rather, you are showing your interest in getting the best care possible. That should be respected. Some good things to end out about your healthcare professional's experience in their field. What training do they have? What are their skills? What do they have to offer you? What are the newest and best ways to treat what you have? How long have they been doing healthcare or healing work? How many patients have they seen who have your illness? What results did they get with them? What results do they expect to get with you? What type of information can or will they give you? The field of medicine is so complicated now that you most likely will want someone who has spent some time working in the area of medicine in which you need care. Experience in keeping up with the latest developments and new treatments really do count in a lot of diseases. Remember, the quoted statistics are usually national and may not be at all true for the people or hospital you are considering going to. Asking specific questions, like the number of patients with your illness whom a healthcare professional has seen, and their results, gives you grounded information about the reality of his or her experience in the area of healthcare that is most important to you. Some healthcare professionals believe in giving a minimum of information. Some hold it back until they feel the client is ready to hear it, and some tell everything in a rather blunt way. Notice how the people you interview speak with you. Make sure you like their style before getting in too deep and being told serious information in a way that is not compatible with your emotional makeup. All healthcare professionals have a network from which to draw. Find out about this by asking the following questions. Some good things to find out about the support system your healthcare professional has. What other connections or facilities do they have access to? What is their support community? Which hospital will you be going to if you need to go? What is its reputation? What facilities does this hospital have? Is this the right hospital for your disease? Different hospitals specialize in different diseases, especially the rare or difficult to heal ones. How long have they been treating patients with your particular disease? Are they familiar with this disease? Is there anyone on the hospital staff who understands your point of view and will support your way of healing? Do you have to go to a special laboratory for tests? Where is it? There are many different kinds of chemotherapy. The best kind for you may not be given at a local hospital. It is better to make the effort to travel for the best treatment. If you happen to be one of the people looking for a heart transplant, this matters a great deal. Since the first successful heart transplant, many hospitals have added facilities to provide that service. However, their success rates vary drastically. Make sure you get the statistics on survival rate and number of patients treated from that particular hospital rather than the national average. I realize that all of this may seem impossible once you are ill, but it will help a lot in the long run. Get someone to help you. If you can't explain it, show them this book. Once your team is put together and you understand a bit more about how they view the disease process from their discipline, the next step is to put together your healing plan. You will need the following information to choose a treatment modality. Good questions to ask about treatment modalities. What are the steps of the treatment modality? What is the treatment's effectiveness? Where is the closest treatment facility? What are the side effects? How much will hands-on healing reduce these? What is the cost of such programs? How much does your insurance cover? Ask your insurance company. What will you have to do to complete these programs? What will it feel like? How long will it take? What is the length of convalescence after the treatment program? How much does healing reduce this time? How long, what kind of, and how much help will you need at home? How much bed rest will you need? How can you help clear your body of the drugs you will use by using cleansing diets, herbs, homeopathic remedies, vitamins, and hands-on healing? Once you have this information, it will not be so difficult to choose your combined treatment plan. Remember, the success of the treatment plan depends a lot on your sticking to it and doing your part. Laying out your healing plan with your healthcare professional. After choosing your team, make the most detailed plan that you can, in terms of what will be needed as you move through the steps of the healing process. This plan should include diet, food supplements like vitamins and minerals, exercise, meditation, medications, or herbs, and specific treatments. This level of treatment will be supported by your personal transformation process. Remember, you will go through the stages of the healing process as described in Chapter 7. If you have found a healer and a physician who will work together, review Chapter 6 on the healer-physician team. Encourage the healer and physician to find a common language to discuss your case so that they can work together to create the most effective healing plan available to you. Visualizations for self-healing. A big part of what you do besides getting the treatment will be healing visualizations like the ones given throughout this book. They deal with each level of your being, how to clear your field, how to work with specific areas of your body that are sick, and how to open your creative processes. Other sources for healing visualizations are suggested in the bibliography. It is well worth noting that the process of visualization, which requires that you continue to imagine how good you really want things to be and how good it will feel, will evoke negative reactions. When these negative voices do arise, it is important to let them speak. Do not suppress the negative voices back into denial. You have worked hard to allow them space. Let them speak, but do not let them win. When you hear them, you will recognize them for what they are, which depowers them. Of course, they may win more some days than others. Do not fear this. In the long run, they will lose. Your intention to heal yourself will help you pick yourself up and keep going forward into your real self, which will heal you. On those days when the negative voices seem to be winning, just surrender and do nothing but pray. Let go. Rest. You will move into peace. The next day will be better. Once you have recognized the negative voices for what they are, replace the negative voices with a positive one. By returning to and staying with images of how good you want your life to be each time the negative voices and feelings arise, you create what you want. By sticking to it, you eventually get through and clear all the negative voices and the fears beneath them and replace them with positive images and creative energy. Essentially, think of visualization as being a means to direct the creative energy that is released through the process of clearing denial and negative feelings. You are creating another habitual behavior, but this time it is a positive one. An interesting thing about the human mind is that if something is repeated often enough, the mind acts as if it is true. That is how you started believing the habitual negative voices in the first place. Now you just need to replace them with positive voices. It really works. Thus the process of visualization is another very positive way to face your fears and feel your feelings. Part 5. Healing and Relationships. When I look back, usually I'm sorry for the things I didn't do rather than for the things I shouldn't have done. Malcolm Forbes. Introduction. The importance of relationships to your health. As I continued to work with and teach about health in the human energy field, I became increasingly aware of how important our relationships are to our health. In fact, our relationships are central to our health. Everything is relative and connected. Nothing is isolated, and nothing can be done in isolation. Not even our thoughts are isolated. Everything that we feel, think, and do is in relationship to each other, the planet, and the universe. As is well known in science, every event that occurs is always in relationship to all other events. All events are relational. We are holographically connected in relationship to everything else, as well as to all events. Therefore our health and well-being are always in relationship to everything. As I began exploring our relatedness in healing, I found that the cause of every illness that we have is always connected to our relationships. Healing ourselves with respect to our relationships became the central theme of my work. I have devoted the next 3 chapters to showing how our relationships affect our health and how healing through the context of relationship and the human energy field changes our lives and our physical bodies in wonderful, fulfilling ways. 13. Creating healthy relationships. As we become clearer in our self-awareness, we can begin applying that self-knowledge to the relationships we create. We see that the same reasons why not that we apply to ourselves, we also apply to relationships. We have discussed how to clear our reasons why not to get the desired results in our lives. Now we can learn to do the same thing in terms of relationships. A simple tool to do this with is by using the concept of contracts. The unspoken contracts we create in our relationships. All our relationships with others can be viewed in terms of contracts. Contracts create boundaries that define and maintain acceptable relational behavior patterns. The contract of a relationship is made up of unstated, usually unconscious agreements between people about how they will act with each other, including what they will and won't say and do. Contracts can be made between 2 people, or they can be made within or between groups of people, where they are expressed as social norms. We will concentrate here mostly on contracts between 2 people. However, everything that will be said can also be applied to contracts between an individual and a group and between groups, no matter how large they are. It also can be applied to your individual and humankind's relationship to the planet, on which I will focus a bit at the end of this chapter. Healthy positive relationships are interdependent and have clearly established contracts of honesty, support, and caring between friends. In them there is plenty of room for freedom, creativity, and self-expression, as well as healthy care and concern for each other. These positive contracts promote the growth of each person involved. On the other hand, codependent relationships are created through negative, unhealthy contracts that limit, trap, use, control, and even intimidate the people in them. They block creativity, personal expression, and personal freedom and interfere with the natural personal growth of each person involved. We all create both positive and negative contracts. Most of the time these contracts are unconscious and work automatically. The areas of our lives that flow smoothly and fulfill us are the areas where we have created positive contracts with others, based on mutual positive beliefs. For example, the experience of working at a task with others in an easy manner that gets the job done is based on a positive contract that states that clear thinking, a willingness to work, and cooperation between individuals work best to accomplish the task. This contract is based on a positive belief, and on the belief that the world is a place that supports such positive mutuality. In our problem areas, we create negative contracts with others. As we live within a limited view of reality, we adopt certain attitudes, stances in life, and ways of living that help substantiate our limited view. In doing so, we form negative psychological contracts to ensure that others will behave in certain ways with us that reflect our limited view of reality. The primary reason for these contracts is to avoid certain feelings and experiences that we do not want to have. With our negative contracts, we freeze our life energies and thus also freeze a lot of creative energy within us. Underlying a negative contract is not only our fear of life experience but our negative belief about how the world is. Usually this belief is unconscious and stems from childhood trauma. For example, a child whose father severely punishes or abuses her may grow up believing that men are cruel. Her early experience of the man in her life, her father, taught her that. As an adult, she may very well avoid men or have trouble in relationships with them due to her negative expectations. She will set up negative contracts that keep men away, or she will get into relationships with cruel men. These relationships will prove her belief that men are cruel. Contracts, once set up, are placed in motion and remain in motion. Each time a negative contract is fulfilled, it serves to strengthen the negative attitude about life and reality that it supports. These negative beliefs grow stronger and limit us more in life each time we circle around through another negative experience. The auric configuration that corresponds to them gets more distorted each time. Another way to say this is that a negative contract strengthens a negative thought form or belief. The energy consciousness related to a negative belief shows up in the energy field as stagnation and distortions in the 7th level. These distortions slowly get transferred down through the other auric levels. At the relational or 4th level, the distortions show up as stagnations or blocks in the field of a single person or as negative auric field interactions between people. Thus a field distortion at level 7, revealing a negative belief system, is transferred down to level 4, where it expresses itself as a negative contract through 4th level field interactions with others. The more a negative contract is acted out in relationships, the greater the distortion on the 4th level of the field. The distortions continue to be transferred down through the lower levels of the field until they reach the physical body. Eventually, they are expressed as discomfort and illness in the physical body. Since both positive and negative contracts work holographically, we habitually make the same type of contract with many people. Any process of healing requires an uncovering and dissolving of all of these negative contracts. As these negative forms or patterns in the auric fields of relationships are cleared through hands-on healing and personal process work, the psychological perspective of negative life stance, negative beliefs, and the actions or behavior patterns they exhibit dissolve and are replaced by positive ones. Exploring negative contracts. First, we will explore how negative contracts come about, look at their format, and discover how to dissolve them. Then we will learn how to create positive contracts with intimate partners, friends, and healthcare professionals. A typical negative contract starts in childhood between parent and child, especially if there is hardship in the family. Consider the case of Gary, a boy whose mother has to work and is exhausted and preoccupied with money matters when she gets home. She will not be able to give her son what he needs. Gary will do all kinds of things to get her attention. When he finds one that works, he will use it again and probably keep using it as long as it works. He discovers that if he helps her or takes care of her when she feels bad, he gets her attention. He unconsciously confuses this attention with love. Thus he gets the message that he must take care of his mother to get her love. This, of course, is the reverse of how it ought to be. Unconsciously, Gary concludes that if he doesn't take care of mom, then he won't get mom's love. Thus he learns that love has a price. After the dynamic is repeated several times, it becomes habitual and continues into adulthood, where it takes the form of unhealthy, exaggerated caretaking. Whenever he gets involved in a relationship with a woman, he always ends up taking care of her in an exaggerated, unhealthy way, be it his wife, his business partner, or an employee. Deep inside, he believes this is necessary in order to get love. Of course, this reason is unconscious. He just knows that every time he gets into a relationship, he takes too much responsibility and gets sucked dry. He then begins to avoid relationships because they are just not worth all the work. This brings him into a vicious cycle of neediness, despair, resentment, and then withdrawal. He will, at times, even choose to isolate himself. Gary is pretty unhappy by this time. His feelings probably fluctuate between being burdened and resentful and going into isolation. It is possible to get caught in a vicious cycle between exaggerated caretaking and isolation for many years. To get out of this vicious cycle, Gary must take the chance of challenging his negative belief and facing the results he fears. He must reverse the behavior that is dictated by his unconscious belief. If he continues his caretaking long enough, he may get mad enough to stop being such a nice guy and stop the exaggerated caretaking of the women in his life, be they mom, his wife, business partner, employee, sister, or friend. Most likely, more than one woman is involved here. He has developed this type of relationship with most of the women he knows. He may just start with one. But if he is successful, he will be able to transform his negative belief and his resultant actions in all the areas of his life affected by it. He will be surprised to see what the results turn out to be. Gary's mother may complain at first. She may become more needy and demand the old status quo. Gary may fear that she will leave him or get sick. He may also feel bad about himself for a while. Usually this is not real, because the kind of exaggerated caretaking he has been doing is not what she needs. Of course, when someone is ill, the line between healthy and unhealthy caretaking is different and may be more difficult to find. We will address this in the next section, creating healthy relationships with your family and friends. In the long run, all will work out. It will turn out that Gary's mom still loves him, even if he doesn't take care of her in the old unhealthy way. The third column, the true result for breaking a negative contract, shows how well things turned out. In this case, mom still loves me. I don't have to buy her love. At first, Gary may not believe that it is true and will have to test it for a while. He will go back and forth between unhealthy and healthy caretaking. As he learns the difference between the two, he will find a new world opening up. He will see that his mother still loves him as he goes through the process of sorting his life out. Since she still loves him even though he is not taking care of her in the old unhealthy way, his life experience now supports a new positive belief. It is listed in the fourth column, under Positive Beliefs Supported. He understands that, I am lovable, love has no price. Gary understands that you really can't make anyone love you, no matter what you do. Love flows naturally from people who can love. It is a gift of life. Now the release begins. It snowballs into all the other areas of his life. He is also lovable in those areas, and love can't be bought nor need it be. This is shown in column 5, other areas of life affected. Gary figures out, I no longer have to buy love anywhere. Gary has stopped buying love anywhere in his life because he knows he deserves it. He will not have to isolate himself anymore. He is now free to make relationships because they will no longer be a burden to him. He will be able to get his needs met in the relationships. Instead of the cycle of exaggerated caretaking, resenting, and isolating himself from his mother, he now freely gives love. There is a beautiful flow of love between him and the women in his life. Column 6, Positive Results to Me, shows the results for Gary, now relieved of his burden. I give and receive more love and create fulfilling relationships. This has immediate wonderful positive effects for all the women in Gary's life. He no longer takes care of them in an unhealthy way. This leaves him free to love them. This challenges them to take their power and to take care of themselves. They also now get love rather than caretaking as a substitute for it. The women in his life now have the choice to also dissolve their side of the contract to stay in the relationship or to break the relationship. Column 7 lists positive results to other. In this case, what the mother will most likely do is find real love within herself. Mom stands on her own 2 feet. She gets love rather than service. So do all the other women in his life. Wow, what a deal. It's good for everyone. Of course, this works for a girl whose father is both caretaker and provider as well. Creating healthy relationships with your family and friends. You will need to change your interactions within the many intimate relationships you have. So during your healing process, you will find yourself changing friendships, some perhaps more substantially than others. If you learn how to distinguish what these contracts are, dissolving or breaking them and making new contracts will be smoother. The more conscious you are of this process, the less likely you will be to establish negative contracts again. Have you noticed that in order to be with certain people, you have to play a certain role or be a certain way? This is the first sign of a negative contract. On the other hand, there are people with whom you can be yourself completely. You don't have to hide anything or convince them of anything. Yet you know that they will honestly tell you whatever they think of a given situation, even if you don't like it. That is a sign of a positive contract. Exercise to find your negative contract. To check out your relationships, build a chart. This chart can show your negative contract. You can use it to observe any relationship you are in, whether it be a long-term relationship or a new one. I suggest you start with a particularly difficult relationship, with which you are having trouble. Choose the type of relationship in which you are uncomfortable, and find yourself acting in ways you don't like. Perhaps you are not even aware of these actions when you are in the presence of the person, but after he or she leaves, you are left with an uneasy or bad feeling. You may not know what is wrong, but you do know that something is wrong. Review how you acted with the person that is different from how you are in the presence of people with whom you are comfortable. What are you doing differently? That action is the action that you unconsciously believe you must do in order to get what you need from this person. Write your false action in the first column, labeled if I do or don't. To find out why you do such actions, you must find your underlying emotion. Usually it is fear. What are you afraid the person will or won't do if you do not act according to your negative belief? To find this fear, imagine yourself in the typical situation with the person with whom you are having trouble. Now imagine yourself doing an action opposite to the one you think you have to do. In your imagination, watch what the other person does in reaction to your action. List whatever you imagine they would do in column 2, he or she will or won't. Now you understand that if you stop your false actions, you are afraid that the other person will do whatever is listed in column 2. Therefore your false actions are to control the other person's behavior. They show what you believe you have to do in order to get the person to do what you want. Column 3 is for your unconscious belief. It reflects the immediate result that you will have if you both keep your negative contract. Fill it in, if I do or don't, your false action, then he or she will or won't, his or her imagined behavior toward you. For example, suppose that it is someone that you are afraid to contradict, disagree with, or challenge. You might write, if I do not challenge, name, he or she will support me. Or, if I do challenge, name, he or she will not support me. Or he or she will undermine me, perhaps publicly. In another example, you are ill, and you are ashamed or afraid to ask for your needs to be met with your partner. You have been the caretaker, and now the tables are turning. Your partner just wants you to hurry up and get back to normal. But you have very real needs. If I do not ask for what you need, he or she will be nice to me. Or, if I do ask for what you need, he or she will be angry. The next column is for the price you pay for this result. What is the effect on you of doing your false action, for not being who you naturally are? How have you not expressed yourself? How have you not been who you are? List what you find in column 4, immediate price. In the first example, we have, if I do not challenge, name of person, I do not speak my truth or act the way I believe. I do not express who I am. I do not create the power in myself that comes from living my truth. If I do not challenge, name of person, I will not be challenged back, and I will not give myself the opportunity to find out what needs to be changed inside me. In the second example, we have, if I do not ask for my needs when I am sick, I may get sicker. Because of these lacks in your life, you begin to see and feel yourself in a false way. You begin to believe you are less than who you truly are. Your false actions limit your expression, and you believe that the limited you is the real you. What do you think about yourself when you do this? How has this action stifled your creativity? Your life experience? Your life task? If you relate to the first example above, you may see yourself as a coward. As a coward, you do not express your creativity because you are afraid someone will be challenged by it and undermine or attack you publicly. By not expressing your creativity, you do not create your life stream. If you relate to the second example above, you may be disgusted with yourself for being sick. You may feel that you are a burden to everyone. You begin to believe that the world is a world that supports the falsely limited you. What is the general negative belief that says the world is a place where the above limitations are good to have? In column 5, list the supported negative belief, or thought form, that you give energy to every time you do this false action. In the first example, the supported basic negative belief would go something like this: expressing my truth and my creativity is dangerous and leads to public attack. In the second example, the supported basic negative belief is something like, when I have needs or am sick, people will be angry. I must never get sick. Having needs is dangerous. Your negative belief hampers you holographically throughout your entire life. List all the other areas of life affected in column 6. If you relate to the first example, you may avoid challenge in many areas and many other ways in your life. You may avoid self-challenge. You may block your creativity everywhere whenever it is challenged. If you relate to the second example, you probably do not ask for your needs in many or all other areas of your life. The price you pay is not just the immediate short-term price shown in column 4. The true price is that your negative contract or negative belief limits you in all areas of your life and keeps your life from moving forward. List the true price in the 7th column. If you relate to the first example, the true price may be a life that is void of challenge, and therefore stagnant, dull, and unfulfilling. If you relate to the second example, the true price may be a life of unmet needs and deprivation. You may not even know what real needs are. You may not understand the needs of others. Exercise to dissolve your negative contract. On the other hand, if you break the negative contract, then you will probably not like the reaction of your friend or the immediate result you will get. But in the long run it really pays off. Make another chart, using figure 13-4, to show the results of breaking your negative contract. The first column is if I do or don't. Fill it in. The second column is he or she will or won't, the feared price. It is the price you believe you would have to pay and are hoping to avoid paying. Fill it in. In our first example, we have, if I do challenge, name, he or she will not support me or he or she will undermine me, perhaps publicly. In our second example we have, if I do ask for what you need, he or she will be angry. Now it is time to pay up. You don't want any debts carried over into your new way of being. You will be surprised at what the price turns out to be. Try doing your true action rather than your false action just to see what happens. Your true action may be the opposite of your false action, but not necessarily. You may find an even better one. Column 3, labeled True Results, refers to the actual result that occurs. Fill it in. In our first example, your true action may be the opposite of your false action. You challenge the person you are afraid to disagree with. You state your opinion about something that may be directly opposed to his or hers. You do not need to do this in a combative way. Simply state your opinion without a negative energy charge. The person may do many different things. He or she may challenge you back, and you may have a lively discussion in which you both learn a great deal by listening to each other and by explaining what you are trying to communicate in several different ways. You will find that the situation is not as black and white as your inner child believes it to be. If the person does undermine you publicly, then you also challenge that. If you continue to speak your truth and be open-minded, you will learn a great deal and feel your power. Your creativity will be released through the challenge that you have given to yourself by doing this in the first place. You will learn through interaction. Therefore, the true result is, I can challenge, name of person, and be safe, and even learn something. In the first example, the feared price is not only the counter-challenge of the person you were afraid to challenge. You will also face the possibility of public undermining. You will be challenged to distinguish between true reality and your projection of reality that comes from your negative belief system. If you try our second example of asking for your needs when sick, you will be surprised that the person you ask will respond differently from what you expected. He or she may be very attentive to you. He or she may need to be reminded of what you need. He or she may immediately begin to think of other needs you have that need to be filled. He or she may become resentful if you are sick for a long time. But if you keep talking, you will both find solutions. You will begin to understand and know your needs in a different way. You will find that they are reasonable human needs. Therefore, the true result for our second example is, when I ask, my needs get met. Column 4 is for the positive belief supported through your new actions. Fill it in. To get an idea of what it could be, check out our two examples. For our first example, the positive belief that is supported is, the world is a place of truth. Truth is safe, builds power, and opens creativity. For our second example, the positive belief supported could be stated as, my needs are natural human needs. I can know what they are, ask for help, and get them met. The world is a place in which needs are natural and can be filled. In column 5, list the other areas of life affected by the positive belief that you have supported through your new actions and that challenge your fear. You will find that all parts of your life are affected. In our first example, if you began to challenge someone you did not challenge before, you probably will begin to challenge all parts of your life and the people in them in ways that you have not done before. You will challenge yourself to live in your truth and be more creative in all aspects of your life. In the second example, you will begin asking not only for what you need, but for what you want. You will be able to distinguish between the two. You will most likely do this in all areas of your life. The positive results to me, in column 6, will be vast. If you relate to our first example, you will gain more self-confidence, more freedom, and more creativity in your life by taking on more challenges. You will greatly improve your self-esteem. In the second example, you will find more nurturance and fulfillment in your life as you learn more about your true needs and how to fill them. You will also learn about what you want and be able to go for it. In the last column, list the positive results to other. How have others benefited from your changing your behavior? List the benefits to others in the last column. In our first example, the first person to benefit from your changed behavior besides you may be the person whom you challenge. This challenge will help them grow if they wish to, because they can learn a great deal about themselves from it. Your immediate family will benefit from your increased power and creativity because you will not only challenge them to go for theirs but will set an example for them. Of course, you will probably challenge them on their habitual patterns also. In our second example, the person whom you ask to help you fill your needs will immediately be given a chance to express his or her loving and giving. He or she may be challenged to find out how much he or she is able to give in love and find greater depths of love within. He or she will also learn how to communicate better, through the give and take of caring for someone who is ill. If he or she has not already done so, he or she will also learn how to recognize and fill his or her own needs. He or she will also learn how to ask for what he or she wants, because you are a model for learning to fill needs. The benefits of breaking negative contracts. The more negative contracts you break in this way, the more freedom, creativity, and power you will have, and the safer you will feel. Once you have released yourself into a new way of being, your positive belief system will be activated. This will spread throughout your life holographically. You may be very surprised at the tremendous positive effects of breaking your negative contracts, not only on yourself, but on the person with whom you were holding them. Breaking such contracts frees a great deal of creative energy that you will now be able to use in your life in other areas. It will enhance your personal healing process a great deal. It will also free creative energy in your friend's life. Some friends may insist on keeping the old contract. Since you will not keep it, that friendship may dissolve with the contract. Your old friend may find another person who is willing to make the old contract. Let go and let God. Your old friends will face those changes in their lives when they are ready. There are no judgments about this. Everyone must be free to change and grow at their own pace. This may also happen in intimate relationships. It is, of course, much more difficult to lose an intimate relationship, but it does happen when people change rapidly. In such cases, when grief for that old friendship or intimate relationship arises within you, it is helpful to remember that love and learning are always created in every kind of relationship. That which always remains from friendships and intimate relationships is the love. It is only the negative that dissolves. The pain and the distortion dissolve through time and through learning. The love that was created always remains and is never diminished. When your old friend goes through the necessary change in his or her life, you may happen to meet again and find the friendship rekindled. The love will still be there. If you are ill and moving through the healing process, you will transform many old negative contracts with friends and your intimate partner. You will find that those people who will agree to the change in your mutual contract will also grow through the stages of healing with you. As you move through and transform each of the 7 levels, as discussed in Chapter 8, you bring the people involved with you to a higher view of the entire process. When you go through deep changes in your life, so will the people around you. Their lives will change. Creating healing relationships with your healthcare professionals. It is very important to create positive contracts with your healthcare professionals. The purpose of such a positive contract is to clarify your needs, find the right qualified people to help you fill them, and to carefully create a trustful, safe environment in which you will be able to do your work and surrender to the process of healing and to the wisdom and help coming from the healthcare professionals you have chosen. The more carefully this is done, the better, because at some time during the process, you will be required to trust, let go, and live by faith and hope. Be sure that you draw the right people to you and create the appropriate place and situation in which to do that. Before entering into a relationship with a healthcare professional, I suggest that you do the work in the previous section about your personal relationships. This will give you information about the structure of any negative contract that you might automatically, unconsciously set up with your healthcare professional. You will then find it easier to go through the material that follows. Utilizing the information given in this chapter and in Chapter 12, let us use some important questions as guidelines to set up positive healing relationships with your healer, your physician, and any other healthcare professional whose services you may wish to engage. The object is to create the best client-healer-physician team that you can. You can also use these guidelines if you wish to use a nutritionist, a therapist, or any other healthcare professional. If you are too ill to do this by yourself, then get someone to help you go through it. If, on the other hand, you are caring for someone, like a family member, who is too ill to work on this at all, then try to do it from the information you know about them. It will be a big help. Points to check out about yourself to make sure you are clear about which belief system you are coming from and what you need. What is my desired result? What is my reason why not? Why I have not obtained this desired result before? What is the fear I have avoided that I will have to face? Upon what negative belief system is that fear based? Your half of any negative contract with another person will always be based on your negative belief system. You will find that the negative belief system you list is one that is familiar to you. You use it in many areas of your life. You have probably already come up against it in doing the exercises in this chapter that explore negative contracts in relationships. You probably related to the 2 examples given. They are very apropos to the healing relationship. The first example says it is dangerous to challenge someone who disagrees with you. It is based upon the negative belief that the universe is not a place that supports the truth or the truth-finding process, or more personally said, expressing my truth and my creativity is dangerous. If this negative belief is operating within you when you interact with a healthcare professional, you will have difficulty standing up for what you believe. If you do not like the attitude or stance that your healthcare professionals take with regard to you and your healing process, you probably won't challenge them. You will refrain from expressing your doubts about the plan they are presenting to you. You will probably refrain from expressing your creative ideas about healing yourself. Unfortunately, such concerns, doubts, and creative ideas may be the key to your healing process. If you wish to move through your healing process with the attitude of increasing your self-awareness and finding your truth each step of the way, then you need to get help from someone who is willing to work in that way. It can't be someone who simply tells you how it must be. You must find someone to work with who will lay out the healing plan on the table and speak with you openly about it. You need to know what your choices are and what consequences come with those choices, as best as any healthcare professional can tell you. Many physicians are willing to do this now with an open heart. Discerning whether a plan is right for you and challenging one that is not right for you will be much easier if you are clear that the positive belief system that you are coming from says that the universe supports truth, truth-finding, and the expression of creativity in problem-solving. The more you center yourself into this reality before you need to make a decision, the clearer you will be about making a decision when one is required of you. In the second example above, to which you may have related, the supported basic negative belief is something like, when I have needs or am sick, people will be angry. I must never get sick. Having needs is dangerous. Obviously, this will interfere a great deal with your healing process and with your relationships with your healthcare professionals. They will be much too busy to try to figure out what all your needs are. Nor could they, if they even had the time. It is up to you to begin to understand that you have real adult needs and that your needs are greater if you are ill than if you are not. It is perfectly reasonable to get help to fill them. If you know that you have a tendency not to ask for your needs to be met, you must concentrate on centering into the positive belief that we live in a world where everyone has natural human needs and where needs can be met. Therefore, you can ask your healthcare professionals to fill these needs. Even if you are embarrassed, it is better to ask. If they cannot fill them, or if they feel that it is inappropriate to do so, you are still on the path to getting them filled. You can keep asking until you find the appropriate person to fill them. Asking for what you need and challenging aggressive treatment modes for a life-threatening illness is very, very difficult. It requires clarity about where you are coming from. For example, nobody wants chemotherapy, nobody wants radiation. But is your resistance to it coming from the commitment to ask for what you need and stand up for your truth to heal yourself in a way that is right for you? Or is it a way to avoid a very unpleasant treatment and to thus stay in denial? These are the questions that many people face. They are not easy. Knowing on which belief system you tend to base your actions will come in very handy at such a time. If you tend never to challenge, you probably ought to start. If, on the other hand, you are the sort of person that challenges everyone on everything, you are probably coming from a negative belief system that says people are not trustworthy. In this case, such actions would probably be detrimental to your healing. The big question is, are you coming out of love or fear? If it is not love, try again. There are many variations on what I call the games people play with healthcare professionals. Many patients want physicians or healers to be more than human, to have no flaws, and to take full responsibility for their health. For example, a negative belief system that supports not being able to ask for your needs to be met has its reverse side, in which the physician or healer is supposed to be all-knowing and all-caring. There is a part in everyone that wants to revert to the womb, where all needs are automatically cared for without their asking. But that is not the real world. Everyone is limited. Every one of us is human. Be aware that healthcare professionals' knowledge is necessarily limited. The knowledge of medicine is limited. Although it is very advanced scientifically, it knows much less than there is to know. After all, it was and still is being formulated by people who are simply trying to learn as much as they can within a certain framework of knowledge. So it is with healing. Healing is a path of knowledge that interfaces with the way of knowledge of medicine, and there are many paths of healing. Neither medicine nor healing can take responsibility away from the person who is born into that body in the first place. You always were and always will be responsible for your body. As a teacher of healing, I run into this a lot from those who come to study with me. Since I am able to read the field and see into the body, some students think that that means I automatically read everything about their health whenever they are in one of my classes. I have had several people get angry at me because I didn't warn them ahead of time about something that showed up in their yearly physician's checkup. Once these people get over the initial shock, they find that they are actually avoiding knowing things about the workings of their own body. This avoidance is usually based on our fear of the human condition in which we live as vulnerable physical beings. However, in the long run, the more we maintain our natural body-centered consciousness, the more we are able to follow the messages from our balancing system and keep it healthy on a daily basis. This is very empowering. With our balancing system, we remain awake to what is going on in our physical habitat as much as possible. Therefore the person, ourselves, who can do the most about it has first alert. We are always there inside the body. Doing this makes a big difference. For example, I mentioned a case in an earlier chapter about healing back pain. I found it necessary for the client to carry small healthy snacks to maintain a good level of blood sugar so that he would not injure his back. This worked very well for him. He became much more conscious of what was going on in his body minute to minute. By being present and responding to his own need over time, he then healed his back. A female client with whom I was working at the same time refused to do this. She didn't want to maintain a high level of body awareness. She didn't eat what and when she needed to maintain her blood sugar level to prevent injury. She kept re-injuring herself. She had deeper issues of self-responsibility that she needed to deal with before reaching this practical way of handling the problem. Once you have done the work in this chapter to find the types of negative contracts that you set up with people, you can check out how you might set up the same types of negative contracts with your healthcare professionals. Consider the examples here, then ask yourself these 4 additional questions. What negative contracts have I set up in the past that I may unknowingly use with my healthcare professionals? What is the positive belief system out of which I will now allow my actions to arise? You will want it supported by whomever you choose to work with. What do I need from my healer, physician, or healthcare professional to help create the desired result? What simple mantra that expresses this positive belief can I find to use anytime? For example, you could use a simple one-word mantra such as health, creativity, peace, truth, ask, challenge, abundance, pleasure, or love. You can use this mantra at any time during the day. If you like to be precise, simply think of it a few times on the hour of every hour, or when you get up in the morning or go to bed. You could use it in a formal meditation, where you sit quietly with your spine erect and aligned. Or simply lie in bed and concentrate on 1 or 2 simple words that mean a lot to you. Now that you know what you need, you can apply it to the various healthcare professionals you chose in Chapter 12. Create an imaginary contract with each. Be clear on what you want from each. This process will continue as you gather more information. You will definitely need a different contract for your healer from the one you have with your physician. Review chapters 5 and 6 before you create the contracts. Remember, the more you do this before you get sick, the easier it will be if you do get sick. Do it as a preventive healthcare measure to maintain your health now, and it will be that much easier to create healing relationships with those whose help you request if you do get ill. If you need help to clarify the process, do not hesitate to ask someone who will understand what you are doing. Since most healthcare professionals do not set up preliminary interviews, you will most likely not be able to present your ideas until your first appointment with a physician or your first session with a healer. Make sure that you do this during the initial part of the appointment. After a healing it will be too late. You will be in an altered state, and most likely it will not be appropriate to talk much. Points to check out with your healthcare professional to make sure you can create a positive contract with him or her. Is he or she willing to give you the type of information you want, in as detailed a manner as you require to fill your need? Be sure he or she describes choices of treatment plans. Is the person clear and honest about what he or she can give you and what his or her limitations are? From what belief system is he or she working? Is it similar to the one that you wish to support? This one may be too difficult to answer. If so, just skip it for now, it will eventually show itself. Do you both agree on the desired result? What does the person want from you? What are your responsibilities to carry out the healing process? Once you have set up your healing team, make sure someone makes a schedule of the many things that will need to be done and the help you will need in doing them, like going to appointments and getting someone to do your shopping so that you can maintain your diet. Get your friends to help you create your healing space. Be sure to have alone time, just for you to get to know yourself better. Creating a healing relationship with the earth. There is a holographic relationship between your personal healing and the healing of the earth. Many of us are concerned about the great deal of pain on the earth today. We want to know how we specifically have helped to create it and how we personally can help to heal it. As I said at the beginning of this chapter, everything that has been said about individual relationships can be applied to our relationship to the earth. Collectively, our negative contracts show in our treatment of our planet. On the personal level, any negative contracts that you have found operating in your personal relationships are also functioning holographically in your relationship to the earth. It is on the fourth level of our field that we connect to the earth and create relationships with the earth like those we create with each other. From the auric perspective, the earth is a live sentient being, and we are part of its body. This idea makes sense in the M3 metaphysics. Since all matter is created from mind or consciousness, then consciousness created the physical body of the earth. The physical earth, then, just like our bodies, arose out of the consciousness that created it. Just as our consciousness is connected to our body through the auric field, so the earth has consciousness that connects to it through the earth's auric field. Some of the earth's aura is known through our study of the magnetosphere and the Van Allen belts, which are parts of the earth's magnetic field. Many of you have seen the magnificent colors of the northern lights, which look very similar to the human aura. Since our bodies are part of the earth, we are holographically connected to the earth. We are born out of it, and it is our mother. Native Americans honor this connection and maintain a humble respect for our dependence upon the earth. Many people of our present culture like to forget our dependence upon the earth and our interconnections to all the beings that live upon it. We act as if we own it. Indeed, we even believe we do own pieces of it. I thought Crocodile Dundee put it straight when he said in the movie, "It's rather like two fleas arguing over who owns the dog they live on." Much of our mistreatment of the earth comes from our personal pain, which our negative beliefs keep recreating. Collectively, we hold ourselves in this pain, and collectively, we mistreat the earth. Since we have learned from holographic theory that everything we do affects everything there is, then we must somehow, in perhaps some small way, be responsible for what is happening on the earth today. After all, the smaller system within the greater system is directly connected to and immediately affects that greater system. Such a thought is overwhelming to most of us. We have quite a lot to deal with in our own lives without taking on planetary problems. Many people turn away from the immensity of the problems humanity as a whole faces now. To deal with such an issue, someone once asked Hyoen, "What can I do for world peace?" The channeled answer I received not only clarified how we help create the problem but also gave a way for us to do our part without feeling so overwhelmed that we turn away. Essentially what Hyoen said is that just as you hold negative belief systems that create pain in your life, you also help hold that negative belief system in the collective unconsciousness of humankind. out of which humanity's pain arises. Here is the channeled answer in the step-by-step process to find your appropriate area of service. What can I personally do for world peace? Channeled from Hyoen. This is a wonderful question, and I hope that more people will ask it of themselves. It is becoming more and more important that larger numbers of people begin taking responsibility for becoming world citizens. The first step toward that end is to consider yourself from the greater vantage point, and let your decisions and actions arise out of that broader knowing. From our vantage point, since you are joint creators of the earth and all that exists there, you have made it as it is. You have created all that you experience in your life, and when there is pain, it is there only because you have made it so. This does not mean that you are bad. It simply means that you have not learned a lesson you have come here to learn, and so you have created a situation that not only arises out of that unknowing but that gives you precisely the tools that you need and the direction to look to in order to incorporate that learning. Take our perspective and apply it to the world situation. First, ask yourself the questions you would ask concerning any personal issues. What does this world situation mean to me personally? What is the message the greater world, being a mirror to the self, is trying to tell me about what I need to learn? What is the nature of the pain I have helped to create? What needs to be done about it, and what is it that I can personally do? How have I personally contributed to the greater situation? Now you might say, I didn't do it. You might even blame others, it was the politicians, or you might choose some other nation or ethnic group to blame. But it is you who have participated in an election or refrained from voting. It is you who have carried prejudices within yourself regarding others who seem different from yourself. You do it with complete strangers as well as with people you know. These generalizations and assumptions that you make about others, you also automatically and often unconsciously place on yourself. This causes you a great deal of interpersonal pain. When you hear yourself speaking negatively about another, ask yourself what effect it has on you when you say it about yourself. The longings of the human soul do not limit themselves to national boundaries, languages, or creeds. But with these distinctions, the soul finds an appropriate classroom, or playground, in which to learn. It is precisely this variety that makes the earth such a wonderful choice for incarnation. Nations were created to bring diversity and excitement to your lives. They were never meant to be a battleground. Indeed, one could live many lives upon the earth in many environments and never get bored. So what has happened? The things that brought you to earth for your schooling are precisely the things that cause the problems. Fundamentally, your belief in a separated reality beckons you to return each time to earth. That belief also causes you fear. So you have come here to dissolve fear, but it is through the fear that needs dissolving that you have brought more fear. So ask yourself, precisely what is it that I am afraid of, both in my personal life and on the world scale? See how they are really the same fear. Do you know that these fears are precisely the same fears most humans have, and from which most humans act? These common fears, then, are the origin of world conflict. You all fear loss, illness, death, and lack of freedom. You all fear that someone will take something of value away from you once you have established it in your life. But I tell you, the only person who can do that is you. To the extent that you take away your own personal freedom out of fear, to that same extent you will try to take away another's freedom. To the extent that you create illness in your body, to that exact extent you would allow others to maintain it in theirs and stand aside offering no help. To the extent you create impoverishment of physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual nourishment in your life, to that extent you can tolerate impoverishment in others and even hope for company. As you have done it unto yourselves, so you have done it unto others. So the first place to create world peace is at home. Create harmony at home, in the office, and in the community, and then extend it across national boundaries. Would you let your child go hungry? Then why let the next door neighbors, the African, or the Indian go hungry? Wherever you draw the line is where you have limited yourself, your self-definition, your love, and your power. I recommend that you each devote 10% of your time and energy to a private project for the purpose of bringing about world peace. This may be in the area of education, political activity, communication, or simply monetary contribution to a cause with which you are profoundly connected. Do this only from the perspective that you have helped create the situation as it is and therefore intend to heal it as the healer that you are and from the power available to you as co-creator. Thus, rather than working for world peace because you should, you will work because you want to. Rather than working out of fear or guilt, you will work from the point of view of a creator putting his or her work in order. Never approach world peace from the point of view that you are nearly powerless to do anything about it. That simply is not and never will be true. You are the co-creator of all you experience, including the world situation. If you do not like what you have created, find the lessons to be learned from your imperfect creations and recreate in another, more suitable way. If you fear poverty, then your actions arising out of that fear, trying to stop personal poverty, will help create poverty on a world scale. Your fear helps maintain the mass belief in poverty. This mass belief in poverty causes a backlash reaction in which everyone strives to get more and to keep it for themselves. This greed leads to the struggle for economic gain that has, in turn, brought about the impoverishment of the world's resources. This creates more poverty and holds it in place in the physical world. Consider this, my friends, the things you most abhor and fear are the very things that you create. Thus, not only are you to delve into your belief in your personal poverty and what that means to you, you are to take 10% of your time to look into world poverty. The world solution will be the same as the personal one. Greed is based on the fear of not having enough. What appears to be greed is really a result of fear of poverty. That, in turn, creates poverty, which in turn leads to the destruction of the earth's resources and challenges your very existence. Ultimately, therefore, your fear of poverty covers your existential fear, and ultimately, your greed rests upon the shaky foundation of your deeper existential fear. Now, what can be said of this greed? Greed is a term you may never wish to apply to yourself. Let us soften it a little. If you look within, you find many wants. Make a list of your wants. You will find that many of them are designed to make you feel safe, which they can never do. Now ask yourself, which of these wants do I wish to create from my higher consciousness, based on my positive belief system? Which do I want to create to make myself feel safe, based on my negative belief system? Divide the list in this way. Now focus on the positive list and ask yourself, how does each of my wants serve the world as well as my personal self? When that is completed, address each item designed to assuage fear and ask, what fear am I trying to assuage, and how? If I act according to these wants, how will my actions affect the world? As you know from the previous material, basically you are acting out homework from Hyoan of and thereby affirming fear in the world by following through with such action. Note that as you do this, you may find that some of the items are on the wrong list. This exercise may give you a better understanding of just how responsible you are for creating not only your life experience but the world situation as well. You are very responsible. You have in fact a big effect. So, dear ones, be aware of the very direct effect your belief system has both on your personal relationships and on the world situation. Because of this powerful direct effect, you can change both by discovering your negative belief systems and changing them to project love, caring, and trust into the world. Be in peace and in love. Homework from Hyoan. 1. List your fears on the personal level. List your fears on the world level. See the similarity. 2. List your wants. Divide the list between wants to assuage fear that stem from negative beliefs, negative wants, and those that come from positive beliefs, positive wants. 3. Find the fear out of which your negative wants arise. Find the higher consciousness out of which your positive wants arise. 4. What have you created on the personal level from each of these positive and negative wants? What in the world situation is similar to the personal one? That is what you have helped to create in the world, both positive and negative. 5. In what area of world service, according to your negative creations coming from fear, do you wish to give your 10% toward world peace? Results of clearing your wants to assuage fear. Consider the person who is gluttonous because he fears starvation. He may overeat and even hoard food. Such a person helps hold the fear of starvation in the collective unconscious of the human race. When he works on his problem, he may choose to give by helping feed those on the planet who are starving. A friend of mine I will call Mark did just this. He was overweight at the time I met him. I knew nothing about his background. But I knew he was very concerned about his weight and the health problems it caused. He was particularly concerned about the extra strain on his heart. He had worked on this problem in the past by going on diets of various sorts, losing a few pounds, and then immediately regaining the weight. He had to go into the deeper issues involved with his weight before he could lick the problem. He went to a healer to get help to stop his overeating. He shared his process of healing with me. He has given me permission to write about it. Mark discovered that the first level of fear within him was simply the fear of hunger. He could not tolerate the inner feeling of hunger. This was a surprise to him, and he had no idea where such a fear would have come from. It certainly wasn't a reality in his life. He searched for where the fear of hunger came from and found that his parents had had terrible financial problems at the time of his birth, during the Great Depression of the late 30s. Although they were always worried about where the next meal was coming from, nobody ever went hungry. He had found the source of his fear of hunger. His early family heritage carried a fear of hunger, although it never happened. As a young child, he thereby learned that this unknown thing called hunger was a terrible thing to be feared. His young psyche could not distinguish between fantasy and reality. His early childhood solution was simply never to be hungry. It worked, but he gained weight. In Mark's healing process, he began to practice tolerance of the fear of hunger by eating good healthy meals and cutting out his nearly constant eating throughout the day. Improving his diet in this way immediately increased his energy level and his level of self-awareness. What was different about this process was that his motive was deeper than just the loss of weight, as it had been in his earlier dieting. It had become an exploration of his inner world. At times, the fear would be too great, so he would have a snack. In this way he worked gently with himself. As he continued to explore his experience of the feeling of hunger, he found that he could begin to distinguish between the feeling of hunger and the feeling of inner emptiness. He found that he even enjoyed the feeling of inner emptiness because it gave him plenty of room inside. It was peaceful. It was just life without form. Now and then something new would arise out of his inner life without form. Many times, he experienced high spiritual ecstasy. Then other things started coming out of this inner void. As he was sitting one day in the inner quiet, he experienced the rising feeling of the fear of starving to death. Then it broke full force. Quickly, he found himself in the middle of the experience of starving to death. It was another century. He was in a different body and a different life. He jumped up from his meditation in fear. Later in his healing session, he told his healer what had happened. Together during the healing they rolled backward in time to the past life experience that had arisen in his consciousness. The healer worked to clear his auric field of the auric debris left from that experience. He experienced himself living in a time of great hunger. According to his experience, he had actually helped cause this hunger through misuse of power. He and many others eventually lost family and life through starvation. Of course, in this case, there is no way of proving that such a thing really did happen to him. But there are some very well organized studies that support his experience, for instance, one by Ian Stevenson of the University of Virginia, who is verifying past life information from very young children. At any rate, our main focus here is on the healing effect of clearing this experience from Mark's auric field. First he lost his fear of hunger and starvation. Then he changed his life a great deal. As Mark said, when my energy field cleared, I finally understood that my fear was from something that had already happened rather than something that was going to happen. I then had a very overwhelming desire to stop the possibility of it happening again. I saw the mistakes I had made last time around and wished to try again. I began to see eating as a pleasurable way of nurturing my body so that I could be free to be who I am and to do what I had come here to do, which is to deal with the real starvation that is happening on Earth right now. Mark no longer believes in the fear of hunger. He teaches meditation on inner emptiness as a path of self-discovery. He holds the belief that the experience of inner emptiness is a wonderful and necessary part of human life, leading to greater self-understanding and the connectedness of all things. He has lost 50 pounds. He is working for an organization that fights world hunger. 14. The 3 types of auric field interactions in relationships. One of the most interesting privileges that HSP, higher sense perception, gives is the gift to watch auric field interactions between people when they are relating to each other. On the 4th level of the auric field, everything we do with each other shows up in a living, moving, constantly changing display of colored fluid like light, or bioplasma. The interplay of the bioplasma reveals a great deal about relationships that I certainly never suspected before I saw these auric field interactions in detail. Bioplasmic displays reveal that we are connected to each other in many ways that our psychological and sociological theories have not included. They show an interdependence between all living creatures far beyond what we have previously understood. No matter how much we may think we are independent and do things on our own, we never really are. This is a lesson that many human beings are relearning now. In the tribal communities of our past, we knew how much we depended on each other. But in the early 20th century, the modern world gave us a false sense of freedom. Now with satellite views of the Earth and modern communications technology, we get a broad view of what it means to be interdependent. We see that our individual actions combine into a powerful force that is changing the face of the planet. We see that what is done in one country can immediately affect all others. We see it in the world banking system, in the stock markets, in our weaponry, and in our pollution of the Earth. The international concerns that the average American now has, spurred by something as simple as watching the evening news, indicate that the planetary holographic connection is beginning to be felt. Everything we think, say, and do holographically affects everyone else through the life energy fields. Most of us are not conscious of the depth of this statement. Yet many are beginning to be. Many people feel it in a primitive way. We get a gut feeling that something terrible is happening, and we go to our TV sets to check out what it is. That is what many of us did on October 17, 1989, when our TVs told us that our gut feeling was right. The second worst earthquake in recorded history had just hit San Francisco. This gut feeling that something is wrong is common in many people when a large calamity happens somewhere on Earth. In other cases, we have a feeling of lightness and freedom that tells us that something wonderful is happening. For example, when the Berlin Wall came down, we felt our connectedness to the Berliners and their striving for and standing up for freedom. We felt connectedness not just because we saw it on TV but because we are energetically connected, through the fourth level of the auric field, to all people of the world. We resonate with those who hold freedom dearly in their hearts. Opening our conscious awareness on the fourth level means literally feeling others. It means feeling their presence and their deeper reality of feelings, hopes, joys, fears, and longings, as if we were them. On the fourth level, personal boundaries are very different from those in the physical world. Let's explore what that means. On the fourth level of the field, energy consciousness takes the form of what it believes itself to be. What it believes itself to be depends on its vibrational frequency and its energy content. When our energies are alike on the fourth level, we feel as if we were the same person, because we feel exactly what others are feeling. Is it me or you? We ask. Yet, when our energies are different on the fourth level, we feel that we are not the same person. That is, we are not others because we have our own feelings, different from theirs. On the fourth level, we move back and forth between fusion or oneness with and separation from other people in an effort to become individuated. In the process of life on the fourth level, we come together and fuse in communion. This communion then allows us to move apart into individuation. It is only through individuation that we can know our unique inner divinity. The more we know our inner divinity, the more we are able to come together in communion. Through this circular process of growing self-awareness, love is created. This process can be very confusing when we try to clarify fourth-level reality in the physical world, where boundaries are clearly defined by our skin. Reality simply is very different on the fourth level of the field from what it is on the physical level. I began describing this difference from the scientific perspective in Chapter 2. Now I will do it from the spiritual perspective. To understand why the process of life on the fourth level of the field is so different from that on the physical, let's explore the underlying process of creation that is functioning here. Here is how the fourth level is created. The creative force from the core of our being projects down through the higher levels of the auric field and into the fourth, on its way to the physical world. As it does this, it splits in two and becomes relational. At this point a dualistic split occurs. It is in the fourth level of our field that we first become dualistic. The fourth level of our auric field is the bridge between the physical and spiritual worlds. We experience this bridge through relationships with others. Without this bridge of relationship, the physical and spiritual would appear to be divided and separate. In the fifth, sixth, and seventh levels, which correspond to our spirituality, we do not experience duality. The main functions of duality are to explore differentiation and to define boundaries. As creation is stepped down through the levels below the fourth, then into the physical world, boundaries become more clearly defined. Each progressive level down has a more clearly defined duality. So it is on the fourth level that duality first begins to manifest in the back and forth movement between feeling that you are the same as another person and then feeling different from them. Just beneath the fourth level is the level of the mind. Here, through clarity, we think about who we are. I think, therefore I am. I think differently from you. Therefore, I am me, you are you. On the second level of the field, duality again expresses itself in a different way. I have emotional feelings about myself, therefore I am. I feel differently about myself from the way I do about you, therefore we are different. We are not the same person. On the first level of the field, duality is clarified thus: I feel myself through sensation. I sense my physical body. I sense your physical body. It is different, therefore I am different from you. On the physical level, our skin defines our shape. We look into a mirror and say, oh yes, there I am. But what? We might ask. is so important about differentiation and individuation if we are all one anyway. In dualism, we learn to individuate our conscious awareness through the I-thou relationship. It is only through the dualism into which we descend that we can awaken our conscious awareness to individuality. Through dualism we provide ourselves with a mirror to get a good look at ourselves. Without dualism, discernment of our individuality could not occur. I cannot overemphasize the importance of this fact. Stylianos Ateshlis, who lives in Cyprus, is a world-renowned healer, known as Daskalos in the book The Magus of Strovolos by Kyriakos Markides. In his theological teachings, Ateshlis explains dualism in terms of the descent of man from the angels. He says that it is only through descent into the human experience of duality and free will that conscious awareness can exist. He says that we were all archangels who passed through the idea of man into duality in order to awaken to our inner divinity and to gain awareness of the evolution of consciousness. He says that archangels and angels are not individuated as we are. They have no consciousness of self as individual and are without individuality. Free will is automatically divine will. There is no free will. In other words, the idea of choice does not exist within a non-individuated being. Human beings, on the other hand, who finish their rounds of birth and death on this planet and then transcend to higher worlds, are beings of great spiritual power who are also individuated. Individuation is a process that begins with incarnation down through the fourth level of duality and then down deeper into duality in the physical world. It is a very long-term process of creation that continues through centuries in the physical plane. Then it moves into higher frequencies of life experience that apparently go on infinitely. So even though many of us complain about duality and the difficulty of human relationship is at the heart of spiritual growth and development. The fourth level is a bridge between our spirituality and our physical nature. It is a bridge between heaven and earth. It is a bridge that is made of relationships. It is through relationships that we become whole. In the past, some may have considered it very spiritual to sit and meditate on a mountain somewhere. But that is no longer true. Once we've sat upon the mountain to know God, we must bring our learning back to humanity to be fulfilled. Can we still be loving, honest, and truthful? It is much harder in relationship than on a mountain. Many of us get lost on the fourth level bridge because we don't know how to create relationships that fulfill our needs, both to give and to receive. Through relationship, our learning is put to the test. By making our relationships function better to fill our needs and the needs of others, we build the bridge between our personal self, levels 1 to 3 of the auric field, through the interpersonal self, level 4 of the auric field, to our transcendent unitive self, levels 5 to 7 of the auric field. In the fourth level, we learn to know ourselves, each other, and eventually God better, through recognizing the God within us and within each other. All the energy correlations to our interactions with people, individuals or groups of any size, animals, plants, minerals, and the planet are found within the fourth level of our field. It is the level at which we create and express love for all sentient beings. The fourth level of our field is a bridge of love. Whenever two people interact, a lot of field activity occurs in the fourth level of the auric field. When HSB vision opens on the fourth level, a whole world of connectedness opens to us. There are three major types of field interactions in the fourth level of our fields. The first type is through harmonic induction of the frequencies of one field into the field of another person. The second, and most apparent, type is the streams of colored fluid-like energy, or bioplasma, that flow between the fields. And the third type is the cords of light through which we connect with each other's chakras. Each type of auric interaction can be either positive or negative. The positive interactions serve to charge and nourish our fields. The more we have them, the fuller, more fulfilled, and happier our lives become. On the other hand, the negative interactions can cause damage to the auric field and lead to disease. Communication through harmonic induction of field pulsations. One major way we communicate through the auric field system is by influencing each other's field pulsation rates. The pulsation rates in one person's field induce a change in the pulsation rates of another's field. It works just as tuning forks do. Whichever auric field is stronger usually influences the other. That is why people travel long distances to sit in the field of their guru. The guru is usually someone who has spent a good deal of time in life meditating and increasing the frequency, size, and power of his or her field. Whenever disciples sit within range of the guru's field, their auric field is lifted to higher vibrations. And they feel wonderful. Of course, this also releases the people's personal process because the increase of power running through the field releases energy blocks that then have to be dealt with. Harmonic induction is an important factor in relationship. If your field is strong, with more energy than your spouse's, and your pulsation rate is faster, your field will induce a faster pulsation rate in your spouse's field. If your field is a slower rate but you are still stronger, more energized, your field will slow your spouse's pulsations down. People like to maintain their fields within a certain range of pulsation rates. Couples usually match up within nearly the same range. Or individuals may pick spouses outside of their range to help speed them up or slow them down. It is difficult to communicate through a very big difference in pulsation rates. Intimacy requires field coupling. In other words, the ability to either pulsate in the same frequency range or to synchronize fields using harmonics is necessary for communion. When people are not within the same frequency range or cannot synchronize harmonically, it is extremely difficult to communicate. They just don't understand each other. It feels like talking to a brick wall. Your pulsations have no effect on theirs. Or it feels as if your words disappear into a cloud. Your pulsations are just absorbed into their field without producing any change, or they are deflected off into space. Like a mirror, your pulsations just bounced off with no effect. Or it just goes over their heads, your pulsations were too high in frequency, and their field is not able to pulsate that fast. For information exchange, one field must be able to have an effect on the other. Of course, many times it is possible to purposely not allow your field to be affected by another. One can become a mirror, a brick wall, a cloud, or just too dense on purpose, to prevent communion. We all do this at times to keep each other out. When two people do commune, the fields affect each other in a beautiful way. The pulsations of one field cause changes in the other, which then build and create new changes in the first. This process continues in a positive feedback loop, creating new colors and frequencies in the two fields and creating a lot of pleasure for both people involved. Both people learn a lot in such communications. We immediately feel uncomfortable in a relationship when we sense vibrations coming into our field through harmonic induction that we don't like. There are times when two people's auric fields beat against each other, creating a high-pitched screeching interference, much like feedback when a microphone accidentally gets too close to a speaker. These energy field interactions are very unpleasant, and we find them very hard to deal with. They register consciously as repulsion, dislike, fear, or even disgust. We simply don't like the person. This goes on until somebody changes. When they do, so does their auric field. Relating through bioplasmic streamers. Whenever two people interact, great streams of bioplasma flow between them. When people like each other, a great deal of energy is exchanged. The energy consciousness in these bioplasmic streamers corresponds with the type of communication going on between the people involved. The colors and shapes of the bioplasmic streamers depict the nature of the interaction. In comfortable, pleasant communication, the streamers are smooth flowing, with soft, bright colors that dance in an exchange of energy. As a streamer from one person's field reaches over and touches another's field, it fills the other's field with colors, feelings, and energy. In normal relational interactions, lots of different kinds of streamers of energy consciousness are exchanged between the people involved. The streamers can be of any color of the rainbow, and any shape. The brighter and clearer they are, the more positive, powerful, and clear the energy consciousness. These are the kinds of communication where each person gives a lot to the other, and both get filled, having had their needs met. The heart chakra on the fourth level of the field is rose. If there is a lot of love in the interaction, a lot of sweet rose energy flows in soft waves. When two people fall in love, the heart chakra on the fourth level becomes very active, training more rose energy into their auric field. Soon their auras are overflowing with rose energy. Couples in love create a beautiful rose cloud of energy around them. Anyone who happens to be near or in this cloud feels wonderful. We all love lovers. When we are near them, our heart chakra on the fourth level begins to open more and pull in more rose light. And our auric fields also begin to produce a rose cloud. If there is passion, the rose will have a lot of orange in it, with a stimulating effect. The waves will be faster with higher peaks. Probably one of the funniest things to watch is when people are pretending not to interact. They may not be looking at each other or overtly acknowledging each other's presence, but great streamers of colored bioplasma flow between them. Each person's field responds in bright scintillation. This can happen when two people first meet and are very attracted to each other. And it can happen when people are deeply involved, perhaps secretly, and are pretending not to know each other. They may or may not acknowledge the interaction openly, but the HSP observer is in on the secret. When people do not like each other, they usually try not to exchange energy flow. Sometimes that doesn't work, and the friction builds up between them. Then, like a high voltage gap that suddenly gets released through a spark of electricity, they will lash out at each other. Sometimes it is so powerful, it actually looks like a flash of lightning. In harsh communication, the relational energy streams are sharp, jagged, and dark in color, and they penetrate the other's field like spears or arrows. For example, anger is pointed, penetrating, invasive, and dark red. Envy is dark, gray-green, slimy, and sticky. If one person is trying to covertly get something from another, the streamers will be dense, slimy, and tentacle-like. They will grasp into the other's field to suck energy like a suction cup. Or they might be brittle and sharp and hook into the other's field and hang on in a desperate fashion. Remember, all these forms are possible, because on the fourth level energy consciousness takes the form of what it believes itself to be. Negative interactions actually feel like spears, arrows, or daggers that tear open the field. They feel like slimy sucking tentacles that steal or drain energy. They feel like parasitic hooks that drag the energy field down. They feel like that because that is exactly what they do. Bioplasmic streamers in family and other close relationships during illness. Some common interactions occur through the bioplasmic streams when people are ill. People who are ill have a double problem where energy needs are concerned. They need extra energy to fight their illness, yet they have difficulty metabolizing even a normal amount of energy for themselves because their chakras most likely aren't functioning properly. That's how they got sick in the first place, their fields are weaker. Remember that energy flows from a higher to a lower voltage. When one person is ill and another is healthy, the healthy person usually transfers a lot of healthy bioplasma to the ill person. They do this automatically. In addition to that, when the ill person needs something, he or she will send out a bioplasmic streamer of supplication to the healthy person's auric field. These streamers suck the energy that is needed. This happens whether or not the person asks for it directly. This process is normal, natural, and unconscious. It is part of the give and take of family life. The energy exchange within family life is very good for the person who is ill because it gives strength to fight illness. All the family members, including children and pets, give life energy to the ill person in this way. That is one of the benefits of the holographic connection that each of us has within a family situation. People tend to get well more quickly in energetically supportive situations. During the healing process, the ill person will at first need to be able to receive energy from others, then eventually learn to stand on his or her own 2 feet, and finally help supply energy to the family structure again. There are many variations of how this works. I'll cite the 2 extremes of the spectrum. The ill person may have been sucking energy for years before the illness began manifesting physically. At an appropriate time in the recovery, he will need to learn how to metabolize all the energy he needs for himself. This will be a natural part of the healing process, as his chakras will be repaired and can function properly to supply him with all the life energy he needs. In an opposite case, a family member who has been supplying a great deal of energy to the members of her family may need to receive a lot for herself. This may be very difficult for her and her family at first because the roles are reversed. She may be unable to receive and may need practice at it. Here is where the family can help her learn to receive by good, loving caretaking. They may even have to be pushy about it at times. On the other hand, in such a case family members may still try, through habit, to take energy from her when she needs it most. If you see this happening in your family, be very careful about protecting her. Taking energy from her at this time could have a negative effect on her health. If the illness is long-term, the family members will very likely begin to feel the psychic drain of the illness directly on their own fields. They are metabolizing energy not only for themselves but for their loved one. They most likely will not know what is happening to them, but they will get tired and grouchy and not want to take care of their loved one at times. It is essential for each family member or intimate partner of anyone who is ill to get away and off by themselves to get replenished. Otherwise, resentment and guilt over the resentment will grow, which could then lead to depression, exhaustion, and even physical breakdown and illness. All family members need to find ways to gather energy for themselves. This can be done very well through meditation, pleasurable hobbies, sports, personal creative activities, healthy friends, and other pastimes. To stay at home for 24 hours a day, sitting by the side of a loved one who is ill, is the worst thing people can do, both for themselves and the ill person. Eventually everyone will be ill. Healthy people need to interact with other healthy people for a creative exchange of energy. People who are highly creative like to spend time with peers who are also creative because together they generate and exchange a lot of high-frequency, creative energy. The exchange then releases the creative force within each of them. Bioplasmic streamers in public work. The act of teaching or performing is one of feeding energy consciousness to students in a way that helps lift them into another level of understanding. Great streams of bioplasma flow between a teacher or performer on stage and a class or audience. A teacher of healing needs to be able to carry the energy of a room so that the collective energy consciousness of the students can be lifted and enlightened into an experience of higher understanding. Teachers must be able to hold the energy of what they are teaching while it is being taught. For example, I must hold my energy at the 4th level of the auric field when I am leading a 4th level healing exercise, or the students will not be able to learn it. If I try to teach 4th level healing while holding my energy at the 3rd level of the field, the level of the rational mind, the students will duplicate that. They will try to do the healing on the 3rd level and not be able to hold the 4th level. The old myth that those that cannot do can always teach is simply not true. The teacher must not only know how to do but must also be able to do it while conveying it to others. That is even harder. The same type of bioplasmic streamers of supplication occur in all forms of relationships when one person wants something from another. If there is a demand with the request, the streams associated with the request will suck energy. If there is a simple request, and then a letting go, the streamers will not suck energy. For example, since we are speaking about classroom activities, if a student decides to talk to a teacher personally and is determined to do so even if the teacher is very busy, he or she will throw a streamer of energy out to grasp the teacher's field. Sometimes students even do it before entering the classroom. Or they do it from the back of the room and then walk the length of the room along the path of the auric streamer. The teacher may be deep in a conversation with another person but will probably feel the intent the moment the student hooks onto her or his field. Anyone who has ever been a public figure has experienced energy streamers from their public or their fans. In such cases, many people try to attach streamers all at once, and the psychic drag of it gets difficult to handle. The more people do this, the heavier is the drag. Since the fourth level of the field is independent of space, these connections can and do occur from all over the earth. It is a big responsibility to try to be loving in all these connections, which are also projections, demands, or requests of some sort. And that takes practice. When the public figure is tired, it is difficult to always respond in a loving, positive way. This is one of the reasons anyone in the public eye feels an extreme need for privacy. The need is just to get to be alone, to feel the self, and to get replenished. Bioplasmic streamers and burnout. Everything that has been said about bioplasmic streamers in public work also goes for the more private work in the helping and healing professions. The professional's job is to hold an auric field of healthy vitality and balance while low energy and low frequency bioplasmic streamers of supplication are constantly pulling and dragging on them. This makes helping and healing very difficult work. The professionals must be persistent in self-care. They must create a daily schedule to revitalize their energy field and renew themselves, or they will burn out. That is why burnout is so common among these professionals. Most of them do not realize that they need more self-care than a person who is not in the helping professions. Bioplasmic streamers and objects. Bioplasmic streamers also occur when we connect to inanimate objects. Remember, any action we do is preceded by thought and feeling that can be seen in the auric field before we follow through with the action. In other words, we do things energetically before we do them physically. If the action is to be relational, it will first be expressed in the fourth level auric streamers. The moment we decide to make a phone call, we send out a streamer of energy consciousness to the phone. Then we reach for the phone. This phenomenon continues throughout the entire day. Each time we connect in this way to an object, some of our bioplasmic energy consciousness is left in that object. The more we work with an object, the more of our energy it absorbs and the more connected we feel to it. The type of energy consciousness we place in an object through our bioplasmic streamers depends on how we feel about the object. If we like or love it, we fill it with love. If we dislike it, we fill it with the energy of the type of dislike we have for the object. If we are in a bad mood when we pick up the phone, some of it stays in the phone. If we are in a good mood, some of that stays in the phone. As we continue to fill the object with our energy, it contains more and more of the kind of energy with which we have filled it. The object will then give off that kind of energy to anyone who comes in contact with it. Healers use this principle when they charge an object, such as a piece of cloth or a crystal, with healing energy and send it to a client. The cloth or crystal carries the healing energy from the healer to the client, who then absorbs the energy from it. What is more, the healer can continue to charge the object at long distance. It can then continue to be a source of healing energy for the client. Essentially, talismans of power work on this principle. Shamans or magicians are taught how to empower objects by learning very clear, efficient ways of concentration to transfer their energy consciousness into an object. Objects can be filled with energy consciousness of any type. This energy consciousness is made up of feelings and thoughts. Since this energy consciousness is not pure thought, I do not use the popular term thought form for it. Rather, I call it a psychonoetic thought form, psycho referring to feelings, and noetic referring to the mind or thought. Each psychonoetic thought form takes on the form that corresponds to the feelings and thoughts that make it up. Rituals traditionally were, and still are, used for this. Rituals set a form, practice, or procedure that is repeated at regular intervals. Rituals include not only set actions but set spoken words, and specific things to concentrate the mind on while the words and actions are repeated. In ritual, it is important to generate specific feelings at will, to fill the thought form with the power of feelings. In other words, a ritual is a way to recreate a particular type of bioplasmic streamer of energy consciousness, or psychonoetic thought form, at will for a specific purpose. Ritual is a conscious act of creation. Each time an individual repeats a ritual, he or she adds more energy consciousness to the original psychonoetic thought form, which was created the first time the ritual was performed. Since rituals are repeated through generations, they are a way of connecting to very powerful thought forms that have been built up over long periods of time. Each time people perform a ritual, they holographically tap into the power of the psychonoetic thought form for their use. And in turn, they also reinforce the power object with the thought forms they are creating in the ritual. Creative visualization works on this same principle. By concentrating on what you want to create, you create it in the psychonoetic world first. Eventually, it automatically steps down into manifestation in the physical world. We are continuously doing this every moment of our lives. We just usually aren't aware of it. The more aware we become of this process, the more we can consciously choose what we create. The cords that bind us. Another type of auric interaction in relationship is through the cords of auric light that connect us to each other through our chakras. These cord connections occur between all like chakras. That is, people connect to each other with cords going from first chakra to first chakra, from second chakra to second chakra, from third chakra to third chakra, and so on. When working as a healer, the first cords I ever noticed were the ones that connect between third chakras. It seems that in our culture, the cords between third chakras get the most damage as we go through life. Almost all the people I have worked with have damage to their third chakra cords. Therefore they came to my attention first. At first, I didn't understand the significance of the cords since I had never heard of them before. I just knew that in a great number of the clients on whom I worked, I would find myself digging out cords that were embedded in the third chakra. In other cases, the cords would be dangling out in space. Slowly, I realized that these cords connected to people with whom the client was in relationship. I was instructed through guidance to untangle the cords, to repair them, and in many cases to strengthen the connection between the two people. Guidance also had me root some of the cords down through the client's chakra and through deeper dimensions down into the core star. Hyoen said, "You are rooting the cords of who this person is in the universe, which is the psychological function of the front of the third chakra, deep into the core of his being, and thus releasing an unhealthy entangled dependency." As time went on, I began to get feedback from the clients about the profound effect changing the cords had on their relationships. Not only would a client change in a relationship, so would the other person involved. It was then that I started realizing the power of the cords in relationship and the powerful effect that working directly on them through the auric field had on changing people's relationships and their lives. Over time, I observed cords connecting all the chakras and worked with them. Since the cords are connected on the fourth level of the field and higher, which exists before and beyond three-dimensional physical space, many cord connections actually occur before life in the physical dimension begins. They continue to exist even after the death of anyone involved. The cords remain connected to the deceased people, who have left their bodies and are in the astral or spiritual world. Once they are made, these cord connections never cease. They never dissolve. They are beyond the physical world. At physical death, the auric field of the fourth level and higher doesn't really go through much of a change. It simply isn't connected to a physical body anymore. Therefore, it is not surprising that the cord connections remain after physical death. Hyoen says there are 5 major types of cords: the soul cords that the ongoing soul carries from its original God connection and its monad within the spiritual world. The cords from past life experiences, on earth or elsewhere. The genetic cords that are gained by connecting to birth parents. The relational cords that grow through relationship with parents. The relational cords that grow through relationship with other human beings. The soul cords connect us always to God and home. Through these cords, we connect to our guardian angel or our personal guide. The cord connections from past lives help us remember the connections we had with people before this life. Many times, we meet people and have the feeling that we know them from before. We feel connected to them in ways that may at first be difficult to describe but that feel real. We find that we like the same things or carry the same longing. After a time, we find that we are working together to fulfill that longing. We may have slight glimpses of possible past life experiences together, or a full-blown past life memory may surface. Just a word of caution about past life phenomena. Past life memories can be very tricky. As soon as you find yourself using a past life as an excuse for negative behavior, watch out. You are probably on the wrong track. If you blame someone for your negative feelings toward them, or if you put yourself in a better position in the past than you are now with respect to someone, for example, if you were the boss then and now you are not, or if you were the teacher then and your present teacher was the student, or if you give yourself license for otherwise non-social behavior like extramarital sex, you are misinterpreting and misusing the past life connection and heaping up more karma. Usually whatever problems you have now, you had then. But they usually are not as bad now as they were then, since you've learned a few things in the ensuing lives. The cords from past life experiences include past lives not only on Earth but elsewhere. Not only have we incarnated as humans on Earth in the past, we have also had life experiences in other forms and in other places in the universe. Some of us feel that connection now, as we are beginning to allow such a possibility to enter into our consciousness. Many people look up to the stars and recognize them as home. The genetic cords. Our genetic cords first connect deep into the interior of the heart chakras of a mother and child-to-be before conception takes place. I have seen the field of the baby-to-be floating just outside the field of its mother-to-be. The effort to connect the first cord comes from the person who is incarnating. If the mother is afraid of pregnancy, she may not allow the place that is deep within her heart chakra to open in a way that the connection from the child-to-be can be made. She will not get pregnant until she does this. This can be a cause of infertility in women. She can pray and meditate to face her fear. Her fear will arise so that she can deal with it in process and thereby open that very deep place within her heart. This heart chakra opening will activate the thymus gland. Then, assuming that the other endocrines, especially the ovaries and pituitary, are balanced with it, she is ready for conception. By deeper observation with higher resolution, I noticed that there are also cords that connect from the mother's heart chakra to her egg and from the father's heart chakra to his sperm. When the egg and sperm come together, these cords are then connected between each parent and to the child who results from the conception. In this way, the parents are also connected to each other through the child. Once the initial genetic cord connections through the mother's heart chakra are made, genetic cord connections are made through all the other chakras. Thus, you are connected through all your chakras to your parents. They, in turn, are connected through all their chakras to all their children. In this way, you are connected to your siblings. This connection goes on through grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins. It continues through all your bloodline connections, through the great genetic tree of life dating back through time immemorial. It creates a great network of light cords connecting all human life back to the first humans on Earth. This great life network exists outside of three-dimensional space and independently of it. In this way, you are intimately connected to everyone that has ever lived on Earth. In fact, in this same way, if evolutionary theory is correct, you are connected to all life forms that have ever evolved up out of and lived on the Earth. It is through these original birth cords that we carry our genetic heritage on the auric level. I also noticed that when congenital birth defects, inherited proclivities to different diseases, and miasmas occur, they are related to problems with the genetic cord connections. For example, problems with the genetic cord connections in the fourth chakra can result in a child being born with a hole between the two heart chambers. The relational cords. The relational cords between parents and child develop between all the chakras. They remain connected whether or not the child stays with its original parents. If a child is adopted, new cords are grown between it and its new parents. The genetic cords and the first relational cords that are developed in the womb, during the birthing process and shortly thereafter, still remain. And biological parents continue to affect the child through them as it develops. The relational cords represent different aspects of relationship, according to the chakra's psychological function. Cords from the first chakra, which also grow down deep into the earth, represent the stability of the will to live in the physical body in relationship to the earth and in relationship with another person. Cords from the second chakra represent the enjoyment of life's fecundity in sensual and sexual relationship. Cords from the third chakra represent the clarity and appropriateness of caretaking of the self and others in relationship. Cords from the fourth chakra represent loving and the mystery of the balance between loving and willing in relationship. Cords from the fifth chakra represent secure trusting in the higher will of the relationship. They also represent giving and receiving in truthful communication through sound, words, music, and symbols. Cords from the sixth chakra represent the ecstasy of seeing higher concepts in the exchange and interplay of ideas while at the same time experiencing unconditional love with whomever this exchange is taking place. They represent the pleasure of recognizing your loved one as a beautiful being of light and love. They represent the ability to love from a spiritual perspective, as did many religious figures such as the Christ and Buddha. Cords from the seventh chakra, which also connect up into the higher realms, represent the power to be within the divine mind of God in relationship to God, the universe, and another human being. They represent the ability to understand the perfect pattern of a relationship. They also represent the ability to integrate the physical and spiritual worlds in relationship. The state of these cords represents the nature of the relationship we have with each parent. As the child matures through the developmental stages of growth, the cords mature also. With each new learning about relationship, the cords take on more strength and resiliency. The nature of the cords reflects the nature of the relationships the child creates. The cords reflect how established and healthy a relationship is. The patterns that children develop are repeated throughout life. They determine how well they are able to relate to other people. A child uses the model of each of its original relationships with its mother to create relationships with other women and with its father to create relationships with other men. This is one of the reasons why we tend to recreate the type of relationship we have had with our parents with our intimate partners. The cords on the left side of all chakras always connect out to a female person. The cords on the right side of all chakras always connect out to a male person. Thus, by knowing on which side of anyone's chakra the problem is, whether the role is parent, child, or peer, a healer can immediately tell if the problem originated from the client's relationship with his or her mother or father and was then duplicated with another human being of like gender. Each time we have any kind of relationship with another person, we create new cords. These cords change and grow as the relationship changes and grows. The cords can attach between chakras only if both people allow them to. Unhealthy entangled dependence or healthy interdependence is always a mutual agreement. The fuller and stronger the relationship, the fuller and stronger the cords. The more interactions in a relationship, the more cords for that relationship. The more relationships we create, the more cords we create. The state of the cords represents the nature of the relationships we have and how we are connected. Some of them are healthy, some are not so healthy. In healthy interdependent relationships, these cords are alive, bright, pulsating, and flexible. They serve to maintain intimacy, trust, and understanding while making plenty of room for freedom and flexibility in the relationship. In unhealthy, codependent relationships, on the other hand, the cords are dark, unhealthy, stagnated, heavy, and slimy, or stiff, dim, and brittle. These cords serve to maintain relationship independence and inflexibility, and to crowd out individuality. The more we become tied to a person with unhealthy cords, the more the probability for habitual interaction, rather than spontaneity. In unhealthy relationships, we misuse the cords that connect us. If we use the cords to slow the relationship down, to keep it from changing, and to keep interactions slow and dull, the cords become thick, dense, heavy, and dull. The relationship probably becomes stuck in depressed resentment and anger. If one person is trying covertly to get something from the other, such as to be taken care of, but not admitting it, the first person will send out a long, sticky, tentacle-like stream of energy, reaching into the third chakra of the second person to suck energy. Such cords can also cling to or hook into another person in an effort to control. If we make the cords brittle, stiff, and unyielding, that is how the relationship becomes. The cords can also be depleted, weak, and flimsy, like the relationship to which they correspond. As a relationship becomes healthier, the cords become brighter, more charged with energy, more flexible and resilient. They are very beautiful with many colors in healthy relationships. Each chakra grows cords that represent a particular aspect of relationship, as shown above. Each time we have a life experience with someone in that aspect, new cords are grown. If we interact with someone in all aspects as represented by the 7 chakras, cords will be grown to connect all 7 chakras. In intimate, long-term relationships, we build many cords that connect us through all our chakras. It is in this way that we build very deep intimate relationships and remain psychically connected to people no matter where they are on earth, and no matter how much time has elapsed since seeing them. For example, mothers know how their children are no matter where they are and no matter how long it has been since they have seen them. Life trauma and the relational cords. One of the most painful experiences in life is to lose a loved one through abandonment, divorce, or death. The cords usually get badly damaged in these experiences. I have seen all the chakras on the front of the body torn open, with the cords floating out in space, after such trauma. The personal experience of such a trauma is described as the feeling of being torn apart, or as if their better half is missing. Many people become disoriented and don't know what to do with themselves. In a difficult divorce, the party who wants out usually tries to tear out as many cord connections as possible, leaving the other person a bit bewildered, as well as creating a lot of pain and havoc in his or her own field. When this is done, each person is in pain and left with the feeling of being disconnected from many aspects of his or her life, because it was also involved with the partner. The damaged cords represent not only the old relationship but the activities that the couple did together. Many people who separate in this forceful way have a tendency to get involved on the rebound, to try to heal the pain caused by their drastic actions. Unfortunately, they tend to recreate the same type of negative relationship with the same type of man or woman they had before, because they have not healed the relational cords. When a lot of cord damage is done in the process of forced separation, I have seen it take at least 5 years, sometimes 7, to reorient the new lives of couples who were long married and then divorced. It depends on how much damage was done and how well the person can heal it. Of course, a healer who can see and work with the cords can do it much faster. What people do not understand about this phenomenon is that in any separation, certain cords must dissolve, while others remain. When one partner departs, what happens to the remaining partner depends on how he or she prepares for separation and lets go of the dependency in the old relationship. Unhealthy cords resist the change and try to maintain the status quo, while the healthy cords simply allow the transition. Healthy cords remain connected, no matter what happens. Once two people come together in love, the love remains, and so do the cords that represent that love. Problems with the relational cords. Problems with first chakra cords. Cords from the first chakra, which also grow down deep into the earth, represent the stability of the will to live in the physical body in relationship to the earth and in relationship with another person. The main causes of weakly developed or damaged first chakra cords I have seen are a child's reluctance to incarnate, a birth trauma that disrupts the newborn's ability to connect the cords to the earth at birth, early physical hardship that impeded a child's growing relationship to the earth and prevented the normal development of cords down into the earth, physical abuse at an early age in which the child felt its life threatened and caused the child to prepare to leave by disconnecting the cords from the earth, the child's emulation of parents who were not connected to the earth, some accidental injuries that caused damage to the coccyx that in turn damaged the inside of the first chakra and the cords. Damage to the first chakra cords causes problems in the client's will to live and function in the physical world. It causes problems with the client's grounding to the earth and ability to connect to others in a physically oriented life, such as sports, exercise, and the enjoyment of the natural world and the earth in general. The main result of this damage is an ungroundedness, an inability to absorb the dense earth energies. This, in turn, makes for a weakness in the overall energy field that cannot support a robust physical body. The physical body becomes weak as a result. Lack of connectedness to the earth results in a great deal of fear about life in the physical world per se, such as fear of being in a physical body because it seemingly is separate from the apparently hostile physical world around it. The person feels like a prisoner in a terrible cage, the physical body, of frightening and painful torture. People in this state feel as if they were being punished for some terrible thing they have done. They spend time trying to find out what it is. If only they can make it right, they think, they will be released from their suffering. They never feel safe. They may find that meditating, moving as much energy consciousness as possible out the top of their heads, makes for a safe haven, if only they could do it all the time. Unfortunately, this meditation is the worst thing they could do for themselves because it only weakens the cords that connect to the earth. And in the long run, meditation makes them less able to deal with the physical world. Common illnesses that result from damaged RST chakra cords. Actually, weakness in the first chakra cords weakens the energy field and the physical body to such an extent that ultimately, all illness is, directly or indirectly, related to it. At first, the weakness may show as a lack of physical energy. Then it could show in the adrenals. Later, it could become cancer, AIDS, or an autoimmune disease like rheumatoid arthritis. Usually, how the disease manifests later has a great deal to do with the state of the other chakras and cords. Examples of healings and their effects. Probably the most common healings I have done on first chakra cords are the ones with people who have had broken coccyxes or an early trauma in which they disconnected from the earth. During my healing practice, I regularly restructured the first chakra and then established new cords down into the earth. The results of these healings were a revival of the immune system, a strengthening of the physical body, and a doubling of physical energy available to the client. One particular case comes to mind, in which a woman had Epstein-Barr virus and could not get well. Her first, second, and third chakras were not functioning properly. Her healer kept working on the third chakra. That helped her to a certain extent, but she had relapses regularly. It was not until I repaired the second and, primarily, the first chakra, then connected the cords down into the earth, that she became and stayed well. Problems with second chakra cords. Cords from the second chakra represent the enjoyment of life's fecundity in sensual and sexual relationship. The clearer our relationship to our sensuality and sexuality, the healthier the cords that we will create. The better a couple is matched sexually, the better the sexual relationship, the healthier, stronger, and more beautiful the cords will be. Any disorder in the cords will be experienced as a disorder in these areas of our lives. Or if we have issues with our sensuality and sexuality, the cords that we grow between our second chakras with the person with whom we are in a sexual relationship will show our problems. Each time we have sexual contact with another person, we create more cords and remain connected to that person throughout the rest of our lives. Sometimes this causes confusion in those who have had a lot of sex partners, especially if the relationship was not healthy. These cords can be cleared and cleaned so that the positive aspects of the connections remain and the negative are healed. They will never be completely dissolved. The main causes of weakly developed or damaged second chakra cords that I have seen are past life difficulties with regard to sensuality and sexuality, with which the child is born. General disregard or degradation of sensuality or sexuality in the child's environment. Direct rejection of the child's sensual or sexual expression by parents or other close adults. Childhood sexual abuse. Rape by a person of the same or opposite sex. Invasive medical procedures on the young child. Mistreatment by a sexual partner. Common illnesses that result from damaged second chakra cords. The problems that I have seen result from damage to the second chakra cords are depressed sexuality that results from sexual abuse. Sexual perversion, from all types of sexual abuse. Inability to achieve orgasm. Inability to conceive. Impotence with a particular person. Prostate cancer, vaginal infection, vaginal cancer, ovarian infection, pelvic inflammatory disease, homosexuality from repeated rape by a person of the same sex. This does not mean to imply that homosexuality is an illness. According to Hyoen, one incarnates for a life task that is best served by all one's physical parameters, including the body. Many individuals may choose a male or female body without the traditional sexual attraction toward the opposite sex, simply because that is not the type of life experience needed by the individual in that particular lifetime. There are no judgments in the spiritual world as to how one chooses to express one's sexuality. Rather, the goal is to express one's sexuality with love, truth, wisdom, and courage. We can consider two types of homosexuality, one that is the result of free choice to create circumstances for life experience, and one that came from a trauma that resulted from the karma of past actions. And let me remind you that karma is not punishment, rather, it is the rebound effect of a past action. All of our actions are causes that create effects that eventually come back to us. Sometimes it takes lifetimes before the effect comes back. In a way, both types of homosexuality are the same, for both create the circumstances needed to fulfill the life task. In the second case, the trauma needs healing work, but that doesn't mean the healing work would necessarily lead to heterosexuality. Rather, the goal is wholeness for the individual. I must make it clear that damaged cords are not the only general causes in the auric field of these problems. I am only listing examples from cases I have seen in working with people whose problem was mainly caused by damaged cords. Examples of healings and their effects. In several cases I worked to rebalance channels of energy that connect the endocrine system on the auric level to help women be fertile. Sometimes unhealthy or embedded cords from past relationships prevent healthy cord connections to the person in the present sexual relationship from forming. In such cases, I have to clean and clear the old cords before new, appropriate cords can be connected properly. Once the cord connections for the present sexual relationship are repaired, pregnancy can occur. When both parties of the couple cooperated, I have been successful many times. On the other hand, if both parties do not cooperate and healing is needed in both, connecting the cords doesn't work. For example, one woman came for healing to be able to get pregnant. Her field configurations related to endocrine balances were very distorted and disconnected. I worked on her about 3 times, and they all straightened out. She was ready. At the end of the last session, her husband came to pick her up. He came into the healing room for a few minutes, and I saw that the cords between their second chakras were not connected. I began to try to connect the cords. But as I did so, I saw that there was much deeper work to be done in his field, especially around his genitals. There was damage deep inside the first and second chakras. I could see that his sperm were very weak and would not be able to penetrate the egg well. Unfortunately, the husband was very skeptical and a bit hostile about the work and wanted nothing to do with it. Since he didn't want healing, there was nothing I could do. I knew that when they went for testing, it would show a low count of very weak sperm. Later, through a friend, I heard that they had tried artificial insemination, which didn't work either because of the husband's auric and physical difficulties. I have always felt rather sad about that interaction. Perhaps I shouldn't have kept quiet. Perhaps the bridge of skepticism could have been crossed. But I wanted to respect his opinion and choice. Problems with third chakra cords. Cords from the third chakra represent the clarity and appropriateness of caretaking of self and others in relationship. Taking care of a child means being there for the child for everyday needs, washing, dressing, feeding, reading bedtime stories, and putting to bed. There are parents who love their children deeply but do not know how to take care of them in these ways. Or vice versa, there are parents whose love connection is weak but do know how to take care of the child. During trauma in relationship, the cords can get badly damaged. Usually this trauma is from lack of contact and nurturing or from over-control by a parent. In either case, a child's reaction is to tear the cords between its third chakra and the third chakra of the parent involved. If the trauma was from lack of nurturance, the ends of the torn cords that come out of the child's third chakra usually end up floating around in space. It is as if the child were trying to find someone else to attach the cords to. When the trauma is from over-control, the cords usually get embedded into the child's third chakra. I would guess this is a protective means to keep anyone else from trying to control him or her in this way. This same trauma will most likely occur in other relationships as the child grows up and goes through life. Usually, over time, these cords get tangled and embedded in the third chakra, causing it to dysfunction. In the long term, the process goes like this. 1. First being over-controlling, the parent grows very controlling cords into the child. 2. Then the child tries to get away and tears the cords out. 3. Then the child gets entangled in the self, and the child's cords get entangled in his or her third chakra. 4. Then the child can't connect well with others because the cords are too unhealthy to connect to others. People who live this process go through life without being connected to their parents and have difficulty in connecting to other people. They never feel that their parent recognizes or understands them for who they are. They probably resent their parent and are unable to recognize the parent as a human being who is also going through life. Through hands-on healing, these cords can be pulled out, untangled, cleaned off, and reconnected in a healthy way by a healer. It is actually quite easy for a trained healer to do this. The cords will remain healthy if the clients are ready to create healthy relationships. On the other hand, they could damage them again through negative relationship. But they are less likely to do so because the healthy cords provide them with the experience of a healthy relationship, something they have perhaps never had before in this lifetime. Common illnesses that result from damaged third chakra cords. The most common illnesses that result from damage to the third chakra cords are illnesses of the organs in the area of the third chakra. Broken or embedded cords on the left side of the third chakra that originate from problems in the relationship with one's mother result in a problem such as hypoglycemia, diabetes, pancreatic cancer, indigestion, or ulcer. Broken or embedded cords on the right side of the third chakra that originate from problems in the relationship with one's father result in a problem such as sluggish or underfunctioning liver, infectious liver disease, or liver cancer. Examples of healings and their effects. In a demonstration during a workshop I worked with a student named Carrie. Carrie, a tall, thin, beautiful young woman, is from the Boston area. She was very quiet all year in class, so I decided to work with her to help bring her out. I could see that she had cords embedded deep into her third chakra. One end of the cords was connected to the inner tip of her third chakra, and the other end, which would have normally been connected to her mother, was embedded into her third chakra. In the work I cleared the embedded cords from the left side of her third chakra to the left side of her mother's third chakra. As I took the bundle of entangled cord ends from her third chakra, she took a deep breath and stretched up in response to the room that she now felt in that space in her body. Next I cleaned the cords. When this was done, I connected some of the loose ends, which represented dependence, down deep into Carrie's third chakra, bringing them down through the heric level and rooting them deep into the core star. In other words, I rooted her cords deep into the core of her being. Since these cords represent caretaking, it means that her caretaking of both herself and others will now come from the core of her being. Next I reconnected the rest of the cords back into the left side of Carrie's mother's third chakra. Her mother was not physically present in this healing, so this was done with the same kind of connection as is used in long-distance healing. This gave Carrie a very different feeling of connection with her mother. The feedback on these types of healings has been amazing. It is more or less the same from most of the people on whom I have worked. The relationship changes very drastically. Usually people leave a healing with a mindset that now they will finally be able to act differently toward their parent. They are surprised to find not only how different they are but how different their parent is. Not only is Carrie's relationship to her mother changed, but her mother's way of relating to Carrie is changed. The very next time Carrie saw her mother welcomed her and recognized Carrie in a way Carrie had always wanted her mother to. After years of feeling alienated, Carrie felt that her mother finally saw her as she is rather than as what her mother wanted her to be. Since then, their relationship is still unfolding and growing. Confusion in relationship is sometimes caused by distorted cord connections. What the aura shows and what clients think the cause of their problem is many times will be opposite. A client may have gone through life thinking that the problem was with his or her father, when all along it was with the mother. Many women appear to have problems with men. They just can't seem to get what they need from a relationship with a man. But when I look at their auric field, the torn, tangled cords from the third chakra are on the left-hand side, indicating that the problem originated in their relationship with their mothers. For example, my client Joyce learned at a very early age that she was not getting what she needed from her mom. This was an extremely painful and frightening experience, since from a child's perspective, mother is the giver and sustainer of life. In other words, to the child it seemed to be life-threatening. In order not to feel this threat, Joyce tore the cords of the third chakra out of connection to mom. She displaced her needs for mothering onto dad. From the auric field perspective, that meant all her needs became focused through the cords connecting through the third chakra to her dad. Joyce got nurturing from dad. Dad did as well as he could, but he just couldn't be mom. Later in life, the same relationships are recreated. Joyce, now a grown woman, tries to get mothering from her man. It never really works. So she assumes something is wrong with her relationship with men, which is true, of course, so she works on it in her sessions. Very logically, she chooses a male therapist to help her work on her relationships with men, to learn to get her needs met from the man in her life. She doesn't have much problem with women at this stage of the game because she doesn't expect much from them anyhow. She doesn't go to them to get anything, not even healing or therapy. If this situation continues, Joyce will never really get much better, even though she may seem so from the outer level. She will stay in the transferential position of being a good girl and become an even better girl. She is in awe of her male therapist, praises him profusely, and will do anything for him. Unfortunately, sometimes he unconsciously enjoys this so much that he doesn't see the greater picture of what is going on. A smart healer will know that a female client needs to work on her relationships with women with a woman therapist or a woman healer who is trained to deal with psychological issues, before the problem can be healed. She needs to open up the existential terror that she cut off when she broke her connection with her mother. Through this process she will begin to understand that the women in her life have a lot to give to her and that many of the needs she has placed on her man do not belong there. This is what will heal her relationship to her man. A healer can properly untangle, repair, and reconnect the client's torn cords to her mother. This will change the relationship drastically so that it can unfold and develop from the point at which it was frozen so long ago. I demonstrated a healing on a freshman student I'll call Grace that also shows the strong effect of clearing relational cords. In Grace's case, I worked on the cords from the first chakra, and then the third, then 6 months later, it was time to work on her heart chakra cords. This example shows the progressive action of the healing process. Grace is of light frame, blonde, and quiet and gentle in nature. She works as a financial manager and bookkeeper for an architectural firm. The healings lasted about 45 minutes. First, I worked on the first chakra, opening and grounding its cords deep into the earth. Then I restructured the etheric body of the left leg, which according to my HSP needed work. Grace later commented that it was her weak leg. Then I cleared the bladder meridian going up her left leg. Next, I cleared and restructured the second chakra. I then spent the most time on Grace's third chakra. The cords were very damaged. I untangled them and cleared them. Some were so indrawn that they had gone in and wrapped around the central vertical power current. The guides took out the old cords and put in brand new ones. I had never seen that before. I had only seen guides clean and repair cords. The guides put a prosthesis into the third chakra that looked like a badminton birdie. The guides said it would dissolve in 3 months. 6 months later, I interviewed Grace on the phone about the results of the healing I did with her. Here is what she had to say: "My relationship with my parents changed after you worked on the cords. After the healing, my first chakra was very open. I felt more grounded than ever. When I came home, my mother embraced me and looked at me with so much love, which I had never seen before. The love that she had for me was profoundly transformed. Before, she never expressed it. She wanted to be with me all that weekend. She was gardening outside, and I just sat out in the grass and she kept asking me questions about healing. She was more open to me and more open to who I am. I felt the same from my father. I felt a real heartfelt love coming from him. He's not one to express himself openly as much as he could. That's something that changed. And I also felt that over the summer, because I wasn't so defended. I didn't trigger them, and they didn't trigger me. Then I realized how much of the intimacy that existed between us was the patterns of triggering each other. With the new cords connecting to them, those patterns seemed to be completely gone, all through the summer. The chakra stayed stable for 5 months. Now in December, the chakra has started wobbling again. I've been doing a lot of desk work and have a lot of pressure. I'm not getting any exercise. Grace also said that her relationship with her parents had become more dormant since her third chakra had started wobbling again. It wasn't as it had been before the healings, rather, there was much less outer expression of the love. So I read Grace again, over the phone. The first chakra was becoming less open than it was after the healing, but it was much stronger than before it. The third chakra was wobbling a bit, but that was caused by a dark red plug of stagnant energy in its center. I described several ways that she could heal it. I also saw that her relationship with her parents was going deeper and that it was important for Grace to work to clear, repair, and make stronger connections with the heart chakra cords between herself and her parents. This she did, and once again her relationship with her parents has gone to another deeper level of intimacy. Problems with fourth chakra cords. Cords from the fourth chakra represent loving and the mystery of the balance between loving and willing in relationship. These cords between heart chakras are what is being referred to when we talk about heartstrings. Most of the people I have worked with have some sort of problem with their heartstrings or fourth chakra cords. The fourth chakra cords are damaged during unhealthy love relationships. The unhealthy configuration starts in childhood and is repeated as the person grows up. Whatever the problem, it gets amplified each time the trauma is repeated. Common illnesses that result from damaged fourth chakra cords. The most common cause of damage to the heart chakra cords I have seen in clients and students is from being hurt in an intimate love relationship. The diseases that result from this are heart pain, palpitations, atrial fibrillation, and damage to heart tissue that later results in heart attack. Examples of healings and their effects. In the summer of 1991 I asked a person who was attending an introductory workshop if I could work on her for a demonstration of advanced healing techniques, and she agreed. Earlier during the workshop, I noticed that the cords that connected her heart chakra and that of her deceased father were very damaged. Most of them were entangled deep in the heart chakra. Some were hanging out in space. I also saw several psychonoetic energy consciousness forms left over from past life experiences in the heart chakra. As a result of all this, her heart chakra was wobbling around rather than spinning in an even, clockwise motion. I asked her what she would like to be called for this case study, and she chose the name Esther because she relates to the biblical Esther. Esther, who lives in the Midwestern part of the country, is a lawyer and freelance writer. In 1976, when she was in law school, Esther had been diagnosed as having a defective mitral valve. The doctor said that it was a fairly mild kind of defect and that unless it interrupted her daily activities she shouldn't be put on medication. Then a couple of years ago Esther started a vigorous exercise program. During one of those programs, problems began. Esther explains, "My heart tripped out on me and I couldn't get it to stop. It was ongoing for over 30 minutes. That was when I was diagnosed as having atrial fibrillation. I went to a cardiologist and he said, 'No, you don't have a defective mitral valve, you have atrial fibrillation.' And he said that I have an unusual type of it, in that part of it is positional. It can be caused simply by turning over on my left side. I had two symptoms. One was that it would beat at a higher rhythm. The other was that it would sometimes start missing beats. So the doctor prescribed Lanoxin, because when your heart does trip out, it can create an embolism, which then could create a stroke. So in order to prevent the risk of stroke, this was the safer thing to do. I spent most of the time I worked on Esther on her heart chakra. First I cleared the stagnated energy away. Then I loosened the damaged cords, pulled them out, untangled, cleaned, cleared, charged, and strengthened them, then reconnected them appropriately to her father's heart chakra. Once this was accomplished, configurations from past life experiences began to unfold on the fourth level of the field, which were also in the heart chakra. I pulled a long sharp object that looked like a lance out of the left side of her heart. With HSP, it looked as if she had been betrayed and killed in a past life conflict. There were also two very heavy, dense shields over her heart, which had been placed there in a ceremony during the ancient goddess religion times. To be a priestess in these ancient times meant to dedicate one's life to the goddess and vow to give up any relationships with men. The shields were inscribed with some sort of ancient writing. Shields such as these were placed over the heart in a ceremony to help prevent a priestess from falling in love with a man. Once I was able to remove the shields, I also could remove a suit of medieval-looking armor. Past life objects such as these remain in the auric field as unresolved psychonoetic energy consciousness and influence present-day life. The spear could give Esther the tendency to expect betrayal of the heart. The shields would tend to interfere with her ability to relate to men. The suit of armor showed a strong psychic connection to Joan of Arc and martyrdom. Once these objects were removed, a great deal of light emerged from Esther's chest. I have never seen anyone's chest radiate such a beautiful, brilliant light before. After the healing, Esther asked if she could go off her medication. I said no for several reasons. First of all, I had no authority to say yes. The doctor would have to decide that. And I had no plans to follow up the healing, as I do not have a healing practice. It turns out that Esther did go off her medication on her own. 5 months after the healing, I interviewed Esther to find out her experience during the healing and to follow up on what had happened since. Esther, what I remember most vividly is feeling lighter and lighter as you removed the shields. I was never aware of the feeling of heaviness beforehand, but I remember feeling lighter as they were being removed. The connection with Joan of Arc made a lot of sense to me because I have the tendency to martyrdom. I tend to martyr myself for causes. All of my friends would tell you that I'm a very intensely committed person in terms of being very active in a number of causes. It's an area in which I've had to pull back at times, because of my intense over-involvement. I'm codependent about it. I just throw myself into these things sometimes to the detriment of my energy state. I'm a peace activist. I'm a lawyer, and I was actively practicing law in civil rights cases. Most of the cases that I took were underdog cases. I represented many women who felt they had been discriminated against, such as sex harassment in the workplace, employment discrimination, race or sex discrimination. Anita Hill was a lot like a lot of my clients. I'm a feminist. What the healing did for me is that my heart problem is 95% gone. I'm still experiencing a little bit of not the atrial fibrillation, but the other. It skips a bit every now and then. What I've learned to do when that happens is place the palm of my right hand over my heart chakra and just rotate it clockwise. It just regulates the energy field. You saw the heart chakra wobbling around, and what I picture is this wobbling heart chakra, and I'm then able to just get it to calm down and go back into its regular clockwise pattern. That doesn't happen very often, but it does every now and then. But that's the only thing I do for it. I tapered off the Lanoxin over the next 10 days to 2 weeks. I think I was taking about 1.5 pills a day. I cut back to just taking one, and then I took a half of one. Then I took a half of one every other day. Eventually, within about 2 weeks, I was completely free of the medication. I think the most exciting thing for me was that for several months after the thing had gotten re-diagnosed, even with taking the Lanoxin, I was not able to turn over on my left side in bed without it kicking into the fast heartbeat. After this healing, I was able to just turn over on my left side. At first, it would feel like the heart didn't quite know what to do. And then it would just settle down and be itself, a normal heart. And that's the way it is today. I can turn over on my left side, and there's maybe a 3 or 4 second period of time, a very very brief period of time, when my heart seems to be remembering that it used to do this. But then it doesn't do it anymore. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a very funny feeling. Barbara, so during that time when you turn over, you're with your heart. It sounds as if you bring your conscious awareness to be with your heart. Bringing a new pattern there is what it sounds like you're doing automatically. Esther, yes, I do, I'm there and I'm with it. I guess I'm sort of reassuring it that it doesn't have to go crazy on me anymore. And it works. But the most exciting thing for me was waking up one morning and realizing I had been asleep on my left side, and I had obviously just turned over in my sleep in the middle of the night, and my heart didn't trip out the way it used to when I did that. It would just wake me up immediately and drive me crazy until I turned over. But now I was obviously able to turn over in my sleep and sleep on my left side with absolutely no consequences and wake up in the morning a new person. Barbara, great. Esther, so that was really really exciting. But I get frustrated because I feel that I should be completely cured of this, with this wonderful healing. I wanted it to be totally gone. I went through a period of time of being frustrated with that because it was 95% gone, because when it happened on the table, like this great miracle, I really felt like you had been the shaman. You were the person who did this, and you took all of this stuff off and you took it away. I was so much lighter. I remember the next day, I doused my heart chakra with a pendulum, and it was the entire width of my chest. It was just huge, and it was a wonderful feeling just being that open, but then there was this, almost a ghost pattern that would still be there at times. My husband tells me I'm too hard on myself, probably my martyr complex again. But for now, I've really learned so much from that about the relationship between who I am emotionally and what my body is. And that the energy field is a real communication tool for me. And that was the most learning. I finally realized that this whole thing for me had been a real learning experience. First of all, taking responsibility for my own healing and for teaching me that I'm responsible on a day-to-day basis. I'm responsible for my energy field, and there are some days when I don't take care of my energy field the way I should. I allow myself to get overstressed or overfatigued, and that's when I start feeling this ghost pattern. My heart is trying to again tell me, hey, you're being a martyr. You're being too committed to this. You're too intense. You're too involved. Slow it down. And I remembered you saying something about that in the workshop, about what our bodies tell us, what our disease processes tell us, and it's almost like I still need some piece of that to serve as my thermostat, as my warning bell, I think. Does that make sense? Barbara, that sounds great. Yes, that's true, and that's probably why you've kept the ghost pattern there, because you still need that protection for yourself. Esther, yes. Barbara, and someday that may go away too. Because you may get to the place where you automatically stop when your body tells you to in a more subtle way, like simply feeling it's time to quit. Esther, now I still have this need for a warning system to tell me when I'm scattering my energies. Then I know that it's time to stop, refocus, center my energy field, and work with my heart chakra, and I have the tools to do that now. I'm working to get to the place where I can anticipate the dissipation of my energy. If I can anticipate that before it happens rather than after the fact, then I don't think I will have any need for this. I think it will be totally gone. Barbara, good for you. Have you noticed any changes in your relationship to your father? Esther, oh, wow, that is interesting. The healing came in the middle of a journey that I began in April, in which I had joined, for the first time ever, a codependency therapy group working on early childhood issues in family relationships. The most important piece of work that I did was after I came back from the healing. It was confronting my father on some things. I've had a history of not having a very good relationship with my mother, and I've struggled with that relationship for a lot of years. I have done all this work with my mother. But I always left my father alone. He was too scary to me or something to really be angry at, until I was able to do this work then, and that was after the healing. I had never had the courage to go ahead and be angry with him before. Some of the stuff that I had been blaming my mother for, I found out really belonged to my father. And so I gave him back his own stuff, and I was able to see my mother in a much more sympathetic light and how much she had struggled in her years of being married to this alcoholic man who was a womanizer and pretty selfish, who did his own thing. And so I was able to shift some of that over to him and confront him and, I think, come a lot closer to forgiving him. So yes, my relationship to my father definitely did change. Problems with fifth chakra cords. Cords from the fifth chakra represent secure trusting in the higher will of the relationship. They also represent giving and receiving in truthful communication through sound, words, music, and symbols. How communication and higher will interrelate is very interesting. When the throat chakra is open and functioning well, we speak our truth in the moment. That truth is automatically aligned with the higher will. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. The Word was made manifest. What we speak becomes manifest in the physical world. When our relational cords are healthy, the truths we speak to each other in a relationship bring about a positive manifestation of the relationship, which is aligned with the higher will of the relationship. Then we are able to accomplish our purpose in relating. When our fifth chakra cords are not functioning, we don't know how to speak the truth of the higher will of our relationship. We have a difficult time completing the purpose of our relationship, and the relationship becomes painful. All relationships are formed for the purpose of learning. The higher will of each relationship is always related to whatever is to be learned from that relationship. Some relationships may be formed just to complete karma. Karma is simply lessons that aren't yet learned that are carried over from one life to another. They are experiences that have not been completed. In the past, one has set an intention to complete a lesson, and when the lesson isn't learned, it gets carried over into another lifetime. We create a life plan, and within that plan are the types of significant relationships we will have to learn our lessons. We choose our parents and our family. The question is, do we also choose our mates to be way ahead of time? Do we have soul mates? Hyoen says, in the great wisdom of the universe, there are many individuals who carry the desire to complete a particular learning, the wisdom, and the karma, who are compatible to your needs and who are available for you to meet. The universe is not so inefficient as to provide you with only one possibility. In any case, the individual that you will meet is someone you will recognize as the one, the mate, for that particular time in your life. In our view here, to a certain extent every individual on the planet is your soulmate, and indeed also those that may not be in incarnation at this point. However, if you have come into a particular life with a major purpose, a major task, then the propensity for a particular mate will be higher if that individual has a life task that meshes completely with yours. In that sense, yes, you are soulmates. So you will recognize a soulmate from the perspective of being perfect in terms of energy vibrations, energy exchange, connectedness, and higher ideals, and also in terms of who you are and where you are moving in the moment and over a particular period of time. When the lesson is learned, the karma is completed, and the relationship may no longer be active. The relationship will never end, since the connection remains forever. Or you will take on a new learning together and stay with each other for a lifetime if you so choose. It is completely up to you, for from our perspective there is no separation anyway. Another way to look at it is in terms of how many times you have been together before. If you have been together before, you will recognize the other as yourself. The more times you have been together, the more you will recognize the other as yourself. Perhaps there is some particular moment when the number of times you have been together will bring you to the belief that this is indeed a soul twin. Once connected, always connected, and the more times you are connected, the more similar you become in experience and wisdom and in the level of integration of consciousness and individuality. Relationships continue beyond the physical world. They also continue between an individual who is in the physical and one who has released the physical. They are very much the same as they are in the physical. That is how it is with one's relationship with God. You see, the human romantic relationship is one of the closest ways to experience the divine, for one experiences the divine in the individuality of the other. This is a prologue to how good it will be with God. The human romantic relationship is the first step of many mergings that you will experience before you unite with God in relationship. You never lose the eros and the beauty and the wonder of recognizing the other. The cords in the fifth chakra can be damaged in harsh interactions regarding the truth and the higher will in relationship. They can be carried over from past lifetimes in which the individual was betrayed or betrayed others. They can be damaged in childhood through harsh interactions with regard to truth, such as a parent or other authority not believing children when they are telling the truth. They can be damaged by parents who don't take responsibility for their role. For example, one of the roles of a father is to protect the child from harm. But if the father doesn't protect the child and even takes his frustration out on the child by physically mistreating it, he is betraying the higher will of their relationship. The child will not trust relationships with other male authorities. Common illnesses that result from damaged fifth chakra cords. The illnesses I have most often seen include hypoactive thyroid, goiter, misalignments in the neck, and lung diseases. Examples of healings and their effects. A woman I shall call Lori came to me in her early 50s, after having gone through many years of therapy in which she had cleared a lot of problems in her life. Her present complaint was a hypoactive thyroid. She still had one central issue. She didn't trust relationships. I will give a longer history in this case, because it gives a clearer idea of how someone can, step by step, clear many of the chakra cord problems that were developed during childhood. Although some parts of Lori's story are more drastic than what you might consider normal, her chakra cord problems were not much worse than the so-called normal state of most people who are having problems. In other words, most people have difficulties in their cord connections in many of their chakras. And it is usual to take very long periods of time to heal them if they don't know they exist and therefore do not work directly on them. Although Lori was unaware of relational cords for most of her life, I will tell her story in terms of them. Lori grew up in a conservative Midwestern farm culture. She was a quiet girl, had few friends, studied a lot, and excelled in school. She didn't feel very connected to her mother, who chose her older brother and younger sister over her. She connected to her father, whom she adored and for whom she would do anything, even become the son to her father that her brother refused to be. She didn't play with dolls much, she loved to make things, and she assisted her father in many things. She felt terrible jealousy toward her little sister, who got all the adoration, while Lori was made to work long hours helping her parents. These experiences in her early life brought about a distortion of the cords to her parents in many of her chakras. The first chakra cords grew pretty well into the earth, since she did a lot of work with her family members on the land at the farm. The second chakra cords were damaged on the left side, the ones that connect to the mother, because she couldn't connect to her mother in terms of sensual and sexual pleasure, which her mother denied in her own life. Lori also had a very strict sexual upbringing because of the culture she grew up in. Sex was a duty that was to be put up with. The third chakra cords of caretaking developed well between Lori and her father, but she tore the ones to her mother out. Her father paid attention to her and took care of her, but the roles were reversed with her mother. Lori did the caretaking. Lori tried to get her mothering needs from her father. Lori's fourth chakra cords became a bit embedded in the left side of her heart because she also disconnected her heart from her mother. She felt guilt because she competed with her mother for her father. Over time, Lori's fifth chakra cords were entangled on both sides because she was so confused about her identity and her true needs. She had no models in her family for asking and filling needs. No one really knew how to do it. Most personal needs were also overridden by economic hard times. The sixth chakra cords developed fine. There was a lot of freedom within the family structure with ideas. Actually, there was very little intellectual discussion about anything in the family, but both parents had a great respect for knowledge. The cords of creative ideas were strong and healthy, although there weren't many of them. Lori's seventh chakra cords were also fine. She connected with her mother in her spirituality. Her mother had the faith of a grain of mustard seed. She also learned the benefits of being silent while spending time fishing with her father. This was actually his method of meditating and feeling God. Lori emulated her mother's faith and her father's practical use of meditation. She was thus able to make very strong connections through her seventh chakra. As a result of Lori's reactions to her childhood life and how she developed her relational cords because of it, she most naturally began to concentrate on the areas of her life where her cords were the healthiest. She slowly began to withdraw from family life and concentrate on school, where she could make a mark for herself. It was the main area left to her as a young teenager where she could find recognition and respect. This worked for her. She excelled in school and went on to college. Everything was fine until she got into relationships with men. Actually, she was fine as long as she could help them with their homework. But she could not take the role of a female caretaker or lover, because she had no direct model of it from her mother. Lori went through 2 marriages in which she was unable to get her needs met, or trust that the relationship was right for her, or support her in her life. She had difficulties for years communicating her needs in her relationships with both of her husbands. First, she married someone much older than herself. She was quite young and, in a sense, wanted someone to take care of her. As she said to her friends at the time, "He is offering me my life on a golden platter." She hardly knew the man but married him out of fear of being alone. The week after the marriage she spent feeling completely trapped and sat staring out the window of the one-room apartment in which she now found herself. After several months of discovering that she had very little in common with her husband, who would sit for hours playing with his ham radio, she began to focus on her career as a way to make something in her life worthwhile. During the next 5 years, she built up a career and became financially independent. Although her husband was very nice to her, the marriage never really developed. Their sex life was more or less non-existent. There were not many friends or pastimes, and no children were born. Lori did not want to have children. She didn't have the faintest idea of how to mother them, and she didn't want to. After 5 years, she had an affair with someone at work, which she used to get out of her rather boring, unfulfilling marriage. During the first marriage, what Lori did accomplish was more development and strengthening of the cords from the sixth chakra that gained her financial independence. Because her husband was so loving, she was also able to begin working on her sexuality. So those cords began to be loosened and healed, especially the ones that had represented sex as a duty to put up with. Even though sex may not have been that interesting, at least it was no longer a duty. Lori had so many guilt feelings about the affair that she decided to try to make a go of it and moved in with the second man. There was immediate trouble in the relationship. By this time, Lori was desperate to get some of her relational needs met, but she didn't understand this. She didn't know what her needs were. Neither could she communicate them in a way that worked. Instead, she was once again with someone who was very different from her. Lori started demanding attention, caretaking, and sex. The new husband, who was a child of alcoholic parents, reacted by becoming abusive. The more she demanded, the more scared her husband got, the more abusive he became. Each year the abuse got worse, and Lori became more distressed. She had no idea of what to do. She didn't even know she was creating this situation in which she seemed like a victim. She was successful in her career but miserable at home. In this abusive situation, she grew very distorted cords. Her second, third, fourth, and fifth chakras became worse. Her agony finally forced her to get help. She began therapy and made great strides in clearing away a lot of issues. She found out how to stop the abuse by creating clear boundaries she didn't cross. In the process of creating boundaries, she used her seventh chakra spirituality connection, which her husband also had, to help herself stay on track. With this new safety, she found much more love for her husband and healed many of her heart chakra cords. She maintained the clarity of the sixth chakra cords in the process. But she still was unable to heal the second, third, and fifth chakra cords. She was very sexually incompatible with her husband, who was afraid of sexual passion and avoided it. The only way Lori knew how to get sex was to demand it. This scared her husband even more. Soon their sex life became dormant. She was unable to learn to take care of herself, and her husband could not deal with her demands. So he still continually either avoided her or rejected her. The left side of her third chakra began to tear open, causing weakness in the pancreas and then in her whole digestive system. She became food sensitive and had to go on special diets to prevent exhaustion and bloat. Her fifth chakra got worse. She had regular fights with her husband, who still threatened physical abuse but turned it into verbal abuse, cruelty, and over-control. During this time in her life, Lori also did a lot of personal and couples therapy and body work. She continued to ground down strongly into the earth. Through this work, she strengthened her first, fourth, sixth, and seventh chakras. After much struggle and soul searching, she finally decided to end the marriage to work on herself alone. So by the end of her second marriage, she had many of the cords from her first, fourth, sixth, and seventh chakras well functioning. But the cords from her second, third, and fifth chakras were worse. During her time alone, she worked on her second, third, and fifth chakras. She gave herself space to find out what her needs were, to find trust that they could be met, and to begin asking for them in a non-demanding way. This began to strengthen her fifth chakra, where she had had the most trouble since early childhood. She also began to take better care of herself, and this strengthened her third chakra. She began to explore her sexuality in a freer situation than she had ever been able to do before and discovered that she functioned quite well in that area. The second chakra cords also now began to heal. After 2 years she met and married her third husband. Their heart and sexual connections were immediately felt. Because she had done so much work on her chakras, this time she was able to couple herself to someone much more compatible. She married a man who had very few difficulties with sexuality and was a caretaker. Her second chakra was now well on its way to health. Her husband spent years going with her through all her sexual pain left over from the 2 previous relationships. He took care of her in ways she didn't even know existed. This was natural for him, having been brought up in a family that did this. Lori began emulating him. She began making stronger connections to her original family, especially to her mother. And her third chakra cords to her mother began to heal. As she cleaned and strengthened her third chakra cords to her mother, she also revised her relationship with her father. She began creating healthy third chakra cords to other people with whom she was in relationship. By the time Lori came to me, most of these problems had been taken care of. But she still had a lot of problems in her neck, jaw, and thyroid. She still did not trust relationship. She still found it impossible to trust her husband enough to allow herself to admit any dependence on him. Her solution to problems was to stand on her own 2 feet and never to really rely on another person, to never really surrender to the higher will of a relationship and trust the relationship to carry her through. As her relationship grew deeper, she was challenged more and more to do this. Her reaction, again, was to concentrate on her work life and to overwork. Thus, after years of overworking, her thyroid, which sits directly in the 5th chakra, where her cords had been entangled since early childhood, began to give out. This distrust in relationship was now interfering with her work life also. She found it difficult to delegate work to her employees. Many times she just did it herself. By the time she came to me, she had worked an average of 60 to 80 hours a week for about 20 years. She was very successful and still had lots of energy, but she was wearing out her body. The issue was whether she could surrender to the higher will of the relationship that she had created and learn to see it as an ongoing co-creation that she and her husband were doing. As I worked on her 5th chakra and cleared the cords, Lori began to let up a little. She began to quit work at 5 or 6 o'clock every day and just watch TV with her husband. She began getting more involved in her home life and painting and other pleasures that fulfilled her. She spent more time with her husband, even going on his business trips. And he went on hers. As she healed herself, she realized that she had had a tendency to malign people or employees who didn't meet her needs. She realized that she had difficulties in communicating duties to employees without anger or blame because she assumed they would not do what she wanted. All of it was wrapped up in her 5th chakra and her disbelief in the higher will of any of the relationships she was in. As her 5th chakra cleared with several healings, her thyroid shrank in size and functioned normally. She focused on her communication skills with people who knew how to manage employees so they felt good about what they did and got things done. She used them as models to learn to communicate her needs. She practiced communication skills with friends. She tried new ways of verbalizing what she wanted to say. She realized she had to go over all the relationships that she had ever had, see the higher will in each, and find what she had learned through each so that she could feel safe in a relationship now. She is spending her daily meditation time for 1 year doing this. At the time of this writing, Lori is in the process of doing this and is making great strides. Everything in her life is coming together in new ways, and she is trusting all her relationships much more. Problems with 6th chakra cords. Cords from the 6th chakra represent the ecstasy of seeing higher concepts in the exchange and interplay of ideas while at the same time experiencing unconditional love with whomever this exchange is taking place. They represent the pleasure of recognizing your loved one as a beautiful being of light and love. They represent the ability to love from a spiritual perspective, as did many of our religious figures such as the Christ and Buddha. The cords of the sixth chakra can be damaged from past life experiences where people were forced to practice religions they did not believe in. Common illnesses that result from damaged sixth chakra cords. Damage to cords from the sixth chakra can result in headaches, confusion, disorientation, brain disorders like schizophrenia, and learning disabilities. Examples of healings and their effects. In February 1992, in an introductory workshop, I had the privilege of working on cords from the sixth chakra. I shall call the client Aida. During the break of a lecture I was giving, Aida came up to me and asked about her daughters and her own dyslexia. I checked out Aida's sixth chakra and its cords. Sure enough, the sixth chakra was damaged on the right side. The cords that would normally connect from the center of the sixth chakra out into the corpus callosum did not connect at all. I rolled backward in time and saw that some of the damage was from when she was very young, and that part of the damage had occurred a couple of years before Aida got pregnant with her daughter, when she had a fever of about 105. She had her tonsils out at that time. The cords that were supposed to connect from her sixth chakra to her father's sixth chakra were damaged. I could see that her father had tried to force his negative ideas about life into her mind through his sixth chakra cords, so she had torn them out. I asked if she would like to participate in the demo. She agreed. First, I worked to help Aida ground herself, to strengthen her weak first and second chakras. Then I worked on the third chakra, which was not functioning properly. I cleared the clogged vortices in each of these chakras. I then cleared the vertical power current of energy up the spinal cord all the way up through the head. I lifted a dark shroud, somewhat like a cloud, off her head and shoulders. It had been there a long time. She began to feel much lighter, freer, and relieved as it came off. Because of her father's economic difficulties, he had a pessimistic attitude about life, which he conveyed to Aida. However, as a child, Aida knew that it was very important to get to the heart of any matter before going to the solution. That is what was missing in the concepts that came from her father. Hyoen said that as a child, Aida had disconnected the cord pathway from the sixth chakra into the corpus callosum because she was afraid that she would take up her father's pessimistic attitude about life. Using her child's reasoning, she became wary of taking in information from anyone for fear that it would be pessimistic. To do this, she had to disconnect the sixth chakra cords from her corpus callosum, and thus she had created her dyslexia. As I described what had happened to Aida, I untwisted her vertical power current. Then Hyoen explained to her, anyone has the incarnational option open to them to create dyslexia in order to maintain the knowledge that it is very important to get to the heart of the matter before making an intellectual judgment about any situation. Given the structure of the school system in America, it would have been very difficult to keep your heart first. So you chose to give up, at least for the time being, the ability to take in information from a perspective that you thought would lose the heart. For you saw the need upon the earth, and in descending into incarnation you decided to give the gift to teach others to keep the heart first, before the rational mind. Now that this gift is clear, we shall work on these cords. As I worked on the sixth and seventh chakra cords, Hyoen continued, all the cords that go out the back of the chakras relate to past relationships that are not right now actively affecting this incarnation, and the front ones are actively affecting this incarnation. I connected the cords from the inner tip of the sixth chakra down into the corpus callosum. Then I untangled and cleaned the cords from the front of the sixth chakra and asked Aida if she would be willing to deeply reconnect to her father. She agreed. As I made telepathic connection to her father, I could see that he had a heavy heart from the burdens of his life and that he was sad from many unfulfilled longings. He, telepathically, said that he is better now. I worked, long distance, on his third eye to help relieve some of the negative ideas, and I connected his head to his heart. At that point some of the cords from the front of Aida's chakra went to the rear. Hyoen explained, some of these issues are now behind you. As the cords began to reconnect between Aida's and her father's sixth chakras, a new relationship began to form. I then worked on Aida's heart chakra cords to her father. I could see that earlier in life she had gotten very angry at him and wouldn't let him in. Aida said, I pretended that my father was dead. Hyoen said, over time you will see why it is so important to accept the love from your father the way it is. The way he expressed it and expresses it now. You need to accept the way each individual expresses his essence. In the past you have said, your love is not the way it ought to be, so I won't accept it. There is a deep lesson here for you to learn, how to accept the essence of each individual. This is what blocks you in your relationships to men and with a mate. They can never live up to how you deem they should be. At this point, Aida stopped the cords from entering her heart, so I said, can you let your father walk toward you? Your father wants to walk into your heart exactly as he is with all his human frailty. That's good, let him walk right into you. Your child is saying, it will hurt, it will hurt. It will hurt because he hasn't been there for so long. As the cords connected deep into Aida's heart, her breathing deepened. It feels pretty new, hey? I said. Pretty alive. Aida exclaimed. Hyoen continued to speak as I worked, connect this deep into the soul seat. Connect it to your life's work. For it is directly connected to your life's work, accepting another individual's reality, finding the truth in it, and finding the bridges to commune from one to the other. It can only be done through the heart, by allowing the other into your heart. It is the way you can think for yourself and also allow the other to think for him or herself. Thus individual truths can exist side by side with apparent differences or even disagreements from the perspective of duality, and at the same time, from the higher spiritual truth, they would not be different. I completed the connection into Aida's soul seat on the Herrick level and then switched to the core star level to expand her core essence out into the room, 360 degrees. I said, feel who you are that is different from anyone else on the earth. Feel the light going all through your body. It is coming from the inside of your body, from your core star. Aida's light beamed out over the audience. She felt brilliantly alive. It was visible to everyone. As we closed, Hyoen added, this particular pattern is handed down through generations. It is only one type of dyslexia. There are 3 kinds. I will speak about them in the future. I like to follow up healings at several month intervals for as long as possible, to see the long-term effects of a healing. It has been 5 months since Aida's healing, but since this book needs to go to print, I cannot allow a longer time period to pass before follow-up. Here is what she said about the effects of the healing on her relationship with her father and on her dyslexia. Aida, well, it's affected my relationship with my father a great deal. It's certainly a lot more loving and a lot more supportive. It's almost as if I've forgiven a lot of the past issues, and I feel a lot more connected with my father. There definitely has been some wonderful experience as a result of the healing. Barbara, does he treat you any differently? Aida, yes. In the past I always felt that he wasn't there for me, he wasn't available to me. And now, the least little bit of anything I need, he's right there to help me. He's very supportive. In the past, I would have said something, and a week, a month, a year would have gone by, and he would never have heard me. Now I just say one word, and within a matter of hours, it's done, and I'm thinking, my goodness. This is definitely a change. So I'm feeling loved the way I had never felt it before because my father was just not available. Also, the communication between him and me has gotten better. He's been able to tell me about his childhood. He experienced a great deal of abuse as a child. He was battered a great deal both by a stepfather and by a mother who was in turn also abused. And she was an alcoholic. So in seeing and understanding where he came from, I was more able to accept and forgive the way he treated me and us, my brothers and my sister. Because there was a great deal of abuse and harshness and total rage, out of control, on his part. Barbara, that's great. Aida, now the dyslexia part. There's a part of me that feels real organized, but I'm noticing some more disorganization. It's almost as if it's coming more to the surface. I'm becoming more aware of it. I'm more conscious of the difficulty that I have. I do see myself turning things around. I do see myself stumbling on new words that I have not seen or am real familiar with. In the past I would get frustrated and angry at myself, and now I'm a little more forgiving and tolerant of myself. Barbara, so the improvement is that you are consciously aware of when you're doing it. Were you consciously aware of it when you were doing it before? Aida, no, I was not. Barbara, well, that's interesting because usually the first step in changing something is to become consciously aware of when you are doing what you want to change. Aida, well, yes. I have been experiencing a lot of things that seem to be moving toward transformation. I had a vision of myself as being like an old twig. I could see my arms and my legs as an old dried up twig. It was a vision because I wasn't asleep. Then I could see or feel or I recognized that the light was within me to rejuvenate or reignite, redevelop those twigs. And then the next picture was again my face, but I was with a vibrant alive body. I didn't realize what that was all about until just recently. It's almost as if my life is organizing itself so that I'm not so much the focal point for my children. My daughters are going away to college and summer school in July. My other one's in college, and I'm thinking of going back to school. I'm being drawn to a possible new area. Perhaps I would have powers to do a lot of healing. There is a great deal of confirmation within me, and I'm wanting to do this, but there is fear on my part to surrender. I want to be willing to do God's work. I'm signed up for a communicative disorders course. Can I get any guidance? Is that in keeping with what my life purpose is? Barbara, oh, yes. Hyoen says, clearly, communicative disorders are right on the line of what we've been talking about. Problems with 7th chakra cords. Cords from the 7th chakra, which also connect up into the higher realms, represent the power to be within the divine mind of God in relationship to God, the universe, and another human being. They represent the ability to understand the perfect pattern of a relationship. They also represent the ability to integrate the physical and spiritual worlds in relationship. Common illnesses that result from damaged 7th chakra cords. Damage to cords from the 7th chakra can result in depression, inability of the physical body's normal development through the maturation process, headaches, and mental disorders like schizophrenia. Examples of healings and their effects. The 7th chakra cords connect to relationships that exist in the soul's life between incarnations in human form. They connect up to our spiritual heritage. Sometimes that heritage is related to our relationship to God or spiritual beings that are accepted by the organized religions of the world, such as the Christ, the Buddha, guardian angels, and spiritual guides. Sometimes they connect to beings and realities that may seem outrageous to those of us who have been brought up in the Western Hemisphere. 7th chakra cords tend to get damaged before birth, at conception, or in the womb. They are always related to difficulties with bringing the consciousness of the incoming soul into the body in the process of incarnation. Damage to the 7th chakra cords results in our either being stuck inside our bodies with no spiritual connection, or being stuck in the spiritual world and not being able to come down fully into the physical. For example, retarded children have not been able to completely come down into their bodies, and they seem to have a great deal of fear to do so. I have not had the privilege of working with retarded people, so I do not know if the body was damaged first so that they couldn't get into it, or if the body became retarded because they were unwilling to come down into it. I would guess that either is possible. Probably the cause varies with the case and, of course, the life task. Retarded children are great teachers and sometimes volunteer to incarnate in that way to help the family into which they are born. I know of one case where a healer was able to bring a retarded child into normal development through years of daily hands-on healing work. For those of us who call ourselves normal, there is usually one major reason why we haven't come completely down into our bodies and therefore have problems with our 7th chakra cords. We use the spiritual connection to escape from incarnation and avoid dealing with life as human beings on earth now. To do this, we simply keep shifting our consciousness out the top of our heads, or going out the top of our heads. This is simply a defensive maneuver from fear. This defensive maneuver is very popular with many healing students. When the cords are worked with and the fear dealt with, these students understand that since they are human now, their spirituality can be realized only from the perspective of being within a human body. They change their lives and begin to spiritualize matter rather than escape it. An interesting 7th chakra cord problem is common among people who believe that they are from another star system. These people feel that they are not really human beings but have been forced to come here from an advanced culture, usually outside the solar system. They miss their true home and have a rough time getting into and staying in a physical body. HSP reveals that the 7th chakra cords from these people relate to these other star systems and connect to highly evolved beings from advanced cultures on planets in these star systems. These clients commonly call themselves star children and claim never to have been incarnated as humans before. In such cases, healing takes on a different flavor. The problem is usually that these people, in denying their connection to the earth, also deny their connection to the other place. They have torn their cords that connect to the other systems, yet they seek to leave their bodies to return home via their broken cords. That won't work. The result is that they find it very difficult to connect to anything in a stable way. So in this way, they also resist incarnation. I have found that the best way to help these people come down into their bodies and connect down into the earth is to repair these torn cords and make the connection to the other star system stronger. To do this, they must connect to the part of them that volunteered to come here out of love and power. They then get nourished through these cords. Once the full connection is made, these people come down into their bodies and claim their humanness, even allowing for the very strong probability that they have been incarnated as human beings before. By reconnecting their star cords, they have a strong connection to the stars through which they can be nourished. This may seem totally preposterous to some readers, but I remind you of my motto: don't ask if it is real. Just ask if it is useful. It works. Usually, part of the channeling that goes with such healings is to teach clients to perceive themselves as originating holographically out of the whole of the universe rather than just one planet or a particular star system. Since we are all holographically connected to everything, we can theoretically remember every life that ever was lived on this planet, as well as others, as if we were the one who lived it. I have worked on 7th chakra cords on a number of occasions. The healing work is the same as with all the cords. They are cleared, untangled, cleaned, and reconnected appropriately. In one case in my class, the student had cord connections to the planetary beings of a particular star system through all the chakras. In the healing I began with the 7th chakra and worked down the body to repair and connect all the cords that she had cut. She felt much better later and was much more in her body than I had ever seen her. At the time of this writing, she is much more grounded into her body, being surprised at how much she is enjoying it, feeling much safer in her body, and doing just fine. Another time I worked on damaged cords from the 7th chakra in order to heal a depressed client. Before the healing series, the client felt connected to his fellow humans but experienced life as a finite, rather senseless passage to nowhere. He felt no connection to God. As a result, he was depressed. After spending several sessions repairing these cords, the client began to have a sense of connectedness to all that there is, including the divine. His depression went away, and he began to enjoy life at a deeper level of meaning. He began making choices about how he wanted to spend his time, and over a period of time, his life changed a great deal. He changed his attitude about work. Previously, he had been an accountant, now he chose to become a professional therapist, specializing in helping people understand the broad-scale aspects of their lives, in order to help them find what they want to do with their lives. As I conclude this chapter and look at the compiled information, I am surprised at how important all our past and present relationships are in our health and healing as well as our personal development. Since it is now in vogue to say we each create our own reality, there has been a swing toward isolationism in many spiritual groups in dealing with this issue. It seems that some people work on how I create my own reality in isolation from everyone else. But in fact, holistically speaking, our reality is deeply intertwined with others, through our auric interactions and connections, through our past history of relationships, and through our genetic cords. We are products of millions of years of evolutionary development of the physical body, as well as of the auric connections. Undoubtedly, our auric cords develop over evolutionary time as well, since we are always evolving in our ability to relate. We know that we create our own experience of reality, but who is the we or I that is creating? Probably the best practical context in which to work with the concept of creating one's own reality in self-transformation work and healing is that what makes us sick is not our relationships per se but our energetic and psychological reactions to these relationships. None of these auric interactions could occur without agreement between the people involved, yet they are usually automatic and unconscious. Our negative interactions to relationship result in healing cycles in which we reflect upon ourselves more and thereby move through an individuation process that, as I stated in the beginning of this chapter, is the prime purpose of life experience on the 4th level of the field. So from the broad-scale view, self-development or individuation through the incarnation process is working. Illnesses that result from our negative reactions to relationship help us sort out who we are from who we are not. Successful relationships teach us who we are, even if they are difficult and lead to illness. If we are not growing by learning about ourselves in a relationship, then the relationship is not successful. This does not imply that people should stay in painful relationships. In such cases, usually part of the learning is to find out that we deserve and can create a much better situation in our lives. The more we know ourselves and heal our codependency, the more we can learn about ourselves in a happy, smooth, flowing relationship. The more individuated we become, the more interdependence we achieve.